The bedroom door loomed before him, silent and closed, but what waited beyond was anything but still. Hundreds of lifeless spider eyes stared back at Eren from the wall inside. Hundreds of preserved specimens nailed into an intricate, grotesque pattern. They seemed to watch him with eerie sentience, as if the very arrangement was designed to unsettle not just the eyes, but the mind. A chill crept down his spine. It was more than visual discomfort. It was psychological warfare. A visceral, deliberate invasion of his personal space, intended to disorient, to unnerve, to break. An ordinary person might have collapsed in shock, might have screamed, might have run, but Eren only inhaled slowly. He activated his spirit sight. Golden light flickered across his irises as his vision peeled back the layers of the mundane, revealing spiritual residue, hidden traps, lingering malice. He swept the room once, twice, a third time. Nothing. No traps. No cursed sigils. No lurking spirits. Only the wall of spiders. And the note. It was impossible to miss. Neatly pinned at the center of the grotesque display, scrawled in a deep red ink that looked disturbingly like blood. From the doorway, Eren's sharp gaze caught the message in a single glance. You destroyed my favorite bride. I will destroy your most beloved bride. A silence heavier than gunfire filled the room. Eren blinked. Bride? What kind of melodramatic threat was this? He didn't have a girlfriend, let alone a bride. Whoever wrote this was clearly unhinged. Probably one of those deranged, drama-loving maniacs with a flair for theatrics and a vendetta built on delusions. But just as he was about to scoff at the absurdity of it all, his eyes flicked once more to the wall of spiders. Something about the arrangement, the symbolism, and then it hit him. A flash of memory, the humanoid spider. The one he and George had killed together. Half human, half monstrosity. He remembered the battle, the stench of venom, the final blow. The grotesque form collapsing into darkness. His jaw tightened. No way. That thing had someone watching. He dismissed the possibility, then hesitated. Something about it fit. Someone had seen what happened in that parking garage. Someone who had been hiding in the shadows. Eren reached into his coat and withdrew a crystalline orb, his primary conduit for divination. As soon as he activated it, the orb shimmered unnaturally fast. A bad sign. Residual aura still hung in the air. Malice left behind by whoever had defiled his room. Or perhaps the hatred of the spiders themselves. Either way, the connection was clear. The crystal pulsed, and fragmented images began to swirl within its depths. A pale hand drove pins through a live spider's thorax with clinical detachment. A shadowed room flickered with firelight. A hunched figure moved in and out of focus, always just beyond recognition. Then a final vision. The dark, oil-slicked interior of a parking garage. The same one where the humanoid spider had died. And in that moment of silence, just beyond the reach of the flickering flames, a figure stood, watching. They were never alone. Eren's blood ran cold. If that person had chosen to intervene, he and George would likely be dead. Snapping out of the vision, Eren immediately dialed George Stacy's number. It rang. Once. Twice. Then, Eren. George's voice came through. Captain, we've got a serious problem, Eren said, his voice flat. I wasn't the only one there when we killed the spider. Someone else saw everything. And now, they've made it personal. 15 minutes later, sirens howled outside Eren's building. Multiple NYPD units cordoned off the block. Lights flashed across Chinatown's worn brick walls. A safe delivery crew, 4 men in company uniforms, stood frozen near their truck, faces pale under the sudden weight of a dozen rifles aimed their way. Before things could spiral, Eren stepped out onto the sidewalk. Stand down, he called out. They're just the safe installers. Captain George Stacy emerged from the lead vehicle, dressed in full tactical gear. His expression was tight, cold. Eren raised an eyebrow. Going to war, Captain? George didn't return the humor. After your call, I went home. My bedroom looks exactly like yours. Same spiders. Same note. Eren's stomach dropped. George's voice dropped lower. Worse. Helen isn't picking up. She should have been making dinner for the kids. She's gone. Eren's chest tightened. No signs? No message. George shook his head. Nothing. Vinny's already mobilized our best trackers from the 13th precinct. But so far, it's a ghost trail. I came here hoping you had more. He didn't need to say it. This wasn't a threat anymore. It was a declaration. Someone had kidnapped the wife of a decorated NYPD captain. That wasn't just a personal attack. It was a challenge, an open hand across the face of the entire force. George's eyes burned. Show me the scene. Eren nodded. 3rd floor. Follow me. George turned to his team. Evidence unit, with me. The forensic team moved in behind him as they entered the building. Inside, the safe delivery workers stood frozen, still visibly shaken. These guys are clean, Eren said quickly. I ordered safes earlier today. Wrong place, wrong time. George gave them a passing glance, but said nothing, eyes already locked on the staircase. As they climbed, Eren couldn't help but feel the weight of the threat growing heavier with every step. This wasn't about spiders anymore. This was about whoever was bold enough to strike the law itself. And now, they were drawing a line in blood. Sim, take the workers downstairs and question them thoroughly, George ordered, his voice low but steely. See if they know anything, even the smallest detail. The 4 uniformed men stiffened as George's piercing gaze landed on them. Sweat beaded at their brows. Though innocent, the weight of the situation and the armed officers left little room for comfort. Despite Eren's earlier assurance that they were merely the safe delivery crew, George wasn't taking any chances. Not when his family had just been dragged into this. Eren exhaled but didn't protest. The workers were just collateral damage in this storm. Still, he made a mental note to ask Doug to compensate them later for the interrogation, the scare, the trauma. All of it. With the crew led away, Eren turned back to George. Follow me. They ascended the stairs, a tight cluster of officers trailing behind them, tension thickening with each step. The deeper they climbed, the heavier the air grew. The acrid, cloying scent of decay that had lingered faintly before now rolled in like a storm cloud. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, even the most hardened officers had gone quiet. Eren pushed the bedroom door open. The stench hit them like a physical blow, rancid and overwhelming. Several officers recoiled instinctively, shielding their faces. He flicked on the overhead light. The grotesque display on the wall flared into view. Pinned spider specimens, dozens of them, glinted beneath the artificial light, their glassy eyes staring outward in cold unison. Arranged in an unnatural spiral, they seemed to pulse with malevolent life. The wall felt like it breathed. Behind George, a young female officer gagged, covering her mouth as she stumbled back. 2 others turned away, pale. Only George and the 2 detectives at his side held their ground, jaws clenched, eyes fixed. George stepped into the room and spotted the note pinned beneath the central spider. He didn't need to read it. He already knew. Still, he spoke the words aloud, his voice low and filled with fury. You destroyed my favorite bride. I will destroy your most beloved bride. His fists trembled at his sides. If I find the bastard behind this, George's voice cracked with restrained rage. I'll end them myself. Eren stepped beside him. George, what happened to the humanoid spider's body? Weren't the remains handed over to the FBI? George's expression darkened further. They took it. And in the last 24 hours? Radio silence. Not a damn thing from them. No leads. None. Joaquin, the agent in charge, said they're withholding information to prevent leaks. He's stonewalling. Eren's brows knitted together. Not even now? With Helen gone? George's jaw tightened. I called him. He didn't answer. Silence stretched between them, taut as wire. Eren's thoughts churned. Yesterday, Joaquin had been courteous, almost charming. But since then, everything had changed. He wasn't just withholding cooperation, he was actively blocking it. Why? Eren's gaze drifted to the note. The message had always been cryptic, but it was clear now this was personal. Whoever left it knew Helen was George's wife. But who did they think his bride was? Eren closed his eyes and mentally retraced the events. The parking garage, the battle, the monster. Helen had arrived after the fight, helping George, unaware that someone had been watching them from the shadows. She was marked as George's wife. But as for him, the only person nearby at the time was Gwen. Eren's breath caught. A cold weight settled in his stomach. "George," he said quietly, "I think the attacker might think Gwen is my bride." George turned to him sharply. His face, already grim, turned ashen. Eren nodded. "She was with me when I woke up yesterday, and she was seen with me at the precinct. Whoever's behind this could have gotten the wrong idea." George didn't hesitate. He yanked out his phone and dialed Gwen's number. 1 ring, 2, 3. Each chime was a hammer against his chest. Then at last, "Dad," Gwen's voice came through, light and casual. George's shoulders dropped just slightly. Relief flooded him. But the danger wasn't over. "Gwen," he said urgently, "where are you right now?" "Still at Osborne Tower," she replied, oblivious. "Norman's calling a board meeting tomorrow, so my department head got pulled into prep. I've got a few things to finish, so I figured I'd stay late." George closed his eyes briefly. Osborne Tower, thank God. If she'd been home. "Listen to me carefully," he said, tone shifting. "Stay exactly where you are. Don't leave the building. I'm sending someone to pick you up. Don't open the door to anyone but the officers I assign." There was a pause on the other end. Then Gwen's voice dropped. "Dad, what's going on?" "There's been an incident," George said, his voice tight. "Someone might be targeting you. Don't panic. Just stay inside and keep your phone close." He didn't mention Helen. Not yet. The fear that Gwen might panic and leave the building was too real, too dangerous. The moment she stepped out, she became a target. "I'll wait," Gwen said softly. "But please come soon." George ended the call and turned to Eren, his face now like stone. "She's safe. For now. But we can't wait any longer." Eren nodded grimly. "Let's bring her back before they do."
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
"Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of myself." After hanging up the phone, Gwen clutched her file folder tightly. Quietly, she reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small canister of pepper spray, her eyes discreetly scanning her surroundings. Since experiencing a kidnapping attempt, Gwen had made it a habit to carry small self-defense tools. It seemed that decision was paying off now. Meanwhile, back at Eren's house, he turned to George, puzzled. "You're not going to check on her personally?" Eren knew George to be a doting father. With Gwen potentially in danger, it seemed strange that he wouldn't rush to her side. George, having just radioed Officer Ryan to send a team to protect Gwen, shook his head. "Ryan is one of our sharpest officers, a sharpshooter with an impeccable record. I trust him to keep Gwen safe. Helen, however, is in much greater danger right now. I don't even know how long she's been missing." As he spoke, guilt and worry clouded George's expression. If it weren't for him, Helen wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Eren considered this and then suggested, "If you could provide me with something of Helen's, like jewelry she wore often or unwashed clothing, I might be able to help find her." George looked at him skeptically. "You're planning to track her scent? We've already tried that with 5 search dogs, but..." He shook his head, clearly doubtful of the effectiveness of such a method. The reality was that scent tracking could be easily disrupted. With modern technology and transportation, a person could be sealed in a vehicle and move hundreds of miles away in no time, rendering even the best dogs helpless. Despite his doubts, George reached into his pocket and pulled out a champagne-colored lipstick and a crescent-shaped pendant. "I brought these earlier for the search dogs. Will these work?" "They'll do," Eren replied, deciding not to explain that he intended to use divination to locate Helen. He doubted George, a staunch believer in material evidence, would take him seriously. "I'll also need a patrol car," Eren added. "Consider it done," George replied without hesitation. Trust born from their previous partnership and George's desperation made him less inclined to question Eren's methods. Scanning the room, George's gaze fell on the young officer who had been retching earlier. "Elena, I need you to drive Eren wherever he needs to go. He'll explain the details." Elena, a fresh police academy graduate and a high achiever, had struggled with the gruesome scene in Eren's room. George reasoned it would be better to send her out on a task, rather than have her endure more discomfort at the crime scene. "Yes, sir," Elena responded crisply, though her pale face betrayed her relief at the assignment. Time was of the essence. With George's approval, Eren and Elena entered a patrol car parked outside. Once Eren settled into the back seat, Elena, now seated at the wheel and buckling her seatbelt, turned to him. "Where to?" "Just a moment," Eren replied. He took the crescent pendant and the champagne-colored lipstick in his hands, preparing for a divination ritual. The lipstick would act as a dowsing rod, using Helen's personal energy to guide the search. In mysticism, personal items were often the best conduits for such rituals due to their close connection to the individual. Focusing his mind, Eren entered a semi-meditative state. His eyes darkened as his spiritual energy surged, lifting his awareness into another plane. In this heightened state, he could sense the invisible spirit world all around him. Ignoring the vibrant, chaotic energies of the spirit world, Eren silently repeated the words, "Helen's location." After 7 repetitions, Eren let go of the lipstick, allowing it to spin freely in his palm. The air around him seemed to shift subtly, as if unseen presences had gathered, drawn by his spiritual energy. The eerie sensation of being watched by countless invisible entities prickled at Eren's senses, but he remained focused. Fixing his dark gaze on the lipstick, he repeated his query. "Helen's location." The lipstick, as if guided by an unseen force, tilted forward, pointing directly ahead. "Drive straight," Eren instructed, his voice distant and ethereal, as though it carried through layers of space and time. Elena, unnerved by the strange tone, hesitated only briefly before starting the car and following his direction. The method Eren employed was one he had recently mastered. Derived from ancient dowsing techniques, it used a small ritual to imbue an object with spiritual energy, allowing it to indicate the direction of a person or object. While not as precise as modern technology or other supernatural methods, it was a potent tool. By performing repeated divinations, Eren could gradually narrow down the search area. For a detective, such a skill would be a nightmare for any fugitive, a relentless tool to track them down. "Drive." Seeing Elena hesitating, Eren repeated himself, "I'll tell you when to turn." Though puzzled by Eren's strange behavior since getting into the car, Elena chose to follow George's orders and comply. Once the engine roared to life, the police car, with its sirens off, merged into the bustling New York traffic. They navigated street after street, with Eren periodically using his lipstick divination to recalibrate their direction. Elena's driving skills were impressive. Even when Eren abruptly directed a turn at an intersection, she executed it with precision and minimal delay. Half an hour later, after circling a particular building, Eren became convinced that Helen was inside. A final divination confirmed his suspicion. Instead of stopping immediately, Eren directed Elena to drive another block or two and take a turn into a narrow alleyway, ensuring they were out of sight of the target building. Finally, he had her parked by a small bakery. "Why are we stopping here?" Elena asked, puzzled, as she killed the engine. Eren tucked the crescent pendant and lipstick back into his pocket before responding. "Officer Elena, I just realized I skipped dinner. Could you get me some bread from that bakery?" "Excuse me?" Elena shot Eren an incredulous look, her expression practically shouting, "Are you serious right now?" Eren doubled down. "Oh, and a drink too. Here's $10. He handed her a bill, his fingers leaving faint afterimages in the air, a subtle nudge that seemed to ease her resistance. Though annoyed, Elena ultimately shook her head and got out of the car. This kid must be in shock after everything he's been through. Fine, I'll indulge him this once. While Elena disappeared into the bakery, Eren called George. "George, I think I've found where Helen is." "What?" George had just left Eren's house, intending to regroup with his partner Vinny, when Eren's words stopped him in his tracks. His heart raced as he barked into the phone. "Where?" Eren glanced at a street sign. 8th Avenue, near 39th Street. A building labeled Abbott Freezing Company. "I don't know how many hostels are inside," So if you want to save Helen, you'll need backup. To bolster his words, Eren used a touch of the mind imprint technique, ensuring George felt the weight of his urgency. George's bloodshot eyes gleamed with determination as he growled, "Don't worry. I'll get Helen out, no matter the cost." As George prepared to end the call, Eren added, "One more thing. Approach quietly. Don't make a big show of force. If they feel cornered, they might lash out. Helen's still in their hands." "Understood. I'll handle it," George replied, his voice as cold as steel before hanging up. With backup called, Eren rummaged through the police car and found a baseball cap someone had left behind. After donning it, he exited the car just as Elena returned with a bag of bread and a drink. Taking the items, Eren said, "When George and his team arrive, wait here for them. I'll check things out up ahead." Before Elena could protest, Eren was already walking away, leaving her standing in confusion. Eren blended seamlessly into the pedestrian traffic on the street. His cap pulled low as he carried his bread and drink like any ordinary passerby. The building housing Abbott Freezing Company loomed ahead. He planned to scout the area before George and his team arrived. However, he had already used divination to confirm that this reconnaissance would be safe, ensuring his confidence as he proceeded. Within minutes, Eren reached the building. The five-story structure was L-shaped, with its street-facing side serving as the company's front office and the adjacent wing converted into a series of cold storage units. Behind the building, a small lot served as a loading area for trucks. At this late hour, the surrounding businesses and offices were well lit, their windows glowing brightly against the dark New York night. In stark contrast, the Abbott building stood shrouded in darkness, with only the guard station at the entrance showing any sign of life. Avoiding the security cameras, Eren ducked into a shadowy corner and retrieved the champagne-colored lipstick. His eyes darkened as he focused his energy for another round of divination. This time, the lipstick pointed not toward the main building, but to one of the adjacent cold storage units. In a cold storage unit? Moving stealthily, Eren crept along the walls, staying in the shadows as he approached the indicated unit. Once close, he took a deep breath and activated his spirit sight. As he channeled more of his spiritual energy into his eyes, the faint colors and lines of auras began to sharpen and intensify. Within moments, his enhanced sight penetrated the walls of the cold storage unit, revealing the energy signatures within. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 distinct auras. That's quite a crowd, Eren muttered as his brows furrowed. However, his concern wasn't about the number of people, but Helen's condition. Among the 7 auras, 2 were abnormally faint, teetering on the edge of collapse. Damn it, one of those weak ones better not be Helen. Cursing under his breath, Eren retrieved a familiar coin from his pocket. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he flicked it into the air. Buzz! The coin vibrated as it spun mid-air, drawing invisible threads of energy around itself. Eren's darkened eyes fixated on the coin as he silently posed a question to the unseen spiritual realm. Is Helen among those 2 weak auras? Repeating the question thrice, Eren caught the coin in his hand. When he opened his palm, the 25-cent coin revealed its face-up side. Heads. The result indicated that Helen wasn't among the 2 fading auras. Breathing a sigh of relief, Eren allowed himself a moment of calm. At least she's not on the brink of death. Still, his curiosity lingered. If it's not Helen, then who are those 2? Other victims, perhaps? The repurposed cold storage unit lacked windows, with only a massive roll-up door for loading and a smaller reinforced steel door beside it. After circling the building covertly, Eren used his spiritual sight to discern the general locations of the 7 auras. The 2 strongest auras were stationed at the roll-up door and the smaller side door, likely guards left by the captors. The other 5, including the 2 weak auras, were clustered at the back of the cold storage unit. Are they all hostages? Or are some accomplices hiding among them? Faced with the uncertainty, Eren concluded, better wait for George and his team. Eren's current arsenal wasn't ideal for the situation. His gaze of despair required direct eye contact to unleash its full potential. And while the eggshell grenade in his pocket was powerful, it was limited in its reach and utility in the confined space of the cold storage. Acknowledging his limitations, Eren slipped away from the cold storage and returned to the alley where he had left the police car. Minutes later, George arrived in a car that screeched to a halt, its engine emitting wisps of smoke. Eren raised an eyebrow at the sight. What speed did he drive at to overheat the engine? Ignoring the pale-faced officer in the passenger seat, George stormed toward Eren. "Where's Helen?" "She's in the third cold storage unit of the Abbott Freezing Company building, about 100 meters away," Eren reported, his tone steady. "Along with Helen, there are 6 other people inside. One guard is stationed at the roll-up door, another at the side door, and the rest are with Helen at the back of the unit. I'm not sure if all 4 people with Helen are fellow victims or if any of them are accomplices, but 2 of them are in bad shape." George's eyes sharpened, a mix of gratitude and suspicion flickering in his gaze. "How do you know all this?" Eren shrugged. "I'm an orphan. I've picked up a few unique skills to survive. Let's just say I have my methods." George cut him off with a wave. "I don't care about your secrets. If your intel helps me save Helen, I owe you everything." With Eren's information in hand, George quickly used his radio to coordinate with the NYPD, deploying officers and finalizing a rescue plan. The police mobilization was swift and precise. After a final check of the cold storage layout with Eren's guidance, George led a squad of heavily armed officers into the building. Eren didn't participate in the rescue operation, but waited anxiously outside. Minutes later, George emerged from the cold storage, carrying Helen in his arms. Her face was pale, and she was unconscious. Medics from a nearby ambulance rushed forward, gently but firmly taking Helen from George and placing her on a stretcher. George's face twisted with worry, his hands trembling as he watched the doctors perform emergency diagnostics. Shortly after, 2 more SWAT officers exited the building, each carrying a woman. One of the women, a teenage girl with blood staining her lower body, was conscious but hysterical, her piercing screams echoing through the night. Her eyes darted around wildly, and her body trembled violently, evidence of severe trauma. The scene was chaotic as 4 additional medics sprinted toward the cold storage, carrying emergency kits. They had just received word from the SWAT team inside. 2 women were critically injured and required immediate medical attention. Eren glanced at the doctor rushing past before withdrawing his gaze. He walked over to the ambulance where Helen lay. She was hooked up to various monitoring devices. Quietly, Eren activated his spiritual vision. However, as soon as he saw Helen's aura, Eren's brows furrowed deeply. In the perspective of spiritual vision, Helen's aura, though not indicative of life-threatening danger, was still in poor condition. The outer layer of her aura, representing health, which was usually a bright white, appeared extremely dim. Her lower legs, in particular, had an aura that was erratic and chaotic, as though the area had suffered severe trauma. Internally, her astral body, which was closely tied to her mental and emotional state, also appeared dulled. It seemed that Helen had suffered some mental strain before falling unconscious. The paramedics called by the NYPD were relatively skilled. After a round of examinations, they quickly assessed Helen's condition. The patient's lower legs are fractured, likely due to blunt force trauma. The patient's heartbeat is erratic, and upper body trauma cannot be ruled out. A piece of rusty metal was found embedded in the wound on the patient's forehead. One piece of bad news after another turned George's face pale as he sat inside the ambulance. Looking at Helen, who wore an expression of faint pain and occasionally twitched even in her unconscious state, George's heart felt as though it were being torn apart. At that moment, George wished he could take Helen's place on that stretcher. If he could, he would willingly endure the pain on her behalf. The masked doctor, who appeared to know George, patted him on the shoulder and said, "The patient is not in immediate danger, but her condition is critical. I need to take her to the hospital right away. You need to step out, George." George shook his head. "No, Helen is my wife. I'm not going anywhere. Drive. I'll go to the hospital with you." Although George wanted nothing more than to tear the perpetrator apart, he knew Helen needed his presence now more than anything. The doctor glanced at Helen, lying on the stretcher, and nodded. All right. After discarding his bloodied gloves, the doctor replaced them with a clean pair and prepared a syringe to administer a painkiller to Helen. Just then, a burly officer with a thick beard approached the ambulance. Peering inside, he asked, "George, how's Helen?" George's eyes dimmed, and he shook his head. "Her condition isn't great. You're just in time, Vinny. I'm going to accompany Helen to the hospital. I'll leave things here to you." George's longtime partner, Detective Vinny from the NYPD's 13th Precinct, gave Helen a worried look. After a moment of silence, he nodded firmly. "Don't worry, George. I've got this. The department has already issued an arrest warrant for Abbott. We'll catch that bastard." Abbott, the owner of Abbott Freezing Company and the prime suspect in the case. After learning Helen had been locked in Abbott's cold storage facility, George immediately looked into the company. He quickly discovered that Abbott's owner, Junior Abbott, lived just a few floors above their apartment. The man had even exchanged pleasantries with George on multiple occasions. Though not close neighbors, they would sometimes encounter each other during their commutes. George could hardly believe that the polite and courteous Junior Abbott could be capable of such a monstrous act. "Thanks, Vinny. I owe you one." Vinny shook his head. "No need for that between us. I'll also assign a few officers to keep an eye on Gwen and send a team to the hospital with you. With his base of operations compromised, who knows what that lunatic might do next? Better safe than sorry." "Good idea." After speaking with Vinny, George turned to Eren and expressed his gratitude. "Eren, thank you for your help. Without you, we wouldn't have found Helen in time." The memory of the horrific scene inside the cold storage facility sent a chill down George's spine, but also made him deeply grateful for Eren's assistance. Eren waved dismissively. "No need to—" Before he could finish, the doctor interrupted with irritation. "All right, that's enough chit-chat. If you're going to talk, do it outside. I need to take the patient to the hospital. George, if you want your wife to get better soon, shut the door so we can leave." "Right away." George quickly complied, and as the ambulance door shut, the vehicle roared to life and sped off toward the hospital. After George left, Eren turned to Vinny. "Detective Vinny, may I take a look inside the cold storage?" Vinny frowned. "That place is a bloodbath. It's not something someone your age should see." Seeing Vinny's reluctance, Eren tried a different approach. "I just want to examine the cold storage for clues. If I can figure out the culprit's location quickly, I can get a good night's sleep. You know, I'm the one who found Mrs. Helen in the first place." Vinny's expression grew serious. He studied Eren for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Although he didn't want to admit it, Eren was indeed talented at tracking. Despite leading a team of over 10 officers for hours, Vinny hadn't found a single lead. Yet Eren had located Helen and gathered detailed information about her confinement in less than 30 minutes. Hoping that Eren's instincts might also lead them to Junior Abbott, Vinny decided to give him a chance. "Fine. Follow me." Walking through the side door, which had been violently broken open, Eren entered the dimly lit cold storage facility. As soon as he stepped inside, a heavy gloom seemed to settle over him, casting a shadow on his heart. As soon as Eren stepped into the cold storage, his eyes were drawn to a mangled corpse lying in a pool of blood. The body was barely recognizable, its arm marked with a spider tattoo. The flickering overhead light cast eerie shadows, intensifying the already grim atmosphere. Eren frowned slightly, carefully avoiding the corpse and the sticky blood on the floor. Skirting the narrow entrance near the side door, he stepped further into the cold storage. Standing at the entrance, Eren swept his gaze across the room, taking in the full extent of the scene. Aside from the towering stacks of frozen goods deliberately placed at the front to conceal the interior, the rear half of the cold storage had been completely cleared out and transformed into a horrifying sight. At the center of the vast space was a 6-meter-wide pit. In the middle of the pit stood a cement altar, carved with strange and unsettling patterns. On the altar, a web of steel chains bound 2 figures whose lower bodies were mangled and bloody. The chains coiled tightly around them, securing them to the dark red surface of the altar. The paramedics who had rushed into the cold storage earlier were crouched beside the altar, frantically attempting emergency treatment on the two victims. Eren's gaze moved from the altar to its surroundings, and an uncontrollable chill ran down his spine. Goosebumps rose on his arms as an overwhelming sense of dread gripped him. Around the altar were 4 steel cages, scattered among piles of spider carcasses and torn clothing. Amidst the shredded garments, he could make out blackened, shriveled human-like figures, drained of life as if nothing but remnants remained. Creepy, isn't it? Detective Vinny, who had accompanied Eren, patted him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. Vinny continued. At first, we thought the humanoid spider monster was the result of illegal human experiments carried out by some underground lab, defying federal regulations. But who would have guessed that the monster came from such a crude setup? Looking at the exposed human remains at the bottom of the pit, Vinny muttered under his breath, "This is insane." Judging by the piles of bones near the cages and the blood-stained altar, Vinny could only imagine how many lives had been lost here. Though this wasn't his precinct, Vinny could already picture the headlines in tomorrow's papers, accusing the NYPD of incompetence. This isn't just insanity. Eren turned his gaze to the altar's edge, focusing on the blood-soaked carvings and the cages around it. His voice turned cold. This is a ritual, a sacrifice to please an evil god. A ritual forged with symbols, guided by blood, and fueled by life itself. Even without knowing which god the ritual aimed to please, Eren had no doubt of its reality. The cold storage still held a lingering aura, faint but enough to make his soul tremble with fear. What do you mean? Vinny frowned. A sacrifice to please an evil god? Are you saying these people were cultists? As Eren explained, Vinny glanced at the eerie, corpse-filled cold storage and found the idea unsettlingly plausible. Only cultists, those unhinged lunatics, could commit such horrifying acts within the city. At that moment, the paramedics working on the altar let out simultaneous sighs, stopping their efforts. "What's wrong?" Vinny quickly stepped forward. One of the older doctors shook his head and replied, "The wounds were too infected, combined with excessive blood loss and organ failure. We did everything we could." He then turned to the altar, looking at one of the poor girls whose upper body was human, but whose lower half had been grotesquely fused with massive spider legs. "Monsters," he muttered. Removing his bloodied coat, he draped it over the exposed bodies of the 2 lifeless women, offering them a semblance of dignity. Eren, standing behind Vinny, glanced at the altar and silently mused to himself. This crude transformation ritual must have worked because it gained the attention of some evil god. Seeing the altar and the 2 women who had died with their eyes wide open, Eren finally understood the origin of the humanoid spider he had encountered earlier. This complicates things. Initially, Eren had planned to look for personal items in the cold storage that belonged to Abbott, intending to use divination to track him down. However, upon seeing that the ritual had succeeded and earned the favor of an evil god, Eren hesitated. If Abbott was still under the god's gaze, any attempt at divination might inadvertently connect Eren to the god. Such a misstep could have catastrophic consequences, including instant death from backlash. Wait, if Junior Abbott truly had the favor of an evil god, Gwen could be in serious danger. Could the officers George assigned really protect her? Eren turned to Vinny and said urgently, "Detective Vinny, if that man is a cultist, Gwen might be in grave danger." Vinny's expression darkened. Eren was right. Cultists were unpredictable and dangerous, capable of unimaginable horrors. As Vinny pulled out his phone to warn the officers guarding Gwen, a chilling sense of dread surged through Eren's chest. Danger, danger, danger. The overwhelming, suffocating sense of crisis made it hard for Eren to breathe. What had been an oppressive cold storage moment ago now felt like a monstrous, devouring beast intent on swallowing them whole. Eren's extraordinary intuition as a diviner screamed at him to flee immediately. "Danger!" Eren shouted a warning, wasting no time explaining further. He bolted toward the side door he had entered through, his legs moving so fast they seemed to leave afterimages. Inside the cold storage, the sudden shout startled the police officers and paramedics. Moments later, they saw Eren reach the side door in an instant. Vinny, who was holding his phone and about to call Ryan, froze for a moment before realizing something critical. Just as Eren was about to dart through the side door, Vinny roared, his voice thunderous. "Everyone, drop what you're doing and get out of here now." The officers and paramedics, already unnerved by Eren's actions and words, didn't hesitate. Dropping everything, they sprinted toward the side door with alarming urgency. Their practiced, almost synchronized movements conveyed an instinct for survival that was deeply ingrained in them. Even those who had no idea what was happening understood from Eren and Vinny's warnings that the situation was dire. While Eren and the others were racing to escape, on the rooftop of a building across the street from Abbott Freezing Company, a figure cloaked in black stood shrouded in the night. The figure watched the police swarming around the company building, their faces twisted with anger. Damn it, he growled. "How did these useless cops find my altar so quickly?" Normally, the NYPD takes days to deal with even minor issues. But this time, fuck, my altar, my spider brides, all prepared as offerings for the mother of spiders, ruined. Under the figure's hood, Junior Abbott's face was grim. A faint, blood-red spider pattern glowed beneath his skin, spreading across his face and lending his already sinister expression an even darker, crazed edge. "All of you, you'll pay for destroying my brides. You lowly worms will be buried with them." Growling curses, Junior Abbott pulled a small remote control from his pocket and pointed it toward the Abbott Freezing Company building. "Die, you pathetic mortals." With that, he pressed the red button on the remote. The explosives he had planted around the cold storage facility when it was repurposed for his ritual received the signal. In less than a second, the command to detonate was transmitted to the hidden bombs. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed through New York's 39th Street, near 8th Avenue. The blast illuminated half of New York City in a fiery glow. Boom! Countless windows around Abbott Freezing Company shattered under the force of the explosion. Glass fragments rained down like deadly shards, adding to the chaos. "Consider yourselves lucky." Shielding his face from the blinding firelight with one hand, Junior Abbott smirked at the rising inferno before turning toward the rooftop staircase. The explosion had drawn far too much attention. He needed to leave before the situation spiraled further out of control. Descending the stairs at breakneck speed, Junior Abbott's mind raced. If they found my altar, they'll definitely track down my apartment. Hell, someone might already be waiting for me there. My company's gone, my apartment's a no-go. I need to find a place to hide. Maybe Hell's Kitchen? Most of the women he had abducted for his ritual, except for Helen, whom he had taken despite George and Eren, had been purchased through channels in Hell's Kitchen. Junior Abbott was no stranger to the chaos and disorder of the area. If he wanted to stay in New York or escape the city, Hell's Kitchen offered the best resources and connections for someone in his position. Racing down the stairs, he reached the building's ground floor in no time. Pushing open the side door, he stepped out into the street. He had barely taken a few steps when, bang, 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 a volley of gunfire erupted around him. Danger! The moment he heard the shots, Junior Abbott's instincts screamed at him. Dropping to the ground, he rolled forward to evade the bullets. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how he rolled, the bullets seemed to track him, striking the ground where he had been moments before. Clink, clink, clink. Bullets missed him but hit the pavement, sending shards of debris flying. The fragments stung his face, and he felt warm liquid trickling from his wounds. Blood dripped onto his already sinister visage, intensifying the eerie spider pattern glowing on his skin. Even worse, one of the initial bullets had struck his right hand. The searing pain radiated through him, rendering his right hand nearly useless. The injury crippled him, making it impossible to draw the pistol holstered at his waist. Without a means to retaliate, Junior Abbott's situation was precarious and potentially fatal. Damn it. Fuck. As Junior Abbott rolled to avoid the incoming bullets, he gritted his teeth and endured the searing pain, his left hand fumbling at his right hip for the pistol holstered there. But then, a small, oval-shaped object, resembling an egg, rolled across the ground as if predicting where Junior would land. After a few precise bounces, it came to rest beneath his body, just as he rolled over it. What? Before Junior could process what was happening, a blinding flash erupted from beneath him. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the narrow alley. Junior Abbott's body was instantly obliterated, his torso shredded into a fine mist of blood and flesh. His remains painted the alley walls in a gruesome coat of dark red. At the alley's entrance, Vinny, disheveled but unharmed, stared at the scene in shock. He swallowed hard, then turned to Eren with a mix of fear and disbelief. Damn it, kid. Why the hell do you have something that dangerous on you? If Eren hadn't yanked him away just before the explosion, Vinny was sure he'd have been covered in Junior Abbott's remains, or worse. Despite the nausea roiling in his stomach, Vinny couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of the small grenade. It had caused far more destruction than any standard-issue grenade used by the police department. Eren shrugged. It's one of Osborn Group's experimental grenades, still in testing phases. As a shareholder of the Osborn Group, I carry a few prototypes to gather field data. Nothing unusual about that, right? Vinny gave Eren a stunned look, then turned away, choosing not to dig deeper. He owed his life to the kid, after all. But wasn't Eren supposed to be just an ordinary high school student? Since when had he become a shareholder in a major corporation? I need to mention this to George later, Vinny thought, momentarily shelving his curiosity. Suppressing his disgust, Vinny stepped over the viscous remains of flesh and blood, stopping at what was left of Junior Abbott's head. He kicked it lightly, muttering, "You bastard." If Eren hadn't noticed Junior fleeing the scene and dragged him to intercept, the maniac might have escaped. If that had happened, bringing him to justice for the horrors in the cold storage and Helen's suffering would have been nearly impossible. Wait, if Junior was here, then the explosion at Abbott Freezing Company must have been his doing. As Vinny pieced things together, the severed head before him suddenly emitted a series of wet coughs. Cough, cough. Damn it, I'm not finished. Junior's bloodied head rolled slightly, his eyes snapping open. They burned with hatred as he glared at Vinny. You damn scum. Let's die together. With a final, furious roar, the blood-red spider pattern on Junior's forehead began to glow, pulsing brighter with each passing moment. Vinny, sensing danger, tried to move, but his legs froze in place under the spider's crimson light. The grotesque head began to swell unnaturally, and the glowing spider seemed to gain strength with each pulse. Then, a thin silver thread shot through the air like a needle, piercing Junior's head. In an instant, a torrent of venomous hatred exploded from the thread. The intense malice coalesced into the form of a young woman, her figure shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. The overwhelming surge of vengeful energy engulfed the blood-red spider pattern, attacking and eroding it relentlessly. The once menacing spider symbol began to corrode and fade, unable to withstand the onslaught of hatred. With the spider's protection gone, Junior Abbott's swollen head rapidly deflated. Within seconds, it disintegrated into ash, leaving no trace of flesh or bone. The venomous energy finished its work, and Eren felt a wave of satisfaction emanating from the silver thread wrapped around his finger. It was as if the thread was thanking him for giving it the opportunity to exact vengeance on a betrayer. The thread, now slightly longer, softened and coiled itself around Eren's finger like a delicate silk ribbon. After witnessing the destructive power of the vengeful thread firsthand, Eren resolved to handle it with utmost care. He had no desire to experience its wrath himself. As Eren retracted the thread, Vinny gradually snapped out of his daze. What happened? What was I just doing? Blinking in confusion, Vinny suddenly recalled Junior Abbott's grotesque, animated head. Damn! Instinctively, he bolted out of the alley, stopping when he saw Eren's amused, knowing expression. A sense of unease crept over him. Turning back to the alley, Vinny scanned the ground where Junior's head had been. But there was no head. Only a small pile of ashes remained on the blood-streaked ground. What the? Where's his head? Muttering to himself, Vinny glanced at Eren, who chuckled softly. After spouting one last threat, the head disintegrated into a pile of ash. Look, it's still there, Eren said, pointing to the obvious heap of ash in the alley. Following Eren's gaze, Vinny quickly noticed the pile of ashes now occupying the alley. He opened his mouth, his mind filling with a flood of question marks. The massive, bloodied head from earlier. How had it suddenly turned into a pile of ashes? Eren, noticing Vinny's bewildered expression, smirked. Strange, isn't it? Thinking back to Junior Abbott's grotesque head, which had been capable of speech despite being severed, Vinny couldn't help but feel that the head self-combusting into ash somehow wasn't the strangest thing he'd encountered tonight. Still, when had cultists become this bizarre? Vinny had dealt with cases involving cultists before, but most of them were con artists masquerading as religious leaders, swindling money and exploiting followers. Even the rare, genuine fanatics were simply extreme and irrational in their actions. Nothing like the supernatural horror he'd witnessed tonight. After a moment of silence, Vinny shook his head vigorously, as if trying to clear his thoughts of the strange notions taking root. How am I even supposed to write this report? If I include what just happened, everyone's going to think I've lost my mind. Eren glanced at him and said meaningfully, "This is just the beginning. The extraordinary is about to become commonplace. You might find yourself dealing with things like this more often, Detective Vinny. And when that happens, you'll have bigger headaches to worry about." Vinny frowned at Eren. "What do you mean by that?" Before Eren could respond, a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers, clad in tactical gear, arrived at the scene. The squad leader approached Vinny, asking, "Detective Vinny, what was that explosion about?" Reluctantly abandoning his line of questioning, Vinny turned to the SWAT team. "We encountered Junior Abbott in this alley, and there was an altercation. He exited from the stairwell of that building over there. The cold storage just exploded, and Abbott sneaked out right afterward. I suspect he's connected to the explosion, probably triggered it to destroy evidence." Hearing that the cold storage explosion was linked to the mangled remains in the alley, the SWAT officers exchanged grim looks. If Junior Abbott weren't already dead, they wouldn't have hesitated to riddle him with bullets. Despite the warnings from Eren and Vinny, several officers hadn't escaped the blast radius in time. Some were injured even outside the cold storage by debris and shockwaves. The casualties were enough to stoke the SWAT officers' anger toward Abbott. "Understood. I'll take a team to check the building. 5 and 6, secure the site and look for any additional hazards." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." The squad leader and 3 officers headed into the stairwell to investigate, while the remaining officers secured the alley. One officer took up a defensive position at the far end, weapon at the ready, while the other 2 began sifting through the debris. Among the wreckage, Junior Abbott's lower body became the focal point of their investigation. Moments later, an officer pulled a damaged remote control from Abbott's pocket. Reporting, found a damaged remote control, likely the detonator. Another officer called out from the opposite side of the alley, holding up a mangled pistol. Reporting, found a damaged firearm. Hearing that a detonator had been recovered, Vinny's face darkened. "Damn it. So he really was behind the explosion," he muttered. A quick analysis confirmed that the detonator matched the explosives used in the cold storage. The case against Junior Abbott was airtight. Evidence and testimony ensured that even if he had survived, he wouldn't have escaped justice. After giving a brief statement, Eren was driven home in a police car, experiencing yet another ride courtesy of the NYPD. When he arrived, he saw that the officers collecting evidence at his home still hadn't finished. Outside, curious Chinatown residents had gathered near his building. But as Eren stepped out of the police car, the crowd avoided his gaze, their expressions wary. Clearly, the recent visits from gang members and police officers had left his neighbors uneasy, leading them to label Eren as a dangerous individual. Eren ignored their stares, more amused than bothered. Only now did he realize that despite everything that had happened tonight, only a few hours had passed. In that short time, he had uncovered and destroyed the mastermind's hideout and even reduced Junior Abbott to ashes. The thought made the corner of Eren's mouth twitch. Why bother? Living peacefully wasn't an option for him. Now he's nothing but ash. Wait, was it my fault for killing his precious humanoid spider first? Is that why he retaliated? Ridiculous. None of this would have happened if that spider hadn't tried to kill me in the parking garage. I would have been home hours ago without all this nonsense. After seeing the officers off, Eren grabbed fresh bedding from his third-floor room and set it up in the second-floor guest room. Though the police had removed the spider specimens from his bedroom, the stench of decay lingered, making it impossible to sleep there. After a refreshing shower, Eren settled into bed. But then, as if remembering something, he leapt up and rummaged through the guest room's closet. From a compartment at the bottom, he retrieved the small safe he had. After dealing with the commotion in his bedroom earlier, Eren had hurriedly hidden the safe in the guest room following the police's visit. Now, however, he wasn't in the mood to admire the pricey safe he'd bought. Entering the passcode he had set, Eren opened the safe and retrieved his Osborne Group stock transfer contract. Looking at the document, he chuckled to himself, a trace of self-mockery in his expression. Looks like sudden wealth really has gone to my head. Earlier that day, after receiving the stock transfer, he had been so exhilarated by his newfound riches that he had completely forgotten about the critical information he had obtained from Natasha, the Black Widow. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already located and rescued Tony Stark from Afghanistan. This revelation hinted at the next big event, Tony Stark's return to New York. If Eren remembered correctly, the first thing Tony Stark did upon returning from Afghanistan was to hold a press conference, announcing the shutdown of Stark Industries' weapons development division. That earth-shattering news sent Stark Industries stock into a historic freefall, plummeting to rock-bottom prices. It wasn't until Tony Stark declared his iconic line, "I am Iron Man," that the company's stock began its rapid recovery. Although Eren's actions had expedited Stark's rescue, he was confident that Stark's personality and the inexorable pull of fate would still lead to the same sequence of events. This presented a golden opportunity for anyone with enough capital and knowledge of future events. When the mighty whale falls, all creatures thrive. The collapse of Stark Industries, a titan of global military industry, would send ripples across the financial world, driving countless people into a frenzy. For Eren, this was a chance to rake in an astronomical profit. Of course, for the stockholders of Stark Industries, it would be an unmitigated disaster. But then again, capital is never merciful. With that thought, Eren picked up his phone and called Norman Osborn. Once the call connected, Eren directly stated his desire to liquidate part of his Osborne Group shares for cash. Norman's voice, tinged with curiosity, came through the line. "Mr. Eren, are you in urgent need of funds?" After a moment of silence, Eren replied with a sigh, "Yes, I need a substantial sum for an investment opportunity." "I see," Norman murmured. Then he continued, "I must admit, my personal liquid funds are rather limited at the moment, thanks to the considerable expenses I've incurred on experimental treatments for my family's genetic condition. I have about $100 million left in liquid assets. But if you need a larger amount, I suggest using your Osborne Group stock certificate as collateral for a bank loan. Given the company's current market value, 5% of the group's shares can easily secure a $10 billion loan. You'll only need to pay a negligible amount in interest, which can be covered by the annual dividends from your shares. This way, you'll have the funds you need without selling your assets." As Norman spoke, Eren felt as though the man had opened a door to an entirely new world. Wait, the world of capital works like this? Following Norman's advice, a stretch limousine arrived outside Eren's home that evening. The vehicle whisked him away to a Manhattan branch of a New York bank. Though the bank had long since closed for the day, it was brightly lit when Eren arrived. A sharply dressed bank executive greeted him with great respect and personally handled the collateral arrangements. Collateralizing 5% of Osborne Group shares was a massive transaction for any bank, promising substantial returns. It was no wonder the executive was so accommodating. Perhaps due to Norman Osborn's influence or the quality of the assets being pledged, the entire process was remarkably smooth. By the time the limousine returned Eren to Chinatown, the $10 billion loan had already been deposited into his account. Back home, Eren couldn't help but marvel at the sheer convenience of capital in the Federation. Reflecting on the night's events, Eren opened a trading account and poured his $10 billion into the stock market, leveraging heavily to short Stark Industries stock. Fortunately, thanks to his mother's teachings, Eren was familiar with the intricacies of the stock market. He had even pre-registered his account long ago, saving him the hassle of navigating the system. After setting his investments in motion, Eren finally had time to meditate. The day's repeated use of divination had deepened his understanding of the practice. Even the diviner potion in his body felt significantly closer to being fully assimilated. He estimated that with a few more similar experiences, he could completely digest the diviner potion and advance to the jester pathway. The jester potion would not only enhance his strength and agility, but also significantly improve his physical coordination. It would grant him exceptional combat skills and allow him to integrate supernatural abilities into combat. For instance, he could instinctively predict an opponent's next move, sense impending danger, or imbue paper cards with razor-sharp edges for throwing. At that stage, Eren's combat prowess would see a dramatic improvement. With visions of a promising future, Eren entered his meditative state. However, this time, he had barely begun when white mist rapidly engulfed his vision, swallowing his soul. In the blink of an eye, Eren found himself drawn into the familiar balance space. Staring at the surreal scales before him, Eren's eyes flickered with confusion. What's going on? I was just starting to meditate. How did I end up here? Eren scanned his surroundings in the familiar balance space, his eyes soon landing on an unusual sight. In front of the eternal scales of fate, a crimson sphere of light had appeared, hovering silently. As if responding to his attention, the blood-red orb floated toward him, its glow intensifying with each moment. Soon, the glowing sphere was directly in front of him, suspended in midair. Eren studied it closely. Apart from its blood-red hue, the orb was nearly identical in size and shape to the ones he had previously obtained from the Fate Compass. Fixating on the orb, he felt a strange, mystical knowledge flow into his mind. A few seconds later, his gaze on the sphere turned peculiar. So that's what it was. The crimson orb was a reward for eliminating Junior Abbott, the cultist of an evil god. However, calling it a reward felt somewhat misleading. The blood-red sphere originated from the sinister spider sigil that had once marked Junior Abbott. It was a token of favor granted by the unknown evil god he worshipped and offered sacrifices to. This sigil had granted Abbott extraordinary abilities, though his rise was cut tragically short by Eren. While Eren's venomous thread had severed and corroded the connection between the sigil and Abbott, it had not entirely erased the sigil. When Abbott's body and soul were consumed by the venomous thread, the sigil, now ownerless, attempted to return to its god. Unfortunately for the sigil, the scales of fate within Eren's soul intervened. The scales forcibly drew the sigil into the balanced space and purged its malevolent influence, leaving behind only its pure, original power. Killing evil god followers comes with such benefits? Eren's initial shock gave way to excitement. Reaching out, he touched the crimson sphere. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a fragment of primordial essence. Effect: activation. This essence can be infused into an object, granting it the characteristics of a living entity. Note: as an unclaimed essence, it will bond with the first being it encounters, recognizing them as its master. Activation? Eren blinked, puzzled. If the essence had offered something more combat-oriented, he could have infused it into a weapon to boost his strength. But activating an object? If he used it on a gun, he worried the firearm might come alive and cause chaos during battle. Wait, there didn't seem to be any restrictions on the type of object he could activate. Could he use it on his house? Eren's home had been invaded multiple times in just a few days, leaving him frustrated and uneasy. As his notoriety grew, he was certain more uninvited guests would come calling. If this essence could truly activate his 3-story building, it might turn out to be an unexpected boon. At the very least, it could make things more difficult for intruders. With his decision made, Eren grabbed the glowing sphere and exited the balance space. Back in the real world, Eren examined the crimson orb in his hand, its brilliance illuminating his palm. "Let's see what you can do," he muttered before pressing the orb against the wall of his house. "Activate." The essence, now imprinted with Eren's presence, flowed seamlessly into the wall. A faint vibration rippled through the structure as the crimson light fractured into countless beams, spreading rapidly across the entire house. In less than a second, the eerie glow vanished, absorbed into the walls. Eren, still standing before the house, felt a pulse beneath his feet, a sensation akin to a heartbeat. Did it really come alive? Activating his spiritual vision, Eren immediately noticed a new layer of energy surrounding the house. The aura was strikingly similar to the life force he had observed in sentient beings. His lifeless home was now alive, thanks to the essence. Interesting. Curious, Eren approached the guest room door. As he neared, the door creaked open on its own, seemingly responding to his presence. Surprised but amused, he muttered, "Fascinating." Leaving the guest room, Eren moved toward the staircase. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, they transformed into an escalator-like mechanism, smoothly carrying him up to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the top, the stairs reverted to their original state. Eren headed to his bedroom, and once again, the door opened automatically as if anticipating his arrival. Stepping inside, he noticed the foul stench that had permeated the room earlier was gone, replaced by fresh, clean air. Air purification, huh? Not bad. Nodding in approval, Eren continued to explore the house. The changes were apparent everywhere. From the basement to the roof, the once ordinary building had been transformed into something extraordinary. The house wasn't just alive, it was adapting, reshaping itself to better serve its master. As Eren stepped back into the living room, he couldn't help but marvel at the possibilities. This might be the best decision I've ever made. The previously haphazardly arranged furniture in Eren's home now looked as though it had undergone professional optimization, with a far more orderly and efficient layout. The floors, scuffed and dirty from the comings and goings of numerous police officers, had somehow become spotless and gleaming. Even the faded and peeling paint on the walls, which bore the marks of age and neglect, had been repaired. While the house still looked a bit old, the cleanliness and tidiness had improved dramatically. Eren also couldn't help but feel that his home seemed more spacious, though he wasn't sure if it was due to an optical illusion created by the new arrangement. As he wandered to the 2nd floor, he noticed that even the previously cluttered kitchen countertops were now immaculately organized. However, next to the refrigerator stood a massive trash can, so large it could easily fit a person inside. Isn't this the same trash can that used to be in the basement for storing junk? Why is it here in the kitchen now? Feeling a bit puzzled, Eren reached out to touch the oversized trash can. The moment his hand made contact, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Super trash can, capable of consuming and disintegrating all living flesh and souls, transforming them into foundational materials to build and enhance your home. Rating: Hey, want to vent your trash can, buddy? Note: Careful, it might just eat you. Consume? How could a trash can possibly consume anything? As the thought crossed Eren's mind, the trash can suddenly sprang to life. Its lid flipped open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Moving with astonishing speed, it lunged at Eren, swallowing his head in one gulp. Eren hadn't even had time to react before his head was enveloped by the trash can's gaping maw. Yet, just as the sharp teeth were about to make contact, they softened and transformed into thick, squishy lips, wrapping snugly around his head. From the dark, abyss-like interior of the trash can, a massive, slimy tongue emerged, enthusiastically licking Eren's head. The sensation was akin to being greeted by an overly excited dog that hadn't seen its owner in ages, except much grosser. Struggling against the sticky, slobbery assault, Eren flailed his arms and legs, eventually managing to wrench his head free. Panting heavily, he staggered back, only to see the trash can bouncing in place like an eager puppy, ready to pounce again. Panicking, Eren quickly imbued his venomous thread with spiritual energy, binding the trash can tightly in place. Finally catching his breath, Eren wiped the slimy residue off his face. Curious, he sniffed the substance. The next second, his stomach churned violently, his face turned pale, and he bolted to the sink, retching uncontrollably. Ugh! The stench was unbearable. Disgusting. The faucet seemed to respond to Eren's discomfort, releasing a gentle stream of water to help him clean up. After rinsing his head thoroughly, Eren slumped into a dining chair, glaring at the oversized trash can, which now looked like a dejected puppy that had been scolded. Through their brief encounter, Eren had pieced together the trash can's identity. It was the core of his newly activated house. The trash can was responsible for breaking down flesh and souls into materials that could strengthen and expand the house. It could also control every aspect of the building, appearing anywhere within it at will. While it had only licked Eren's head earlier, he was certain that anyone else in his position would have had their head bitten clean off. In addition to its unsettling abilities, the trash can functioned as a highly advanced security system. It could identify anyone attempting to enter or leave the house. If it deemed someone unworthy, it could lock all doors and windows, reinforcing them to match the strength of the walls, effectively trapping or barring entry. Perfect. Eren's earlier concerns about intruders seemed to melt away as he considered the trash can's capabilities. Relieved, he softened his gaze and released the venomous thread binding the trash can. The thread coiled back around his fingers like a docile pet. Freed from its restraints, the trash can bounced excitedly, attempting to leap toward Eren again. Stop! Eren held out a hand, issuing a firm command. The trash can skidded to a halt, wobbling slightly as it balanced itself in front of him. Placing a hand on the lid, Eren suddenly realized he could sense the trash can's emotions. It seemed confused and a little hurt. Chuckling at the unexpected connection, Eren patted the lid gently. The trash can responded with a burst of joy, its cylindrical body twisting and wriggling in delight. So, because I created you, I can feel your emotions? With this newfound understanding, Eren's expression softened further. I suppose you need a name. Eren pondered for a moment, staring at the bizarre creature. After much deliberation, he sighed and shrugged. You're such a weird little thing. Let's just call you Little Oddball. Gwa! The trash can let out a raspy, grating sound, spinning in circles on the floor in what seemed to be an attempt at celebrating its new name. Little Oddball bounced around excitedly for quite a while before finally settling down. Once it calmed, Eren spoke again. All right, that's enough excitement. Now that you have a name, it's time for you to shoulder the mission I've entrusted to you. You're the spirit of this house and can control everything within it. From now on, I want you to guard this place, this home. This is the place I'm most familiar with in this world. It's my sanctuary, my safe haven, and I don't want anyone disturbing its peace. As the spirit of this house, you should know that in the past few days, several unwelcome visitors have broken in. I don't want that happening again. Keep them out, or deal with them however you see fit, whether it's driving them away or swallowing them as your nourishment to grow stronger. Just ensure they don't bother me again. Hearing this, Little Oddball opened its jagged lid with a snap, slamming it shut as if to declare it would eat any future intruders. Eren chuckled and patted its lid. I'll leave it to you then. In response, Little Oddball gave a delighted wiggle, and its long, black tongue shot out, aiming to lick Eren's hand. Eren's face fell as soon as he saw the tongue. Stop! Little Oddball froze mid-action. Why are you so obsessed with licking people? Are you a dog or something? And do you even realize how horrible your breath is? It nearly knocked me out earlier. Eren took a deep breath to calm himself. Listen, You are absolutely forbidden to lick me until you've cleaned that disgusting tongue of yours. Understand? Little Oddball's mood plummeted immediately. Its entire body drooped like a scolded puppy. The pitiful sight reminded Eren of when he had forbidden a stray dog he'd adopted in his past life from eating trash, a lesson it clearly hadn't enjoyed. With a sigh, Eren softened his tone. Fine, you can lick my hand, but only after thoroughly cleaning your tongue. And no licking my face. Got it. Hearing this, Little Oddball perked up instantly. It hopped over to the sink and began scrubbing its tongue with great enthusiasm. Eren couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and tenderness as he watched the creature lather its tongue with detergent and scrub it vigorously with a steel wool pad. For the first time since arriving in this world, Eren felt a profound sense of relaxation. Having a secure sanctuary and a creature that trusted him unconditionally eased the tension and vigilance that had gripped him since his arrival. After thoroughly cleaning its tongue, Little Oddball returned to Eren, licking his hand with its now cool and smooth surface. The rhythmic motions of its tongue lulled Eren into a deep sleep, his body finally succumbing to the day's exhaustion. As he slept, the cosmic brain meditation method that he had previously struggled to advance began operating spontaneously. Sections of the technique that had once felt incomprehensible now unfolded naturally in his mind, their intricacies revealing themselves as if by divine intervention. As the meditation progressed, Eren's mental energy grew at an astonishing rate. In the depths of his consciousness, the image of a white-robed man appeared, forming intricate hand seals with fluid motions. The figure's voice resonated like thunder, a series of booming syllables that reverberated through Eren's mind. Though asleep, the intensity of the sound caused his spirit to tremble, nearly jolting him awake. But the thunderous chant soon transformed, becoming imbued with life-giving energy. It soothed Eren's rattled spirit, awakening latent potential within his mental sea and spurring a sudden surge in his mental energy. The white-robed figure continued its demonstrations, merging the cosmic brain meditation, hand seals, and chants into a unified system. Gradually, within the depths of Eren's consciousness, a secret art called Thunder took shape. Thunder was a high-level cultivation technique within the cosmic brain meditation method. It used the metaphor of lightning storms to activate cells, drive out mental distractions, and harness latent vitality. According to the method, the electric fields generated during a thunderstorm could invigorate all cells in the body, while the mind, blank in the face of such overwhelming power, could reach a state of unparalleled focus. Though immensely effective, the technique carried significant risks. Prolonged practice could damage neural pathways, potentially leading to mental deterioration or even insanity. Yet, the rewards were equally substantial. By mastering Thunder, Eren could rapidly enhance his mental strength while also improving his physical resilience. This serendipitous encounter during sleep allowed Eren to make a massive leap in his spiritual cultivation, a fortuitous boon amidst his challenges. The surge in his mental energy heightened his resistance to madness and significantly boosted the power and frequency of his psychic ability, Gaze of Despair. When Eren awoke, his face was pale, a result of the meditation's demands on his body's nutrients. Yet, a faint smile played on his lips as he patted Little Oddball's head. You really are my lucky charm. Though unaware of the specifics, Little Oddball sensed Eren's approval and radiated joy. Its now clean tongue darted playfully, eliciting a chuckle from Eren. After playing with Little Oddball for a while, Eren mustered the strength to stand, intending to grab a few bottles of nutrient fluid from the fridge to replenish his depleted body. These nutrient fluids weren't homemade. Eren had spent a small fortune purchasing them from specialized suppliers. With no lab of his own yet, crafting his own was out of the question. The store-bought alternatives weren't exceptional, but were easy to digest and served as a supplementary source of nutrition. However, just as he stood up, his legs wobbled. Losing his balance, Eren tumbled back into the chair, landing hard on his tailbone. Damn it! He winced in pain, rubbing his lower back. Sensing his struggle, Little Oddball emitted a faint crimson glow. The kitchen wall rippled like water, and the refrigerator smoothly slid out of its alcove, floating toward Eren as if carried on an invisible tide. Eren blinked in surprise. It could do that too? That's convenient. Still marveling, he opened the fridge, retrieved a large bottle of nutrient fluid, and unscrewed the cap. Tilting it back, he gulped down the green liquid. As the fluid settled in his stomach, a comforting warmth spread through his body, seeping into his cells. It was as though every cell in his body, starved and ravenous, pounced on the nutrients with feral hunger. Despite the relief, an insatiable hunger clawed at his core, intensifying with each passing moment. A faint, ethereal whisper brushed against his ears, a voice murmuring fragmented phrases. Corruption, barrier, descent, death, ascension. The whispers carried an almost magnetic allure, pulling at his spirit, coaxing him toward a dark abyss. Without realizing it, small, pale nodules began sprouting on the back of Eren's neck, spreading ominously toward his face at a visible rate. But just as the malign growths crept closer to his features, a spark of clarity flared in Eren's eyes. "Shut up," he snapped, his voice firm and laced with irritation. "I'm starving, not falling. If you got the guts, hand me some food instead of playing these tricks." The sudden surge of self-awareness broke the spell. The pale nodules receded, melting back into his skin as if they'd never been there. Eren's face darkened as he cracked open another bottle of nutrient fluid, pouring it down his throat to quell the gnawing hunger. The experience unsettled him. He hadn't expected to encounter whispers of madness and corruption so early in his journey through the divination pathway. It was a stark reminder of the dangerous dance between enlightenment and insanity in this mystical system. The higher one climbed in the hierarchy of pathways, the closer they edged to the precipice of madness and corruption. Though prepared for this eventuality, Eren hadn't anticipated facing such challenges while still at the seer stage. "This is ridiculous," he thought grimly, his resolve hardening. He needed to accelerate plans to set up his laboratory. Without a controlled environment to anchor himself, it was impossible to proceed with peace of mind. After downing bottle after bottle of nutrient fluid, Eren finally felt his hunger subside. He retreated to the guest room, stretched out on the bed, and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. In this restorative state, his body rapidly metabolized the nutrients, mending the strain on his cells. As he slept, the room seemed to come alive. Lights dimmed on their own, and a blanket gently settled over him, pulled snugly by an unseen force. From somewhere within the house, Little Oddball's awareness stirred. Like a silent guardian, it watched over Eren, its presence a deterrent to any would-be intruders. That night, under Little Oddball's watchful eye, Eren slept more soundly than he had in days. By the time he awoke the next morning, pale sunlight was just beginning to creep through the windows. Though his complexion was still a bit pale, the gnawing hunger that had plagued him was mostly gone. Finally, Eren murmured, stretching, "I feel human again." He grabbed another bottle of nutrient fluid, drained it, and glanced at the clock. Realizing he had time before school, he decided to take a jog through the park. Before stepping out, Eren performed a quick divination for the day. From his deck of tarot cards, he drew the Wheel of Fortune upright, a good omen, indicating the arrival of fortune and favorable opportunities. His spirits lifted. Eren donned his workout gear, patted Little Oddball affectionately, and instructed it to guard the house. Jogging through the streets, he noticed a marked change in how people interacted with him. Fewer greetings, more hesitant glances. Some even avoided his eyes entirely. Guess last night's police presence left quite the impression, he mused, smirking to himself. When Eren reached the park, Natasha Romanoff was conspicuously absent. Looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. has pulled her off the case, he thought. Can't blame them. She's already been exposed. Returning home from his jog, Eren spotted two unexpected figures waiting by his front door. Eren quickened his pace toward the two figures waiting by his doorstep. Recognizing the taller one, he greeted warmly. "Pepper, why didn't you come inside?" Pepper Potts held up a key, a puzzled look on her face. I tried, but my key doesn't work anymore. Did you change the locks? Eren blinked. Change the locks? No, I didn't. Wait. He paused as realization dawned. This must be little oddball's doing. Scratching his head awkwardly, he explained sorry about that. There was a break-in last night. A cultist sneaked into my room and left some creepy spider specimens to threaten me. I updated the house's security overnight. Pepper's eyes widened. A cultist? What happened? Before Eren could respond, the shorter figure beside her, none other than Tony Stark, interjected with exaggerated impatience. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, can we not have this riveting conversation out here on the street? There's a wounded man present. Maybe show a little concern for me? He gestured dramatically toward his chest, where faint traces of blood hinted at his recent ordeal. Eren caught sight of curious onlookers sneaking photos with their phones. Reluctant to attract more attention, he relented. All right, let's go inside. Walking up to the door, Eren said aloud, Open. The door responded instantly, swinging wide open. Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with condescension. Voice-activated doors? Really? Kid, that's about as secure as a screen door on a submarine. There are dozens of ways to bypass a system like that. If you don't want your house cleaned out while you're sleeping, I'd suggest upgrading to a proper security system. Something like the Stark Industries Smart Defense Suite. It's the best on the market. Pepper shot Tony a sharp look. Tony raised his hands in mock surrender, zipping his lips theatrically. Pepper turned back to Eren, concern etched on her face. As rude as that was, Tony isn't entirely wrong. Voice-activated systems do have vulnerabilities. Are you sure it's secure? Eren chuckled. Don't worry, Pepper. My house is a lot safer than it looks. He gestured for them to enter, leading the way. As Pepper's heels clicked across the threshold, Tony attempted to follow, but the door abruptly swung halfway shut, nearly smacking him in the nose. Whoa, what the? Tony staggered back, clutching his chest dramatically. Inside, Eren smirked. Little oddball must be giving him a hard time. Muttering curses under his breath, Tony managed to squeeze through the still open half of the door. But just as he stepped inside, the other half slammed shut with a deafening bang, making him jump again. See? Told you this system's trash, he grumbled, his frustration spilling over. Eren ignored him, walking into the living room to fetch coffee. Returning with 2 mugs, he handed one to Pepper. Pepper, what brings you here so early? Pepper accepted the coffee gratefully, setting down her bag and retrieving a glass jar. Inside was the familiar pink origami crane. I came to return this, she said. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it fly across half the globe to find Tony with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed something like this was possible. Eren smiled, taking the jar. There are things far more amazing than this little crane. You'll see one day. Tony's eyes locked onto the origami crane. So this is how S.H.I.E.L.D. found me, he thought. Ever since learning about the crane's role in his rescue, his curiosity had been eating at him. If not for Pepper's vigilance during their return to New York, he would have taken the crane apart to investigate its mechanisms. Unable to resist, Tony finally spoke up. Hey kid, what's the deal with that crane? How does it work? What powers it? He leaned forward, his tone laced with skepticism. Don't give me any of that magic mumbo-jumbo. I don't buy it. Eren handed Tony the other coffee and smiled. Magic mumbo-jumbo, huh? What makes you so sure? Tony snorted. Because magic doesn't exist. It's all smoke and mirrors. Tricks to fool people who don't know better. Is that so? Eren's smile deepened. Locking eyes with Tony, he activated Dread Gaze. In the next moment, Tony Stark's dismissive smirk froze on his face. His entire body went rigid, as though gripped by the unseen gaze of a terrifying predator. Even his consciousness seemed to dim. Still standing, Eren observed Tony's trembling form with a tinge of surprise. Despite the overwhelming force of Dread Stare, amplified by Eren's recent surge in spiritual strength, Tony remained upright, a testament to his formidable mental fortitude. Tony, Pepper noticed his unusual stillness and called out to him. When he didn't respond, she turned to Eren with concern. What's happening? What did you do? Eren smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Pepper. I just gave him a small taste of magic. Sometimes seeing is believing. Pepper frowned, but didn't push further. You're sure he's okay? He came here to thank you, you know. Thank me? Eren paused, his mind drifting to the Wheel of Fortune card he'd drawn earlier that morning. So that's what it meant. He smiled at Pepper. Don't worry, he's fine. Right, Mr. Stark? Yeah, fine, Tony muttered, shaking off the lingering effects of the stare. His usual bravado faltered as he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Relieved, Pepper refocused on her earlier curiosity. Eren, you mentioned something about a cultist earlier. What's going on? Eren recounted the recent events with clarity, detailing the encounter with the spider cultist, the threats he'd faced, and the subsequent chaos. Wow, Tony whistled when Eren finished. Man-faced spiders, kidnappings, cultists. Seems like I missed quite the party while I was stuck in that cave. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as they landed on the pink origami crane in Eren's hand. Hey, how about selling me that little toy? I'll give you 100 grand for it. Eren chuckled and shook his head. Not happening. Even though the Seeker crane had already fulfilled its purpose, its uniqueness made it far more valuable than money. Eren saw no reason to part with it, especially to someone like Tony. Tony looked ready to haggle, but Eren excused himself, taking the crane upstairs to avoid further attention. When he returned, he turned to Pepper. I've added your information to the house's system. Next time you visit, just say open at the door. It'll let you in. Pepper tilted her head in confusion. That's it? No voice recordings or scans? Eren smiled. It's not the kind of system you're thinking of. He refrained from explaining further. Little Oddball's recognition capabilities went far beyond conventional biometrics. Pepper seemed to accept the explanation and nodded. Eren turned to Tony next. So, do you have any other business? If not, I need to get to school. I'm already running late. Pepper shook her head, but Tony cleared his throat dramatically. Listen, kid, even though I didn't really need your crane, I could have gotten out on my own. You'd save me a lot of trouble. So what do you want? A luxury car? A mansion? A date with a supermodel? He smirked. Just say the word, and Uncle Tony will make it happen. Eren raised an eyebrow. Anything. Tony froze for a split second before hedging. Within reason, obviously. Eren rolled his eyes, seeing through Tony's act. He knew Tony was grateful, but his thanks likely ranked lower than his gratitude toward Pepper or S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment's thought, Eren replied, Forget the cars and mansions. If you really want to repay me, how about helping me set up a lab? A lab? Tony blinked, caught off guard. Yes, Eren continued. I need a sterile lab for mixing compounds. If possible, I'd like my basement to be converted for the purpose. Tony considered the request and nodded. That's doable. Give me the layout, and I'll design something top-notch. I promise you'll love it. Pepper raised an eyebrow. Eren, what do you need a sterile lab for? I've been experimenting with ideas for consumable nutrition products. The lab would make it easier to work on them. Pepper nodded in understanding, satisfied with the answer. With their plans settled, Tony and Pepper left in a hurry. Tony had a press conference to prepare for and couldn't afford to be late. After seeing them off, Eren glanced at the time and decided to hail a cab to avoid being late himself. Upon reaching school, he walked into his classroom just as the bell rang. Spotting his arrival, a pudgy boy, Doug Wong, leaned over and whispered, Man, you cut that way close. Old Tang hates it when people are late. You're lucky he didn't start early. The chemistry teacher, Mr. Tang, or Old Tang, as the students privately referred to him, was one of the few Chinese teachers at Midtown High. However, his background didn't grant him any leniency toward his fellow Chinese students. If anything, it made him stricter with them. His rigid demeanor and penchant for picking on minor infractions often left the students walking on eggshells around him. For the Chinese students, this was doubly frustrating, as they found themselves constantly under his scrutiny, frequently called to his office for lectures, or even having their parents summoned for trivial matters. In contrast to the other two Chinese teachers at the school, Old Tang's reputation was the polar opposite, resented by many. Eren glanced at Doug and chuckled. Well, I didn't end up late, did I? Like many others, Eren held no fondness for Old Tang. If the teacher had been fair and treated everyone equally, it might have been another story. But his double standards, turning a blind eye to the antics of wealthy, privileged students while nitpicking the Chinese ones, made Eren look down on him. Doug grinned and gave Eren a thumbs up. "You're something else." After glancing around to ensure Old Tang was busy writing on the board, Doug leaned in and whispered, "Hey, by the way, Gwen came looking for you earlier. Still gonna say there's nothing between you two? What did she want?" "No idea, man. She waited for you for a while, but when you didn't show up, she left right before class started. Honestly, if I were you." Doug stopped mid-sentence, his expression shifting to panic. Eren followed his gaze and saw Old Tang glaring in their direction, his face stern as he began striding toward them. "Oh." Doug braced himself for a scolding, but just as Old Tang stepped off the podium, his foot slipped. With a dramatic thud, the teacher fell into a full split. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing filled the room, drawing every student's attention. The classroom was deathly silent for a heartbeat, and then every gaze zeroed in on the unfortunate teacher's compromised trousers. Red-faced and clearly in pain, Old Tang clenched his jaw and quickly muttered something about self-study before limping out of the room, holding his shredded pants together. Doug leaned closer to Eren, whispering with a laugh, "Man, did you see that? A split like that, and he didn't even scream. Respect." Eren smirked subtly as he retracted the poisonous love thread from his finger. "I guess he's tougher than he looks." The incident felt like poetic justice, a small but satisfying payback for the trouble Old Tang had caused his original self. Huh, serve him right. I was bracing for detention, and instead, he gave us the best show of the year. Doug snickered. The entire class buzzed with excitement, with students eagerly recounting the scene to one another. Taking advantage of the distraction, Eren slipped a folded check into Doug's hand. "Doug, do me a favor. Take this and split it between the guys who helped install the safe at my place yesterday. It's compensation for their time." Doug glanced at the check and nearly choked on his spit. $800. Sure thing," he muttered, tucking the check away with exaggerated nonchalance. After making sure no one else had noticed, he added, "Man, what even happened yesterday? I heard your place was swarming with cops. Just some lunatic making trouble, but it's handled now. The cops got him." "Seriously? Since when did NYPD start getting things done so fast? Come on, spill the details." Doug's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Nice try." The class passed quickly as the students reveled in their unexpected free period. As soon as the bell rang, the room emptied in a rush, leaving behind only a handful of students. Eren was just about to pack up when a familiar figure approached his desk. It was Gwen Stacy, looking slightly pale but still radiant. "Got a minute?" she asked softly. "Of course." Eren followed Gwen out of the classroom, ignoring the buzz of gossip that erupted behind him. The two of them walked to a quiet, secluded corner. Ironically, the same spot where Gwen had thanked him once before. Eren leaned against the wall, a playful smile on his face. "Let me guess, another thank you speech." Before he could finish his sentence, Gwen stepped closer, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. The kiss was long and lingering, leaving Eren momentarily stunned. When she finally pulled away, she didn't step back but wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, holding him close. "Thank you, Eren," she murmured, her voice trembling. "I heard what you did. You found my mom. I can't even imagine what I would have done if I'd lost her." After confirming the demise of Little Abbott, the mastermind behind the recent chaos, George decided to explain everything that had transpired to Gwen. With Helen hospitalized and severely injured, it was impossible for George to keep the events under wraps, no matter how much he might have wanted to. When Gwen learned that her mother had been rescued unconscious from a cold storage room where countless lives had already been lost, she nearly fainted from shock. Helen had endured severe abuse, with both legs broken. It was a harrowing thought. Had George arrived any later, Helen might have become yet another sacrifice on that madman's altar to his dark god. This overwhelming gratitude for Eren's timely help in locating her mother led Gwen to impulsively kiss him. "Don't worry, it's all over now," Eren said softly, patting Gwen's back as he comforted her. Though it wasn't the first time Gwen had kissed him, Eren couldn't help but marvel at the softness of her lips, which still felt so mesmerizing. After a long moment, Gwen calmed down, her face flushed with embarrassment as she released him. Sensing her discomfort, Eren quickly changed the subject. "How's Helen doing? She seemed to be in bad shape yesterday." At the mention of her mother, the light in Gwen's eyes dimmed visibly. "The doctor said Mom was brought to the hospital just in time. The surgery went well, and if she recovers smoothly, she might be able to walk again in a few months." But Gwen's voice faltered, and her eyes filled with tears. She might never be able to wear skirts again. Helen's legs, already broken by blunt force, now bore the scars of surgery. The thought of the permanent marks left behind, a cruel reminder of the ordeal, was unbearable for someone who once loved dressing elegantly. "I'm sorry," Eren said, his voice tinged with guilt. "If I'd found her sooner." "No," Gwen shook her head firmly. "If it weren't for you, things would have been so much worse. Even Dad couldn't believe how quickly you found her. He said you were out for less than half an hour." She looked at Eren with a mix of curiosity and awe, her eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. "Want to know how I did it?" Eren asked, meeting her gaze. Gwen hesitated for a moment. "Is it something you're allowed to share?" "Why not?" Eren shrugged. "It's a form of divination, actually." He chuckled and added, "Didn't George mention I asked for items that carried Helen's aura?" "Yes, he did. Does it have to do with your divination?" "Exactly. I used those items to locate her. Of course, my method is a bit different from what most people think of as fortune-telling. If you're curious, I can show you sometime, maybe even try finding something to help remove Helen's scars." Gwen's eyes lit up with hope. "You mean that's possible?" But just as quickly, her gaze shifted to Eren's pale face, and a new worry arose. She recalled the stories she'd read about how powerful seers often paid heavy prices for their abilities. "Wait," she said, her voice tight with concern. "Does divination hurt you? Your face is so pale today. Is it because of yesterday? Did finding my mom cost you too much?" Eren blinked, surprised by the depth of her understanding. It seemed Gwen had a broader knowledge of such matters than he'd expected. In truth, the pale complexion wasn't from yesterday's divination, but rather the cosmic brain meditation method he'd been practicing. Still, there was no need to explain that. Eren gave her a faint smile, deliberately keeping his answer mysterious. "Just a small price. Nothing I can't handle. Besides," his smile turned teasing, "you've already paid me, haven't you?" "What?" Gwen frowned in confusion, only for her mind to replay the earlier kiss. Her face turned bright red, the blush spreading rapidly across her cheeks. The memory of her impulsive act burned in her thoughts. This jerk. Flustered, Gwen shot him a glare, but despite her embarrassment, she found herself oddly comforted. The guilt she'd carried for being in Eren's debt began to ease, replaced by a sense of balance. Maybe it's okay that he helped me so much, she thought. After all, I've already paid him plenty, haven't I? Eren's playful comment shifted the atmosphere between them, adding a subtle tension that neither could quite articulate. The awkward silence lingered until the sharp ding of the school bell broke the moment. Gwen exhaled deeply, her thoughts settling. "My mom's still in critical condition, so I'll be spending my evenings at the hospital for now," she said apologetically. "But once she's stable, I'd love to see how your divination works." "There's no rush," Eren replied with an easy smile. "Whenever you're ready. And next time, if you need to reach me, you can always just call. You still have my number, right?" "Of course," Gwen said, a smile tugging at her lips. "I'm the one who reminded you about dinner at my place last time, remember?" Her smile faltered slightly. "But maybe if Dad hadn't insisted on driving you home that night, none of this would have happened." As Gwen hurried to her classroom, her mind wandered. Sometimes she wondered, if Eren had taken a cab home that night, would things have turned out differently? Would they have avoided the encounter with that terrifying creature in the underground garage? Without that, would her family have escaped the notice of the deranged cultist? Would her mom still be unscathed, and their lives untouched by tragedy? Eren, noticing her lingering guilt, interrupted her thoughts with a calm voice. "Hey, I don't see it that way, Gwen. In fact, you should be thankful that George and I ran into that spider-faced creature that night. Things could have been much worse otherwise. Living next to a deranged cultist? That's terrifying and dangerous. Especially one truly favored by a god of madness, Eren thought, keeping that last part to himself. Gwen nodded, her expression somber. Uncle Vinny told me they uncovered dozens of women's remains beneath the altar where my mom was kept. If you and my dad hadn't found that spider creature, my mom and I, who knows? We might have disappeared silently one night, becoming sacrificial offerings to that lunatic's rituals. Or worse, food for that monster, Eren quipped with a dry chuckle. No way, Gwen said with a shudder, the faintest smile breaking through her gloom. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the school bell, signaling the start of class. Gwen bid him a quick goodbye and darted toward her classroom, eager not to tarnish her reputation as a model student. Watching her retreating figure, Eren chuckled softly, the faint scent of her perfume still lingering in the air. But as he turned to head back to his own classroom, he felt something peculiar. A piercing, angry gaze seemed to bore into him, filling the air with tension. Eren paused, scanning the corridor. The sensation vanished as quickly as it came, leaving him puzzled. Was someone watching me and Gwen? His brows furrowed as he looked around, but the hallways were quickly emptying. Most students were hurrying to class, while a few curious eyes peered at him from classroom windows. Even passing teachers gave him questioning glances. Realizing he stood out in the now sparsely populated corridor, Eren shrugged off the uneasy feeling. Forget it. Probably nothing important. With a shake of his head, he strode toward his classroom, slipping in just before the teacher arrived. Eren barely had time to settle into his seat before noticing the shift in atmosphere. Male classmates glared at him with a mix of envy and hostility, while the girls whispered excitedly, their curious gazes darting between him and the door. The cause was obvious. Gwen Stacy, the school's golden girl, had sought him out multiple times, stirring up rumors and resentment. Eren, however, couldn't care less. That is, until a note from his neighbor, Doug Wong, was discreetly passed his way. Lunch is on you, or I'll tell the whole school about you and Gwen. Let's see how you handle being every guy's public enemy, the note read. Doug's clumsy attempt at blackmail only earned him an unimpressed eye roll from Eren. Do you think I'd fall for your little threat? Grinning to himself, Eren scribbled a reply and handed the note back. Doug, eager to secure a free lunch, opened it, and his face turned ghostly pale. Eren's response was simple. I have photos of you reading Playboy in class. Below the message was Doug's mother's phone number. The implication was clear. If Doug pushed him, Eren wouldn't hesitate to ensure his mom found out. And knowing how strict Mrs. Wong was about her son's academics, Doug could kiss his freedom goodbye for at least a month. You win, Doug muttered, defeated. Satisfied, Eren leaned back in his seat, his smirk growing wider. Nice try. The rest of the morning flew by, with Eren focusing intently on class. When the lunch bell rang, he prepared to head to the cafeteria. But as he packed his bag, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. What's going on? He wondered aloud, moving to investigate. Before he could, Doug burst through the crowd, grabbing Eren's arm in a panic. Run, Doug hissed. Flash brought his goons. Flash Thompson? What does that have to do with me? Eren asked, confused. Doug gave him an incredulous look. Are you serious? Flash has been obsessed with Gwen forever, and now you're all buddy-buddy with her? He's obviously here to pick a fight. He brought the whole basketball team with him. Eren sighed as Doug dragged him toward the back exit. You're overreacting, he said, but before they could leave, Flash and his cronies stormed in, cutting off their escape. Where do you think you're going? Flash sneered, his voice loud and mocking. The towering basketball players surrounded Eren and Doug, trapping them. Ignoring Doug entirely, Flash stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Eren. You think you could just walk away? He taunted. Doug's face turned white, but to his credit, he didn't abandon Eren. He stammered, Teachers are still nearby, Flash. You don't want to get caught, do you? Oh, I'm terrified, Flash mocked, his expression dripping with sarcasm. Listen, fatty, this isn't about you. So keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you. Without warning, Flash swung a fist toward Doug's stomach. But before the punch could land, Eren caught Flash's wrist in midair. The room fell silent. Despite Eren's pale complexion and lean frame, his grip was like iron. Flash, for all his bulk and bravado, couldn't budge an inch. "What the hell?" Flash muttered, his confidence wavering. Eren didn't respond. He simply tightened his grip before shoving Flash backward with surprising force. The so-called school bully stumbled and fell flat on his back, earning gasps and cheers from the onlookers. "Holy crap," someone whispered. "No way." Flash got owned. The crowd erupted, their shock and excitement palpable. Flash glared up at Eren, his humiliation feeding his rage. But Eren remained calm, his pale face showing only mild disdain. The exclamations ringing in his ears felt like blatant mockery, causing Flash's face to flush with shame and fury. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "You're asking for it." Flash sprang to his feet, clenching his fist to strike at Eren's face. But the next second, his burning gaze met an icy, piercing stare that froze him in place. It was as though a bucket of cold water had doused his rage, extinguishing it instantly. A surge of terror, as if being stared down by a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus, engulfed him, leaving him breathless and dizzy. Bang! While Flash was momentarily paralyzed by the weakened version of Dreadful Gaze, Eren delivered a swift kick, sending Flash flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed in the corridor railing and passed out cold. As Flash was flung aside, his group of basketball teammates hesitated, seemingly ready to intervene. Eren, however, turned abruptly. The lingering remnants of the Dreadful Gaze in his eyes swept coldly across the group. Anyone else want to join him? Each student who dared to meet Eren's gaze felt an indescribable chill creep up their spine, and they quickly averted their eyes in terror. At that moment, it felt like they were standing before a demon from the depths of hell, one too fearsome to face. Satisfied with the sudden silence, Eren smirked. Dreadful Gaze really turned out to be unexpectedly effective against ordinary people. With no one daring to block his way, Eren helped the trembling, wide-eyed chubby kid out of the classroom. Out of gratitude for the kid's earlier loyalty, Eren decided to treat him to lunch. But soon, Eren regretted his hasty decision. "Hey, Eren, did you see that? After you sent Flash flying, his whole basketball team got scared stiff when you just looked at them. Useless bunch. All muscles, no guts. By the way, Eren, since when were you so strong? You've been hiding this from me. Man, the way you handled them was so cool. If only I could be that awesome someday." Sitting across from the overly enthusiastic chatterbox, Eren felt his brain buzz as the endless prattle assaulted his senses. This chubby guy's constant rambling was worse than the whispers of an eldritch god. If it weren't for their recent shared hardship, Eren might have been tempted to tape that mouth shut. Barely managing to eat a few bites, Eren finally couldn't stand the chatter. Using a bathroom break as an excuse, he secretly paid the bill and slipped away. When the afternoon class bell rang, Eren returned to the classroom, greeted by the chubby kid's resentful glare. The math teacher had already begun writing problems on the board. Under the teacher's stern authority, the chubby kid didn't dare to act out again, giving Eren a moment of peace. Apart from the chatterbox's antics, Eren noticed something else upon returning to class. The other students were looking at him with newfound respect and awe. It was likely a result of the events earlier that day. Eren didn't dwell on it, though. The afternoon classes flew by. When the dismissal bell rang, Eren declined the chubby kid's invitation to ride the school bus together. Instead, he pulled a black card from his pocket, hailed a cab, and headed to the address written on the card. The destination was a minimalist, slightly aged building labeled Tom's Shooting Club. "So this is Tom's Shooting Club?" Eren glanced at the signboard and then at the nearby street corner, where a police department logo was faintly visible. He shrugged. No wonder George was so familiar with this club. It was practically around the corner from the 13th precinct. Running a shooting club under the cops' noses definitely required some skill. Walking into the club, Eren handed the black card from George to the receptionist. After a brief verification and a quick registration of Eren's details, he was escorted into the club's interior. "Mr. Eren, since this is your first visit, would you like us to assign you a shooting coach to help you master the basics?" Eren replied. "George from the 13th Precinct recommended Old Jerry. Is he available now?" George's name carried weight. Upon hearing it, the receptionist immediately confirmed that Old Jerry was available. After notifying another staff member to fetch Old Jerry, Eren was led to an enclosed shooting range underground. Not long after Eren entered the range, a man dressed like a Western cowboy, walking with a noticeable limp, approached him. The name tag on his chest confirmed that this was the sharpshooter Eren was looking for. Old Jerry eyed Eren's hands and remarked, "A beginner?" "Yes." "Got it. My fees are higher than the regular coaches, $300 per hour. If you're fine with that, we can start right away." Despite retiring from the military, Old Jerry's straightforwardness still reflected his disciplined background. "The price is fine. Let's start." Seeing that Eren had no issue with the cost, Old Jerry summoned a staff member to sign a basic contract with him. Then, he began teaching Eren the fundamentals of firearms. This was precisely what Eren needed most. After about 10 minutes of explaining the stats, strengths, and weaknesses of 5 common handguns, Old Jerry selected the most suitable gun for Eren based on his hand size and finger length. He handed it to him, signaling the start of their practice. Glock 19, compact and lightweight, low recoil, standard magazine capacity of 15 rounds, suitable for beginners in practice, Old Jerry explained while tossing a Glock 19 to Eren. Leading Eren to the shooting range, Jerry barked a command to the staff, 10-meter target. They proceeded to a vacant slot marked as number 5, where Jerry began instructing Eren on shooting techniques. Old Jerry's reputation as a retired military sharpshooter was well-deserved. His extraordinary sensitivity to firearms became evident as he corrected Eren's mistakes after just a few shots. Following Jerry's advice, Eren adjusted some minor errors in his posture and grip, leading to a noticeable improvement in accuracy. The embarrassing scenario of missing the 10-meter target completely with his first 2 shots quickly became a thing of the past. Gradually, Eren stopped blindly firing after barely aiming. Instead, he practiced repeatedly, tweaking his grip and adjusting his aiming angle before pulling the trigger. After emptying a magazine, Jerry instructed Eren to take a short break, relax his tense muscles, and reload the magazine with fresh bullets. Taking a moment to recall the sensations from earlier shots, Eren gripped the Glock 19 firmly, adjusted his posture slightly to suit his habits, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the edge of the target, a score of 1. Not bad for a start. Bang! 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 Gaining confidence, Eren continued firing, refining his technique through practice. After emptying another magazine, he stopped to reflect on his progress. "Not bad. You've improved a lot, but your wrist muscles are still too stiff while shooting," Jerry remarked. Satisfied with Eren's rapid progress, Jerry pointed out a few more issues in his shooting stance and technique. Eren took the feedback to heart, made adjustments, and resumed his practice. Bang! 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 The gunshots echoed in the range as Eren alternated between practice and breaks. Under Jerry's guidance, his accuracy improved steadily. He progressed from missing the target entirely to consistently hitting it, and eventually, he began aiming for higher scores. After his 7th magazine, Eren shook his sore arms. Jerry suggested, "Take a break. That's enough shooting for today. You've fired over 100 rounds for your first session. I recommend getting one of the staff to massage your arm muscles, or you might not even be able to lift your arms tomorrow." Jerry hesitated briefly before adding, "Don't worry, the massage service is free." Tom's Shooting Club charged a hefty annual fee, but it included such amenities to ensure a premium experience. Got it. As a novice, Eren gladly accepted the advice. A slender female attendant arrived shortly after and began massaging Eren's arms. While his body relaxed, Eren's mind remained active. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry pulled up a chair beside Eren and began explaining firearm mechanics and shooting techniques in a simplified manner. The clear and concise explanations helped Eren grasp the concepts quickly, accelerating his understanding of firearms. By the end of the session, Eren felt that the $300 per hour fee for Jerry's lessons was well worth it. After paying for 2 hours of Jerry's instruction and settling additional fees for ammunition and equipment wear, Eren left the club. The total came to under $50, a reasonable price. Eren hailed a cab and headed back to Chinatown. Once home, Eren referred to the nutritionist's recipe manual, selecting ingredients he could source locally to prepare a nutritious, balanced meal for himself. The meal, rich in nutrients, left him completely stuffed. Despite following the smallest portion sizes in the manual, Eren couldn't help but marvel at the appetite of the gene-enhanced warriors described in the book. They must have stomachs like black holes to consume several kilograms of food in one sitting. To Eren's surprise, the meal wasn't just palatable, it was effective. As the food digested, he felt a warm flow of energy spreading from his stomach to his entire body. Though it wasn't as potent as consuming a nutrient solution directly, it was far superior to regular meals. Not bad, Eren mused, lounging on the second-floor sofa and watching TV. Until the lab is set up, I can experiment with preparing more meals tailored to my needs. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the cleanup was being handled autonomously. Dishes and cooking tools were washed until spotless, and even the scraps and leftovers from meal preparation were efficiently disposed of by his small companion. On TV, nearly half the channels were broadcasting news about Tony Stark's return. The most shocking revelation was Stark's announcement that Stark Industries would cease its weapons development program entirely. The idea of the world's largest arms dealer shutting down its most profitable division sounded absurd, like a joke too far-fetched for April Fool's Day. The sensational news spread across the Federation at lightning speed and was rapidly gaining traction worldwide. The most immediate and significant reaction came from Stark Industries' stock prices. Within an hour of the press conference, their shares plummeted. Stark Industries' stock is plummeting. This is fantastic news. For Eren, who had shorted Stark Industries stock, the collapse was nothing less than a windfall. This meant a considerable influx of cash was heading his way. With such a pleasant thought, Eren resumed his meditation. Above the ruins of Abbott Freezing Company's warehouse, reduced to rubble in a previous explosion. Humming, a figure wearing a top hat strolled nonchalantly under the moonlight, stepping over the police's caution tape as if it didn't exist, walking boldly into the wreckage. Suddenly, his cheerful humming halted, and his steps froze. Though he quickly returned to his usual carefree demeanor, a flicker of surprise and delight lingered beneath the shadow of his hat. He, the aura of an eldritch god? Abbott, that incompetent fool, actually managed to catch the attention of an eldritch being and survived a sacrificial ritual. What a miracle! However, for such a gaze to pierce through the sanctum's barriers and reach New York, it seems the rumors about something happening at Kamar Taj might be true. This is truly delightful news. But before the delight faded, his face twisted into anger. To think such a promising start was ruined by a group of ordinary people. Abbott even lost his life to them. What a complete waste of my time. How could I have been blind enough to choose such a useless pawn out of everyone available? He wasn't upset about Abbott's death itself, but about the stalled growth of the larva hidden beneath the altar due to the lack of blood and resentment to nourish it after Abbott's demise. Despite his grim mood, the man raised his cane and tapped it heavily on the spot where the altar once stood. Bang! An invisible ripple spread from the cane, reaching deep underground. Moments later, the crimson surface of a larva nestled deep below cracked with a sharp sound. The next second, a writhing, shadowy form emerged from the shell. Hearing the crack, the man's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Just as he reached to claim the spider egg he had placed beneath the altar, a slender tendril shot out from the ground, piercing his chest. Looking down at the wound, the man showed no fear. Instead, he grinned maniacally. Shadow touch? It's already mastering spells of this level right after hatching. Has the Eldritch God's influence caused some sort of mutation? This is perfect. Blood poured from the wound, staining the tendril and spreading into the ground below. Within moments, the vegetation within a several-meter radius withered and decayed as if struck by a deadly poison. In the next instant, the man's spirit emerged from his body. Grasping the tendril tightly, his soul flowed into the ground, merging with the shadowy form of the larva below. The following morning, while Eren was having breakfast, Pepper arrived with a group of people. Seeing Eren's puzzled look, Pepper introduced the slightly overweight, greasy-looking man wearing a blue hard hat. This is Mr. Tom, the best project supervisor at Stark Industries. He's overseen everything from Tony's lab to other critical projects. He'll be responsible for the renovation and construction of your underground lab. The man nodded politely at Eren and asked, "Mr. Eren, may I inspect your basement first? While Pepper has provided me with the design blueprints, I'd like to see the space myself to better plan the construction process." "Of course, no problem." Eren opened the door, allowing Tom and his assistant inside. After examining the first floor layout, Tom headed straight for the basement. As he descended the narrow staircase, Tom frowned and turned to Eren. "Mr. Eren, I noticed that the lab will house some large, high-precision equipment that isn't easily disassembled. To ensure smooth transportation, may I suggest modifying this staircase?" Eren nodded, sure. Relieved, Tom continued into the brightly lit and spacious basement, his eyes lighting up. "Ah, you've already cleared this area?" Pepper commented in surprise. Eren nodded. "Since I'm building a lab, I had to clean out the clutter." In reality, all the junk that had been in the basement was moved to a spare storage room on the second floor by his little helper. After answering Pepper, Eren asked Tom, "How long will it take to complete the lab?" Tom estimated briefly and replied, "Including equipment installation, it'll take about 7 days." 7 days? All right, I'll set a 7-day access permission for you. You can bring your team and start work anytime," Eren said. After instructing Tom, Eren and Pepper left the basement. Once outside, Eren noticed Pepper's tired expression and asked curiously, "Pepper, how do you even have the time to handle my small project? I thought you'd be swamped after Tony's announcement about shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division." "Don't mention him," Pepper groaned, massaging her temples in frustration. "I don't even want to hear his name right now." Pepper had hoped that bringing Tony back would help stabilize the precarious situation at Stark Industries. However, Tony had blindsided her by dropping a bombshell at the press conference, announcing the closure of the weapons division without giving her any prior notice. Now, she was left to deal with the fallout, facing the wrath of shareholders like Obadiah, while Tony secluded himself in his mansion without a care in the world. Pepper was utterly fed up with it all. Life moves on, no matter how bad it gets. Although Pepper was thoroughly fed up with Tony's whims and recklessness, she adjusted her mood and hurried back to Stark Industries after a brief respite. Watching her leave, Eren could only chuckle helplessly. Before heading out, he instructed his little helper to refrain from treating the construction workers as snacks. At the same time, he asked it to monitor their every move inside the house, restricting their access to the second and third floors. With these precautions in place, Eren greeted Tom and then took off, heading to school. Pepper and Tom's visit had disrupted Eren's original plan of jogging in the park. Since he still had time, he decided to test out jogging to school instead. Home, school, shooting club, a simple routine formed the backbone of Eren's life that week. His days were filled with learning, and life felt unusually fulfilling. By the time of Midtown High's mock exams, Eren's academic performance had improved explosively, placing him in the top 3 of his class. This remarkable leap in his grades caught the attention of several teachers at school. Meanwhile, his daily shooting practice at the club resulted in terrifyingly rapid progress in marksmanship. Strangely, the week was unusually peaceful, as if all the bad luck from the previous week had been spent. That peace lasted until the completion of the sterile lab in his basement. Once Tom and his construction team left the house, Eren sat on the couch, shaking his head at the pile of bugs and micro cameras that his little helper had found hidden around the house. The classic spy tools, bugs and cameras. According to his helper, these devices have been installed at noon by 2 delivery guys bringing lunch for the construction crew. Interestingly, just after installing the cameras, those 2 delivery guys had been swallowed whole by the little helper at the stairwell corner. Fascinating, Eren muttered, rubbing his chin. If the devices were planted by delivery workers, it likely wasn't Tony Stark's doing. After all, with the construction team already in place, Tony wouldn't need to send delivery workers to do the job. So who else could it be? S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or Hydra, hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D.? After pondering for a moment, Eren decided to confirm the source of the devices by using his tools for divination. The answer came quickly. Well, it really is you, Fury. Eren sneered. I helped you guys twice already, and you repay me by planting bugs in my house? Fine, I'll remember this. With a cold snort, Eren swept all the bugs and cameras into his little helper's mouth. Gulp! The devices were instantly absorbed, becoming part of the helper's body. Moments later, new surveillance nodes appeared in the corners of the house, now serving as its extended eyes and ears to monitor the surroundings. Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment not far from Chinatown, a man in a black suit frowned. Any news? Another man, wearing glasses and fiddling with a pile of equipment, adjusted his frames and replied, None. After picking up the lunch order, the Stark Industries workers claim they never saw Agents 6 and 7 again. We questioned several of them separately, and their stories align, so collusion seems unlikely. No one's lying, huh? So what? Did 2 grown men just vanish under our noses? The team monitoring the house didn't see 6 or 7 leave. The bespectacled man tinkered with the equipment again, but found no response from the bugs and cameras installed by 6 and 7. If they didn't leave, isn't it possible they're still inside? The suited man frowned. You're suggesting? Let's request a warrant from the director. I suspect 6 and 7 are trapped inside that house. Impossible. They're seasoned agents. They wouldn't be trapped just installing bugs. If they were, wouldn't they have called us for help? Besides, the Stark Industries workers spent the entire day there. If 6 and 7 were really stuck, someone would have noticed something. The bespectacled man frowned deeper, puzzled by the situation. According to the workers, the house had no signal interference. Even in the basement, they could communicate freely with their families. If the signal was fine, why hadn't 6 and 7 called for help? Unless they were dealt with immediately after entering. But could that really be possible? Later that evening, 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disguised as NYPD officers arrived at Eren's house with a search warrant, ringing the doorbell. Hello. We received a report from Pinocchio Catering about 2 employees who went missing while delivering food to your home. We need to search your premises. Please cooperate. Looking at the 2 officers, Eren replied, Wait a moment while I verify this warrant, snapping a photo and sending it to George. The disguised S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged a brief, relieved glance. Thankfully, they had taken the precaution of obtaining a legitimate warrant. Otherwise, things could have gone south quickly. But before they could relax, Eren added, By the way, let me verify your badge numbers too. The 2 disguised agents froze momentarily, clearly caught off guard. After a tense verification process using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s virtual identity database, the agents were finally allowed into the house. Of course, with the delivery workers already digested by the little helper, not even bones remained. The agents found no trace of their missing colleagues. After searching the house thoroughly for over half an hour, the 2 frustrated agents left empty-handed. Watching them walk away, Eren smirked. If they'd actually found something— No, even if you could see ghosts, you wouldn't find those 2 unlucky guys. What the little helper devoured wasn't just their flesh and blood. It consumed their souls as well. Ghosts. Anyone consumed by the little helper didn't even have the chance to reincarnate, let alone linger as a spirit. The Marvel world undeniably had ghosts and spirits, given its real dimensions of hell and the underworld. However, most souls were naturally drawn to dimensions like hell or the underworld upon death, rarely lingering in the material world. Even when they did, most ordinary people couldn't perceive spirits or ghosts due to their ethereal nature. Thus, encounters with actual ghosts in reality were exceedingly rare. At least, Eren had never seen one himself. Whoosh! Just as Eren was about to close the door after watching the two agents leave, a sudden icy wind swept through the street in front of him. The chill seemed to sink deep into his bones, and the temperature around him plummeted as though it had dropped dozens of degrees in an instant. The biting cold cut through him. Whoosh! A gust of sinister wind slammed into Eren, forcing him back into the house and shutting the door with a loud bang. At the same time, a faint, guttural growl echoed near his ears. What the hell? Sensing something was off, Eren quickly activated his spiritual sight. Under the enhanced perception of his spiritual vision, Eren immediately noticed a dark mist swirling inside his house. The mist coalesced like a translucent black cloud, rolling and twisting before taking the vague shape of a short-haired man in a black suit. His eyes emitted a smoldering black smoke. The ghostly figure's pale, translucent limbs hung at unnatural angles as he dangled upside down from the living room ceiling. Thick, ink-like smoke swirled around him, accompanied by chilling wails. Within the black haze, Eren could vaguely discern countless distorted human faces writhing and screaming. The oppressive, frigid aura of the ghost felt like countless blades slicing into Eren's skin. Shivering involuntarily, Eren stared at the ghastly specter suspended from his ceiling, his mind racing with confusion. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? Judging by its appearance alone, Eren could tell it was a particularly malevolent ghost. The terrifying aura surrounding it was nearly tangible, capable of lethally harming living beings. This level of malice suggested the ghost had claimed numerous lives during its mortal existence. But why had such a powerful ghost suddenly appeared in his house? Was it some bizarre twist of fate? He had just joked about seeing ghosts, and now here one was. Did my words have some kind of supernatural power? As Eren pondered, the ghost hanging from the ceiling took a deep breath, inhaling deeply. Eren's senses picked up faint remnants of malice from two recently deceased individuals in the house, transforming into thin streams of black smoke as they were drawn into the ghost's gaping mouth. The ghost's face twisted into a euphoric expression, like an addict getting their fix. But the pleasure was fleeting. Once the malice was consumed, the ghost's ecstasy turned into rage and frustration, its hunger unfulfilled. Its anger surged, driving it to lash out at the only living being in the room, Eren. Roar! The ghost's twisted face contorted further as it lunged at Eren, black smoke trailing behind it like a vengeful specter. Such malice, Eren muttered, just as his little helper appeared with near-instantaneous speed. With its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, the little helper lunged at the ghost with unimaginable speed. The ghost seemed instinctively terrified of the abyss-like jaws bearing down on it and tried to evade. But before it could escape, a thunderous voice echoed, shaking its very soul. Wretch, look at me. Caught off guard, the ghost instinctively raised its head. In that moment, it locked eyes with a gaze of cold, regal authority, a gaze that seemed to belong to a king of the underworld. Boom! A freezing chill and oppressive force surged through the ghost's soul, paralyzing it. The brief hesitation was all the little helper needed to clamp down, devouring half the ghost's translucent body in one bite. The ghost's incorporeal form stood no chance against the little helper's voracious jaws, as its body was ripped apart and swallowed. After consuming most of the ghost, the little helper shuddered as if savoring a delicious meal. Its greedy gaze turned toward the remaining portion of the ghost. In the air, the ghost wailed pitifully, unaware of the imminent danger targeting its fragmented form. Just as the little helper prepared to finish devouring the intruder, a subtle tremor rippled through the scales of fate hidden within Eren's soul. An invisible shockwave dispersed the ghost's remaining consciousness, while a twisted vortex appeared in the void, swallowing the rest of its body entirely. Ding! Residual traces of a fate-bound artifact detected in the spirit. Source identified as the loom of fate from this world. Host is strongly encouraged to seek out this artifact and offer it to the scales of fate. Doing so is expected to partially restore the scale's functions and alleviate some of the XXX corruption. Additionally, the host will unlock at least one unique function of the scales and gain a substantial amount of fate points. The moment Eren heard the message in his mind, his consciousness was pulled into the space of the scales of fate. As before, upon entering, Eren quickly noticed another grayish orb of light hovering near the scales. With a motion of his hand, the orb floated toward him, coming to rest before him in no time. The previous red orb was a reward for eliminating an eldritch god servant. What could this gray orb be? Curious, Eren reached out and touched the gray orb. With a soft sound, the orb merged seamlessly into his body. This is... A flood of information rushed into Eren's mind. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to absorb the knowledge contained within the orb. The gray orb held a memory, specifically fragments of the life of the malevolent spirit that the scales of fate had consumed earlier. Abel Smith, alias X, male, 46 years old. A top-tier assassin from the Brotherhood of Assassins in the Dark Underworld. One day prior, this unlucky man was killed on the rooftop of a metropolitan skyscraper by a Brotherhood traitor known as Cross. Wow, X. The Brotherhood Cross. This is straight out of the plot of Wanted. X was that poor guy who got off by Cross at the very start. Despite his unfortunate end, X's reputation as a top-tier assassin in the underworld was undeniable. The deadly malice that clung to his soul after death, transforming him into a vengeful ghost in just one day, was proof enough of his lethality. That malice stemmed from the curses of the countless souls he had slain. Moreover, it was precisely this skill and experience that left a trace of the fate-bound artifact's aura on his soul. Ordinary assassins in the Brotherhood wouldn't have the privilege of interacting with the mystical loom of fate. Beyond fragments of X's memories, the orb also contained a skill etched deeply into his soul. Gun kata. Upon absorbing the orb, Eren's understanding and mastery of firearms shot to unimaginable heights. He even felt that he had surpassed his instructor, Old Jerry, the retired sharpshooter. This was because the knowledge Eren inherited included an advanced firearm technique unique to the Brotherhood, something Old Jerry could never master. Curved ballistics. This skill was rare, even within the Brotherhood, reserved only for a select few assassins. Of course, mastering curved ballistics didn't automatically make an assassin invincible. Not every practitioner was destined to be the best. After all, a gun's ultimate purpose is to kill. As long as it gets the job done, who cares if the bullet curves or not? That said, the ability to curve bullets added a versatile and unpredictable edge to a shooter's arsenal, especially when combined with their adrenaline-boosting techniques. It was no wonder assassins who mastered curved ballistics often climbed to the apex of the dark underworld. Savoring the knowledge now etched into his mind, Eren smirked. This feels pretty damn good. With his reward from the scales of fate secured, Eren began strategizing how to acquire the Brotherhood's loom of fate. Ordinarily, the loom, guarded heavily within the Brotherhood's textile mill, was utterly inaccessible to outsiders. Even X, one of the 12 apostles of the Brotherhood, was prohibited from interacting with it directly. Only Sloane, the leader of the Brotherhood, had daily access to the artifact. Recalling the plot of Wanted, Eren murmured, "In the original storyline, Cross's death and Wesley's awakening led to the Brotherhood's annihilation, thanks to Fox's help. So, can I just wait for the Brotherhood to get wiped out and then stroll in to pick up the loom without breaking a sweat?" Wait. Eren paused. After crossing into this world, he had already disrupted numerous events. Could the butterfly effect have altered the original plot? The thought of relying on others suddenly seemed unreliable. Besides, he couldn't ignore the possibility that his interference might have already diverted the story's course. X just died, so we're likely still in the early stages of the story. Should I try to contact Cross? The idea lingered for a moment before Eren dismissed it. As one of the world's top assassins, Cross was exceedingly dangerous. Other than his son, he had no emotional attachments. Approaching Cross now could easily result in Eren taking a bullet to the head. Though Eren had extraordinary abilities, Cross's skill with firearms still posed a significant threat. Fortunately, as a diviner, Eren didn't need direct contact to glean valuable information. By following the guidance of fate, he could gather the insights he needed without risking his life. Additionally, there were other ways to weaken the Brotherhood aside from relying on Wesley's actions in the original storyline. Exiting the space of the scales of fate, Eren found his little helper sulking, staring at the air where half the ghost had vanished. Amused, Eren patted its head. "Don't be upset. I'll get you something even better next time." Though it didn't understand why its delicious meal had disappeared, the promise brightened the little helper's mood, prompting it to wag its tongue enthusiastically. After amusing the little helper for a bit, Eren hailed a cab and left Chinatown. Before taking on the Brotherhood, he planned to familiarize himself with his newly acquired skills. 20 minutes later, Eren arrived at Tom's shooting club. Guided by a staff member to a moving target range, he picked up a handgun from an empty slot and began shooting at a target 10 meters away. Bang! 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 The thunderous roar of gunfire echoed relentlessly through the underground shooting range. As the rounds continued to fly, Eren rapidly assimilated the firearm techniques he had inherited from X's memories. 10-meter targets, 20-meter targets, 30-meter targets, finally, 50-meter moving targets. No matter the distance or speed of the target, Eren's bullets always struck the bullseye at seemingly impossible angles. What's more, his speed in raising his weapon and reloading grew visibly faster with each round. If not for the higher cost of the 50-meter range, which kept it relatively empty most of the time, Eren's astonishing accuracy and speed would have drawn an audience of shocked onlookers. Even now, the two muscle-bound men training on the range were starting to eye him with a mix of curiosity and awe. Fortunately, old Jerry had already clocked out for the day. If he were here to witness Eren's progress, his jaw would undoubtedly hit the floor. Phew! After emptying another magazine, Eren's arm began to cramp from the intense strain. Yet, despite the spasms, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The session had allowed him to fully absorb X's firearm expertise, transforming it into his own. While the advanced technique of adrenaline-induced reflexes required a unique, innate talent that Eren lacked, he wasn't too concerned. After all, adrenaline could be artificially induced. With his current mastery of self-hypnosis, Eren could easily stimulate his body to produce adrenaline, forcefully entering that heightened state. Placing the handgun back on the bench, Eren noticed the increasingly fervent gazes of the two muscle-bound men nearby. Their eyes burned with admiration, as if they wanted to absorb his skills into their very being. The intensity of their stares sent a shiver down Eren's spine. Though he overheard snippets of their conversation through his headphones, apparently, they just wanted tips to improve their shooting. Eren wasn't taking any chances. He quickly fled the range, skipping even the post-session arm massage from the club staff. Without a backward glance, he paid his bill and left the moving target range in a hurry. A few minutes later, standing outside Tom's shooting club, Eren let out a sigh of relief. Glancing back at the club's neon-lit sign, he made a silent decision. I'd better avoid this place for a while. If anyone familiar sees me, I won't be able to explain how my shooting skills improved so drastically in such a short time. Besides, with my current proficiency, there's not much more old Jerry can teach me. Skipping the club won't hinder my progress. Instead of heading home, Eren stopped by a cosplay shop on the way and purchased a set of vintage fortune teller attire and a few props for divination games. By now, enough time had passed since he consumed the Seer's Potion. With a wealth of divination techniques under his belt and most of the potion's effects assimilated, Eren could confidently call himself a true seer. What he lacked now was complete digestion of the potion, the final step before advancing to the clown stage. Advancing would give him greater leverage in obtaining the Brotherhood's loom of fate. To accelerate the digestion process, Eren decided to embrace the role of a seer more fully. In a multicultural city like New York, posing as a seer was relatively easy. Eren planned to roam the city's streets and crowded areas in his fortune-teller guise, offering readings to those who crossed his path. Over the next few days, whispers spread through New York's night scene about a wandering fortune-teller with uncanny accuracy. According to rumors, if you were lucky enough to encounter a strangely dressed fortune-teller at night, you could pay $1 for a reading on any topic: career, luck, love, family, or even lost pets. The mysterious seer never turned anyone away. To everyone's astonishment, every prediction came true with startling accuracy. The low price of $1 and the consistent success of the readings quickly turned the wandering seer into a citywide phenomenon. Some even filmed their encounters with the mysterious figure, sharing their stories online. The video that truly catapulted the seer to fame came from a YouTube blogger. In the video, the blogger detailed how the seer's guidance led them to uncover a treasure worth over $1 million using a family heirloom map. The discovery made headlines, drawing the attention of local authorities and lending credibility to the story. As the video went viral, Eren's fortune-teller persona became a household name. Countless people roamed New York streets at night, hoping to meet the mysterious seer and strike it rich. Even well-dressed professionals and socialites joined the search, some women dressing extravagantly in hopes of catching the seer's attention for a memorable encounter to boast about later. But just as quickly as he had appeared, the seer vanished without a trace, leaving his admirers to wonder if they'd ever encounter him again. The internet buzzed with speculation about the mysterious wandering fortune-teller who had suddenly vanished. Theories ran wild. Some claimed he had been invited by a powerful corporation or wealthy magnate, becoming a valued guest and leaving his street days behind. Others whispered he had angered a crime syndicate and fled New York in disgrace. A few even joked that he'd met too many beautiful women, overexerted himself, and perished in a lover's bed. But the most common belief was that the enigmatic seer had simply moved on, continuing his travels to the next city, leaving behind only rumors and intrigue. What no one knew was that the seer in question was currently sitting in a house in Chinatown, his eyes closed in deep reflection. Moments ago, after gaining the belief and recognition of tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands, of people online, Eren had entered a peculiar state. It felt as if he had pierced an illusory bubble, shattering it with a faint popping sound. At that very instant, he sensed something within him dissolve completely, merging seamlessly with his mind and spirit. Eren didn't need anyone to tell him. He instinctively understood that this marked the complete digestion of the seer potion. For a long time, Eren lay quietly on the sofa, savoring the rare clarity of this experience. Finally, he opened his eyes and exhaled. So the seer potion is fully digested now. Strictly speaking, it's only been about 2 weeks since I consumed the potion. Even for a Sequence 9 potion, digesting it this quickly is quite impressive. Of course, compared to those freakishly talented individuals in Lord of Mysteries who were practically born with demigod or angel characteristics, I still fall short. But I did manage to beat Klein's digestion time for the seer potion. Eren chuckled at the thought, though he knew better than to let it go to his head. His rapid progress wasn't due to superior aptitude, but rather a combination of foreknowledge, strategic role-playing as a seer, and the modern world ability to spread information quickly. By leveraging these advantages, along with props and his knowledge of certain key events, Eren had successfully played the role of a seer before figures like Coulson and Tony Stark, digesting a significant portion of the potion. The final push came through his widely publicized fortune-telling and the viral video, cementing his image as a mystical seer in the minds of thousands and allowing him to digest the last remnants of the potion. Interestingly, Eren's success wasn't entirely coincidental. The viral YouTube video, for instance, had been part of his plan. By predicting the discovery of a treasure during a fortune-telling session and subtly orchestrating the event, Eren ensured that the blogger's encounter with him would culminate in uncovering the fortune. The result was a win-win situation. The blogger became rich, and Eren solidified his reputation as a seer, completing his potion digestion in the process. Yet the deeper mechanics of fate left Eren pondering. Had his fortune-telling led to the discovery of the treasure? Or had the treasure's discovery created the conditions for his fortune-telling? Either way, both parties had benefited immensely. Just as Eren was musing over his recent success, his phone buzzed with a notification. Glancing at the screen, he saw a photo from Gwen. The image was unmistakably of him, disguised as the wandering seer, performing a fortune-telling. Beneath the photo, Gwen had written, "I think I've uncovered someone's little secret." Amused, Eren quickly replied, "Oh really? Looks like I'll have to silence you then." He added a playful, evil overlord emoji to the message before sending it. Moments later, he followed up with another text. "How'd you figure it out? I thought my disguise was pretty solid." On the other end, Gwen hesitated, typing and deleting several times before settling on a reply. Her first instinct was to type, "your body," but she quickly realized how that could be misinterpreted and erase the words. Instead, she sent, "You mentioned being a seer before. Plus, your build and some intuition gave you away." Eren read the message, nodding at the first 2 points. "But intuition? Are women's instincts always this accurate?" he muttered, bemused. After chatting for a while, their conversation naturally shifted to an earlier promise Eren had made, to use his divination to help find a way to heal Helen's scars. As the topic came up, Eren decided to press forward. "How's Helen doing? Would she like me to do a reading for her now?" On the other end of the phone, Gwen's mind flashed to memories of Helen often staring blankly at her legs in a daze after the surgery. She hesitated for less than a second before replying, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I'll have time during the day. Tomorrow works. I'll come by your place," Eren offered. "No need. I'll come to you," Gwen insisted. Since she was asking for Eren's help, she wouldn't take advantage of him by having him come over. After agreeing on a time for the divination, they ended the call. After chatting with Gwen, Eren found that the joy from fully digesting the seer potion had begun to settle. Seizing the moment, he decided to enter the space of the scales of fate and retrieve the vial of clown potion he had previously drawn. Holding the potion in his hand, Eren didn't immediately drink it. Instead, he took out his divination coin, an item imbued with spirituality from frequent use, and prepared to perform a divination to ensure the success of his advancement. The coin's simplicity made it perfect for yes or no questions, and for this purpose, it was more than sufficient. Focusing his spirituality, Eren closed his eyes halfway and murmured, "Will my advancement succeed? Will my advancement succeed?" He repeated the question 7 times before flipping the coin into the air. Opening his eyes, he saw the coin land in his palm, face up, a positive result. This affirmation brought Eren a sense of relief. While he had confidence in his preparation, having the divination confirm his success felt like a good omen. After pocketing the coin, Eren turned his attention back to the vial of clown potion. Removing the stopper, he raised the vial to his lips and tipped it back, swallowing the liquid in one gulp. Immediately, an intense bitterness overwhelmed his senses, far surpassing anything he had ever tasted. It felt like swallowing a concentrated extract of raw herbs, leaving his tongue numb and his voice strained. "This is so much worse than the seer potion," he thought bitterly. A wave of heat surged through his face and body, making his skin flush a bright red. He felt as though he were a lobster being boiled alive. Meanwhile, his consciousness seemed to detach, fragmenting into countless threads that intertwined with the potion as it coursed through his body. Though Eren had not yet reached a level where he could fully perceive his inner self, he found himself vividly observing the potion's essence merging into every cell of his being. It felt as though his body was being meticulously restructured by an impossibly precise instrument. Time passed in a blur. In the depths of his consciousness, Eren saw a reflection of himself, a distorted yet fascinating image. Through this surreal projection, he realized he now had near-perfect control over his facial expressions and body movements, as if his very being had become a malleable canvas. Then came the whispers. An unsettling cacophony of ethereal murmurs and frenzied screams filled his ears. "Corruption. Break the veil. Fall. death, ascend. The indescribable pollution and madness emanating from the voices seemed to clog his psyche, urging him toward ruin. However, as the advancement process neared its conclusion, the whispers began to fade, their influence weakening. With immense effort, Eren suppressed the lingering spiritual overflow and brought his newfound abilities under control. When he finally stabilized his spirit, he knew without a doubt he had succeeded. Eren was now a Sequence 8 clown. Opening his eyes, Eren noticed the world around him seemed sharper and more vivid, as though a veil had been lifted. "This feels incredible," he murmured. Clenching his fist, he marveled at the explosive strength now coursing through his muscles. "Oddball sandbag!" At his command, a ripple spread across the ceiling as if the air itself were water. Moments later, a worn training sandbag dropped from a hidden storage space, hanging neatly before him. With a sharp crack, Eren delivered a full-force punch, the sound of his strike splitting the air like a whip. The impact sent the sandbag flying, nearly ripping it from its chain. The raw power of his punch exceeded his expectations. Unlike the Seer Potion, which had only slightly enhanced his physical capabilities, the Clown Potion had drastically improved his strength, agility, and coordination. As the sandbag swung back toward him, Eren twisted his torso and delivered a spinning kick. Boom! The kick connected with a thunderous explosion, tearing the aged sandbag apart and scattering its contents across the room. To Eren's surprise, the sand and debris didn't stay scattered for long. As he watched, the grains of sand sank into the floorboards, furniture, and walls, which seemed to absorb them like a sponge. Moments later, the sandbag reformed itself, whole and intact, as though it had never been damaged. This miraculous repair was one of Oddball's abilities. It could consume energy to restore any object within the house that it had assimilated. But Eren's focus remained on his body. Through a series of experiments, he confirmed that his strength, agility, and reflexes had all undergone significant enhancement. Most impressive was his newfound balance and coordination. Under normal circumstances, Eren realized he would never lose his footing again. Even if he were to fall down a flight of stairs, his body would instinctively realign itself, twisting midair to land safely. "This is incredible," he muttered, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Truly worthy of being called a jester. This ability is simply perfect for performing tricks on stage," Eren thought, marveling at his new powers. The extraordinary coordination and control over his body not only allowed him to maintain balance, even in the most unpredictable situations, but also made him exceptionally adept at learning physical skills. Whether it was martial arts or combat techniques, his newfound talent vastly accelerated his progress. What might take an ordinary person a year, or even several years, to master could be achieved by Eren in just a month, or perhaps even 2 or 3 weeks. This was the stark difference between the extraordinary and the mundane. The innate talents bestowed upon him through his ascension had elevated Eren beyond the limits of ordinary humans. With such a powerful physical gift, he couldn't help but contemplate learning some advanced combat techniques. Leaving this talent untapped would be a waste. After completing the tests on his physical changes, Eren picked up a brand new deck of cards that had been sitting on the table. With a flick of his wrist, he infused a card with his spirituality and threw it. Whiz! The soft card shot out like a knife and embedded itself precisely in the red brick wall he had been aiming at. Only 1/3 of the card remained visible outside the wall. Looking at the card lodged deeply into the bricks, Eren couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With spiritual energy infused, even the sturdier-than-average bricks of this wall were no match for the card, which cut 2/3 into it. On a living target, the card would undoubtedly pierce through flesh and organs, inflicting fatal damage. What made this ability even more remarkable was its versatility. It required no special materials. Any paper in daily life could achieve similar effects. The only difference was the degree of power. This ability turned ordinary paper, found everywhere, into lethal weapons in Eren's hands, significantly enriching his arsenal of combat techniques. This transformation also marked a turning point for Eren. Having ascended as a jester, he transitioned from being a semi-supportive extraordinary to someone capable of direct, overwhelming combat. Moreover, coupled with the top-tier shooting skills inherited from Mr. X and the mind-affecting sorcery, disheartened stare, Eren's strength after becoming a jester had soared to unprecedented heights. His combat capabilities were now formidable. Finally, my chances of obtaining the Fate Loom from the textile factory have greatly improved, Eren thought with satisfaction, exhaling deeply. After testing his new powers, he took a relaxing bath and began meditating on his bed. Following his ascension, his spiritual energy had surged explosively. Although he had managed to stabilize it somewhat, controlling the sudden influx of power remained challenging. Seizing the quiet of the night, Eren planned to meditate and gain better mastery over his spiritual energy. While Eren was meditating after his ascension, elsewhere, in Tony Stark's expansive private villa, a highly advanced Iron Man suit was slowly taking shape. Since his abduction in Afghanistan, Stark had been consumed by a sense of insecurity. Determined to protect himself, he had poured all his energy into refining the inspiration he had gained in that cave. He was building a suit of armor that could envelop him entirely, safeguarding his life. Now, from a steadily forming humanoid structure of metallic components, it was evident that Stark's armor was nearly complete. Soon, the Iron Man, the harbinger of the Marvel Universe's age of the extraordinary, would emerge, heralding the beginning of an era of unimaginable change. Unbeknownst to Eren, the moment he consumed the Jester Potion and ascended, the scales of fate hidden deep within his soul trembled. In that imperceptible vibration, faint black streams of energy and scattered dark specks dislodged from the scale's base and fell into the boundless river of fate below. As the river rippled with their entry, the black streams and specks quickly vanished into its vastness. In the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, a minuscule black speck emerged from the void and landed on a giant squid that was preying on a sperm whale. The speck, smaller than a sesame seed, seemed utterly inconsequential against the squid's massive body. Yet, the moment it touched the creature, it began spreading like ink in water, rapidly polluting the squid's entire form. In mere moments, the giant squid underwent horrifying mutations. Its body expanded at an alarming rate, with grotesque tumors appearing all over its surface. These tumors transformed into writhing black tentacles, emanating a sinister aura with black mist and glowing red spots flowing between them. Nearby, the sperm whale sensed something amiss and turned to look, only to witness an unspeakable monstrosity in the dark depths. A piercing cry echoed through the ocean, spreading far and wide. Meanwhile, a slightly larger black speck drifted upstream through the river of fate, piercing through the boundary between reality and illusion. After exhausting most of its energy, it eventually fell into a specific region of the sea, landing on a giant cruise ship in motion. While the black specks struggled within the river of fate, the faint black streams drifted passively, scattering into various corners of the world under Destiny's guidance. Early the next morning, Gwen arrived at Eren's doorstep with breakfast in hand. Fresh from his morning jog in the park and halfway through a shower, Eren heard the doorbell. He quickly dried his damp hair, changed into a loose outfit, and went downstairs to open the door. "Good morning, Eren." "Good morning, Gwen," he replied, smiling. Gwen shook the bag of food in her hand with a cheerful grin. "You haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought 2 servings of freshly baked magic bread from Alice's bakery, plus some of their pudding. They're amazing." "Really? Looks like I'm in for a treat today." After inviting Gwen into his home, Eren noticed she had arrived half an hour earlier than expected and commented with a chuckle. Alice's bakery was a renowned establishment in the heart of Queens, famous for its delicious bread. Unlike other bakeries that expanded aggressively once they became popular, Alice's bakery had only one storefront and resisted offers to franchise. Rumor had it the owner believed that opening more locations would compromise the quality of their bread. so they focused solely on their original shop. Others speculated that the bakery didn't need the extra money and simply wanted to avoid the hassle. Regardless of the reason, the bakery's exclusivity, combined with its outstanding bread, created a scarcity effect that only enhanced its reputation. Even Eren, who wasn't particularly fond of bread, had heard plenty of buzz about the place. It was said that freshly baked bread from Alice's was often snapped up immediately by long lines of eager customers. Many spent hours waiting, only to leave empty-handed. Their magic bread, in particular, was the bakery's signature item, notorious for being hard to obtain. Gwen must have queued for a long time to secure 2 portions, and this thoughtful gesture moved Eren, making him almost feel guilty about his plans for her. Walking through the impeccably clean and well-organized first floor of Eren's home, Gwen followed him upstairs to the dining area. She had expected Eren's place to be messy and chaotic, as was typical of most young men living alone. But to her astonishment, his home was even cleaner and tidier than her own. What surprised her even more was the dining table on the second floor. It was laid out with 7 or 8 types of freshly made, aromatic, and beautifully presented Chinese breakfasts. "Wow, Eren, is this your breakfast? It looks amazing," Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Pointing at a basket of translucent shrimp dumplings, she added, "I recognize these. They're a type of Chinese cuisine, right? I think they're called dumplings. They look beautiful." She spoke the word dumpling in Chinese, albeit with a slightly imperfect accent. Eren, impressed, gave her a thumbs up. "Nice. These are called shrimp dumplings, a type of dumpling. Not only do they look good, but they're also delicious. Try one." He went into the kitchen, retrieved a new set of utensils, and handed them to Gwen. "Don't mind if I do." Gwen graciously accepted the utensils and deftly picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, her skillful handling of them suggesting she was no stranger to Chinese food. Eren decided against offering her a crash course on using chopsticks. Phew! Blowing lightly on the dumpling to cool it, Gwen placed it into her mouth. Her eyes closed in bliss as she savored the burst of flavorful broth and the springy texture of the shrimp filling. When she reopened her eyes, now sparkling with delight, Eren asked with a smile, "How is it?" "It's amazing. This is the best dumpling I've ever had," Gwen praised earnestly before glancing at the table. "Did you make all of this?" "Of course not. Aside from the eggs I fried and the porridge I cooked, the rest came from a breakfast shop in Chinatown," Eren admitted. Preparing such a variety of dishes himself would have taken far too long, and he didn't have that kind of time or energy. Besides, he wasn't short on money. It was much more convenient to buy them. "Oh, I see." Gwen breathed a subtle sigh of relief. This was more reasonable. If Eren really had the ability to make such elaborate breakfasts, it would have put her basic skills in making toast and simple Western dishes to shame. After sharing the diverse array of Chinese breakfasts with Eren at the table, Gwen rubbed her now rounded belly and thought sheepishly, "Oh no, how did I eat so much?" Eren, noticing her embarrassment, didn't tease her. Instead, he opened the bag of breakfast she had brought, took out a beautifully packaged piece of bread, and tried it. Having eaten only a third of his own breakfast, Eren's appetite had recently increased significantly, and he still wasn't full. The moment he opened the packaging, a delightful aroma of milk and wheat filled the air, instantly reigniting his hunger. He took a bite of the bread, and his eyes lit up. Alice's Bakery's magic bread truly lived up to its reputation. Even someone like Eren, who wasn't particularly into bread, found it delicious. Good food was meant to be shared, especially something Gwen had gone to great lengths to buy. However, when Eren offered her a piece of the bread, she adamantly refused, shaking her head vigorously. After breakfast, Eren led Gwen, who had rested briefly, to his room on the 3rd floor. From his wardrobe, he retrieved the tools he used for his persona as a wandering fortune teller. Gwen's eyes lit up at the sight of the mysterious items. "Wow, these are the tools from the video, right?" Eren chuckled. "That's right. They'll help us divine the method to remove Helen's scar." With a plan already in mind, Eren picked up a crystal ball from the tools and began the divination process with Gwen. Soon, to Gwen's astonishment, a clear image slowly formed within the crystal ball. The vision at this moment, the atmosphere inside the textile factory was tense. Before the gathered members lay a corpse, the body of Wesley, their designated tool to deal with Cross. According to Sloane's original plan, they intended to exploit the remnants of Cross's familial ties and train Wesley, his son, into a weapon to kill the traitorous assassin. But no one could have foreseen what happened last night. Cross himself shot and killed Wesley, his only son. For them, this was undeniably bad news. From now on, they had no leverage against Cross. By eliminating his sole weakness, Cross had severed the last thread of his humanity. Such a transformation made him even more dangerous. It was almost certain that, having been forced into killing his son, Cross would now unleash a relentless vendetta against the textile factory. Given his skills, the Brotherhood of Assassins was in for serious trouble. Damn it, Sloane cursed under his breath, his expression dark as he looked at the other 8 skilled assassins in the room, those adept at the fraternity's iconic bullet-curving technique. "Have the orders been sent out?" he asked. Fox nodded. "I've instructed all operatives to halt their current missions and return to the factory immediately." The gunsmith chimed in, "I've stationed people at all critical points in the factory. If Cross dares to show up, dozens of guns firing simultaneously will turn him into a sieve." The butcher, playing with his cleaver, added coldly, "The problem is, what if he doesn't show up and instead picks us off bit by bit?" At these words, the room fell into uneasy silence. What the butcher had pointed out was their worst fear. The factory might have resources to sustain them for years, but hiding indefinitely was not a viable option. Standing at the back of the group, the pharmacist hesitated as though he wanted to say something. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly shattered the stillness, blowing apart the massive, gate-like entrance of the textile factory. Crash! Fragments of the door shot inward like bullets, shredding several factory members stationed nearby. Sloane, Fox, and the others rushed to the window, peering outside. Gunfire erupted across the factory grounds, fiery bursts lighting up the scene as a truck smashed through the broken gate. Squeak, squeak! The high-pitched screeching of rats reached the pharmacist's ears. Looking out the window, his eyes widened in horror as he saw a swarm of rats pouring out of the truck. "Be careful! Those rats have bombs on them!" the pharmacist shouted. Boom! Boom! Even as the warning left his lips, stray bullets struck several of the bomb-laden rats, triggering explosions that rocked the factory. The chain of explosions plunged the factory into chaos. Amid the confusion, a figure darted into the factory unnoticed. Meanwhile, Eren and Gwen had arrived near the factory after locating its address through the crystal ball's vision. The sudden explosions startled them both, followed by the deafening sound of gunfire. The intensity of the battle made their expressions turn grim. "This is serious," Eren muttered, pulling Gwen back. Listening to the gunfire, Gwen began to understand why Eren's divination had pointed to this factory as the place to find a method to heal Helen's scars. The sheer scale of firepower on display was far beyond what any ordinary factory, or even a typical police precinct, would possess. "No, I can't just leave. I need to inform my dad about this," Gwen said, shaking her head. She quickly took out her phone and moved to a corner to call George. While Gwen was occupied, Eren watched the scene. The gunfire, though intense, was rapidly subsiding. "What's going on?" Cross was eliminating the assassins much faster than Eren had anticipated based on his divination. At this rate, Cross might annihilate the entire factory before the police could even arrive, or he might be overwhelmed and killed. Either way, it would complicate Eren's plans. So, divination isn't omnipotent after all. Sighing softly, Eren glanced at Gwen, who was still on the phone, urging George to hurry. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward and snapped his fingers. Snap! Using a hypnotic technique from his psychic abilities, Eren planted a suggestion in Gwen's mind to stay put and hide. With her distracted, he quietly headed toward the textile factory, where the gunfire was dying down. Using his secret escape route he had uncovered through repeated divinations and Mr. X's memories, Eren, now wearing his jester mask, infiltrated the factory from the hidden exit. Opening the concealed door, he stepped into a scene of devastation. Smoke filled the air, and bodies, both human and rat, lay strewn across the ground and stairs. Pools of blood gathered on the factory floor, forming crimson streams. "Who's there?" a shaky voice called out, followed by a gunshot aimed at the cabinet where Eren had just been hiding. With the agility granted by his jester powers, Eren dodged the bullet effortlessly and flicked his wrist. Bang! The bullet curved in an elegant arc, bypassing obstacles before striking the shooter squarely in the forehead. Having ascended as a jester, Eren had mastered the Brotherhood's signature technique, curved trajectory shooting. As the gunshot rang out, Eren swiftly somersaulted and used the noise as cover to reposition himself behind another piece of cover. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the textile factory, 7 or 8 assassins who had narrowly escaped Cross's rampage turned pale at the sight of their comrade lying dead with a bullet wound to the head, despite hiding behind a column. "Damn it! Curved trajectory shooting. Be careful, it's that traitor." Driven by fear, they began unloading their ammunition wildly at the spot where Eren had previously been hiding. Within moments, the cabinet that had concealed Eren was reduced to splinters by the barrage of bullets. Behind his jester mask, Eren felt his heartbeat racing. He licked his lips, exhilarated. This is thrilling. Whether it was his true nature or the influence of the potion, Eren realized he was starting to enjoy this adrenaline rush. Tuning in to the sound of gunfire, Eren carefully pinpointed the positions of his attackers. With a flick of his wrist, a bullet shot out from his gun. Bang! One of the assassins unloading bullets at Eren's previous location froze mid-action. The bullet arced through the air, entering his skull from the left and exiting through the right, before ricocheting into a second assassin, then a third, and finally a fourth. Boom! In an instant, Eren had used his curved trajectory shooting to eliminate 4 assassins who had been closing in on him. Seeing their comrades drop one by one, the remaining assassins were overcome by the same fear Cross had instilled in them before. Panic-stricken, they turned to flee. Bang! Bang, bang! The moment they exposed their backs, Eren raised his gun without hesitation, firing shot after shot. Moments later, all 7 or 8 assassins lay lifeless. Activating his spiritual vision, Eren scanned the first floor. He delivered finishing shots to the wounded assassins who were still alive but incapacitated before heading toward the deeper part of the textile factory, where the sound of battle was still raging. The fight was centered in the slaughterhouse at the back of the factory. There, the butcher, who should have been no match for Cross, was pressing him hard with his dual blades. With deft movements, the butcher deflected bullets aimed at his face and chest with his blades, completely ignoring those that struck other parts of his body. He relentlessly closed the distance, landing several deep, bloody cuts on Cross. The butcher's immense strength and agility, which were disproportionate to his size, taught Cross a harsh lesson in the slaughterhouse. Noticing that the butcher seemed impervious to pain, Cross's gaze turned cold. Bang! With a flick of his wrist, a silver bullet arced elegantly through the air, striking the butcher's ankle from behind and shattering it. Though the butcher appeared to lack pain receptors, the injury significantly hindered his mobility. Damn it! Bang! Before he could finish his curse, another bullet whizzed toward his temple. Forced to react, the butcher swung his blade and deflected it with all his might. However, almost simultaneously, a second silver bullet from Cross's other gun exploded against the side of his neck, blowing away a chunk of flesh. Dual-wield, curved trajectory shooting, the legendary double arc, muttered a voice from the shadows, trembling with awe. Cross turned to see the pharmacist, his secret mole within the Brotherhood. "What are you still doing here?" Cross asked with a frown. According to their plan, the pharmacist should have already fled during the chaos. "I came to tell you that Sloane, the gunsmith, and Fox are all holed up in Sloane's study. It seems they've set a trap and are waiting for you," the pharmacist explained. Cross scoffed, unfazed by the mention of a trap. "In the study? Good. That saves me the trouble of hunting them down." He gave the pharmacist a glance and said coldly, "Get out of here before the police arrive. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to later." Without waiting for a response, Cross turned and walked away toward the study, his back to the pharmacist, as if unafraid of being shot in the back. The pharmacist hesitated, his eyes flickering with indecision, but ultimately, he chose to leave. Since Cross had betrayed the Brotherhood, their relationship had grown increasingly distant. Learning that Cross had personally killed his own son the night before had left the pharmacist in utter disbelief. From that moment, he knew the Cross he once knew was gone. As the pharmacist exited the slaughterhouse, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared, severing both his hands at the wrists. Bang! At the same time, a gunshot rang out near Eren. Reacting instantly, Eren bent backward almost 90 degrees, narrowly dodging the bullet. Raising his gun, he fired 3 consecutive shots toward the slaughterhouse. Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously, 3 gunshots echoed from within. Clang, clang, clang. 6 spinning bullets collided midair, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Emerging from the smoke was Cross, his icy gaze locked onto Eren. "So it's you? A little mouse following me around," Cross remarked coldly. Meanwhile, in Sloane's large circular study, the scene was nothing short of macabre. Sloane, his hair streaked with gray, meticulously wiped his blood-stained hands with a white cloth. Around him lay the corpses of Fox, the gunsmith, and 4 other senior members of the Brotherhood. Their bodies had been arranged in eerie positions, as if bowing in worship towards Sloane at the center of the room. Blood from the 6 corpses flowed into grooves carved into the floor, slowly forming a crimson, sinister symbol. At the moment the crimson symbol was fully formed, the circular study was suddenly engulfed in a burst of blood-red light. The bodies of Fox, the gunsmith, and the other 4 assassins were instantly drained by the symbol on the floor, leaving behind shriveled corpses. Having absorbed the blood and essence of 6 elite assassins, the crimson symbol began to twist and writhe, sprouting tendrils of blood that wrapped themselves tightly around Sloane. No, it was more than just wrapping him. The eerie, pulsating symbol began to burrow into Sloane's body through his pores, merging with his decaying flesh and nourishing it from within. The transformation was grotesque, yet mesmerizing. The stolen vitality rejuvenated Sloane's body, triggering a horrifying metamorphosis. In mere seconds, Sloane stood upright, his once aged and withered form now brimming with youth and vitality. His skin, now sleek and dark, gleamed ominously as once shrunken muscles swelled with explosive power. With a soft tap of his shoe, Sloane leapt 5 or 6 meters, landing gracefully beyond the circle of desiccated corpses. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, greater even than his prime, Sloane's face twisted into an expression of ecstasy and madness. This intoxicating feeling of strength. "Cross," he murmured with a dark chuckle. "Soon, you'll realize that no matter how strong you think you are, you're still just a mortal." The thought of the traitor who had recently pushed him to the brink of despair ignited a bloodthirsty gleam in Sloane's eyes. As the leader of the Brotherhood, Sloane had once been the strongest assassin in the organization's centuries-long history. Yet, years of wielding power and the ravages of time had dulled his edge, making most forget just how deadly he had once been. But everything changed last night. After Cross killed his only son, severing his last tie to humanity, Sloane too underwent a transformation. He had heard the whispers of a demon and willingly embraced the abyss. Already forsaken by divine providence, his name etched into the threads of the loom of fate, Sloane had no hesitation in throwing himself into the embrace of darkness. This descent into corruption unlocked forbidden knowledge within his mind, and his body, now nourished by an unknown force, was completely reborn. Elsewhere in the factory, as Sloane absorbed the life essence of the 6 assassins, both Eren and Cross froze mid-action. Their heightened senses simultaneously picked up on the deadly aura emanating from the second floor. This ominous feeling. Eren's eyes turned deep and piercing as he activated his spiritual vision, staring directly at the source of the oppressive energy. What he saw made his breath catch, a blood-red orb enshrouded in an eerie glow. Within it, the faint silhouette of a small demon with curled horns stared back at him with a chilling, mocking grin. The intense psychic backlash caused a sharp pain in Eren's eyes, forcing him to avert his gaze. Meanwhile, Cross's innate extraordinary instincts warned him of the looming shadow of death radiating from Sloane's study. "That's Sloane's study," Cross muttered, his eyes narrowing. "What the hell is happening in there?" The mere thought of Sloane, the man who betrayed their creed and drove him to kill his own son, rekindled an uncontrollable fury within Cross. Nearby, Eren noted the murderous aura emanating from Cross and smirked faintly. "How about we call a temporary truce?" Eren suggested. "You feel it too, don't you? That presence upstairs." "Cross, our goals are the same. We both want Sloane dead for corrupting the creed. Let's join forces to kill him first. Once he's dealt with, we can settle our differences." Cross shot him a cold glare. "I don't need anyone's help." Though he distrusted Eren, Cross ultimately decided to let him be, for now. The overwhelming sense of danger from the second floor left him uneasy. Sloane had to be eliminated first. As for Eren, Cross was confident he could deal with him later. Watching Cross retreat into the shadows of the slaughterhouse, Eren raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Go ahead, you arrogant fool. Let's see what's really waiting on the second floor." Once Cross disappeared, Eren extended his hand and summoned the pharmacist, who was still writhing in pain from losing both hands. Eren recalled that the special restorative wax used in the factory to heal injuries was made by the pharmacist. While Cross went ahead to test whatever monstrosity had emerged upstairs, Eren decided to extract some information from the pharmacist. Cross carefully ascended the stairs, each step slow and deliberate. As he reached the entrance of Sloane's study, a taunting voice echoed from within. "So, you finally made it? I almost thought you'd lost your nerve, lingering at the door for so long." Cross's pupils shrank, and cold sweat broke out across his body. His heartbeat accelerated, and adrenaline surged through his veins. Activating his bullet time ability, he rolled to the side while firing 2 silver bullets toward the source of the voice. Ding! Ding! Before Cross's bullets could hit their target, they were intercepted mid-air by 2 bronze bullets, sparks flying from the collision. Effortlessly intercepting the 2 bullets fired by Cross, Sloane, now rejuvenated by the essence of 6 elite assassins, stepped forward, his appearance younger and brimming with vitality. Seeing the shock on Cross's face, Sloane's lips curled into a mocking smile. "What's wrong, Carlos? You look surprised," he sneered. "You're Sloane." Rolling to the ground, Cross looked at the seemingly younger man in disbelief. His gaze drifted to the 6 shriveled corpses on the floor, their eerie appearance making his heart clench. Fox the gunsmith. Even in their current state, drained of all vitality, Cross recognized them by their clothing. These were his former comrades, elite members of the Brotherhood. Before entering the study, Cross had considered these individuals his primary obstacles. Now, before he could even face them, they were reduced to grotesque husks. Staring at the remains of Fox and the others, Cross quickly pieced together the source of his earlier unease. Although he didn't know exactly what had occurred in this room, one thing was clear: Sloane was deeply involved. "Looks like you've been busy in the few days I was gone, Sloane," Cross remarked coldly. "You must have been overjoyed not having me around to deal with." "There's no need to pretend in front of me, Carlos," Sloane replied, taking a few steps closer. His gaze locked on Cross. He said, "What you really want to know is why I look like this, isn't it? Will you tell me?" "Of course." Sloane gestured to the corpses around him with a smirk. "I simply offered them as a sacrifice to a demon and received its gift in return." Cross's expression hardened. "A demon? Sloane, you bastard, you've sided with hell." For members of the Brotherhood, who revered the loom of fate as a divine tool, belief in God was absolute. Their creed, "Kill one to save 1,000, was an act of faith, a fulfillment of divine will. Their killings were not for the sake of murder, but for salvation, saving countless lives by eliminating those deemed fated to bring harm. Now, their leader, the very figurehead of their sacred mission, had turned to hell. This betrayal struck at the core of Cross's beliefs, filling him with rage and a sense of desecration. Huh, Sloane chuckled coldly. Carlos, you've known all along. If God wanted me dead, then why shouldn't I embrace hell instead? Die, you faithless scum. Enraged by Sloane's blasphemy, Cross raised his guns. Adrenaline surged through his body, propelling him into bullet time. With a rapid pull of the triggers, bullets shot toward Sloane's vital points, sealing off any potential escape routes. And you, who betrayed your creed and killed your own son, think you're above reproach. Sloane scoffed, unperturbed. The moment Cross raised his guns, Sloane activated bullet time himself. Moving in perfect sync with Cross, he fired precise shots, deflecting some of the incoming bullets with his own. Using the openings he created, Sloane deftly sidestepped Cross's barrage. Once clear of the hail of bullets, Sloane retaliated, firing his own shots. His bullets collided mid-air with those from Cross, creating a dazzling and surreal display. As Cross ducked behind a column to reload, Sloane flicked his wrist, sending a golden bullet in an elegant arc forced to roll out of cover. Cross narrowly avoided being struck. Is this all you've got? If so, you're a disappointment, Carlos, Sloane taunted. With his newfound strength, Sloane felt he could easily overpower Cross. But he had no intention of killing him outright. Sloane wanted to savor the moment, to break Cross both physically and mentally, leaving him in utter despair before delivering the final blow. The knowledge whispered to him by the demon had included rituals to please his new master. Torturing and killing a legendary figure like Cross, a top-tier assassin of the Dark World, would be the ultimate offering. Having already tasted the power granted by the demon, Sloane eagerly anticipated the rewards he would receive after offering Cross's life. Meanwhile, Eren had extracted the recipe for the factory's unique restorative wax from the pharmacist using disheartened stare and his psychic grip. Once he had what he needed, Eren drove the vengeful threads into the pharmacist, draining his flesh and soul to nourish the weapon. With the pharmacist dealt with, Eren glanced toward the second floor, where gunfire continued to echo from the study. A smirk played on his lips. Take your time. I won't be joining you. In the next moment, Eren vanished, heading toward the room where Mr. X's memories indicated the loom of fate was kept. From the start, Eren had never forgotten his true purpose for coming to the factory. As for the feud between Cross and Sloane, it had nothing to do with him. Click! After a few failed attempts to pick the lock on the room's ancient door with a piece of wire, Eren heard a snapping sound. Not the lock giving way, but the wire breaking. Damn it, what a hassle! Irritated, Eren activated the vengeful threads coiled around his finger, slicing through the sturdy metal lock with ease. Click! The lock fell apart, and Eren pushed open the heavy door, stepping into the textile factory's most secretive chamber. In the spacious, brightly lit room, countless threads stretched like a spider's web, connecting the walls and ceiling to an enormous loom that dominated the space. Clack! 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 A golden shuttle darted swiftly through the dense network of threads on the massive loom, its movements like a stream of golden light, mesmerizing to behold. Despite the carnage throughout the textile factory, the colossal loom continued its relentless work, weaving without pause, indifferent to the chaos. So this is the loom of fate, Eren muttered, gazing at the machine that formed the very foundation of the Brotherhood. The loom of fate, the cornerstone of the Assassin's Creed. It was also Eren's ultimate objective in this carefully orchestrated plan. As he stepped closer, standing mere feet from the loom, Eren found himself at a loss. Now that I've found it, how do I offer it to the scales of fate? Do I need some kind of ritual? Just as he pondered this, a message emerged in his mind. Touch it. All he needed to do was touch the loom of fate with any part of his body to offer it to the scales of fate. That easy, huh? Eren smirked and extended his hand toward the loom. As his right hand approached, the golden shuttle, sensing impending danger, transformed into a streak of light and tried to escape the loom. But the moment Eren's hand made contact with the loom of fate, the streak of light froze mid-air, as though time itself had been halted. No, it wasn't just the shuttle. Everything in the room, every thread, every motion became still, as if frozen in time. A distorted vortex materialized in the air, swallowing the entire loom, golden shuttle included. Once the vortex vanished and the room returned to normal, a cascade of information poured into Eren's mind. Ding! The host has successfully offered the anomalous artifact, Loom of Fate, extracting 2 points of this world's destiny essence and gaining 10,000 fate points. Scales of Fate functions being updated. Ding! Update complete. Eren had anticipated that the Scales of Fate's upgrade would take some time, but it was done in an instant. Well, that was quick, he remarked to himself before the new feature caught his eye. Exchange. The name was simple, but the feature's capabilities left Eren stunned. Exchange. Place sufficient weights on one side of the Scales of Fate, and you may exchange them for anything you desire. Remember, anything. Note, you must have sufficient weights. Evaluation. Fate is omnipotent. The audacious claim of Fate being omnipotent felt less exaggerated in light of this terrifying ability. What an incredible power. Unlike the Fate manifestation feature, which required fate points, this new ability relied on the inherent value of items placed on the scales. If the value was deemed adequate, the exchange could proceed. Eren's mind raced. What if I placed this world's 6 infinity stones on the scales? What could I get in return? His musings were cut short by the sound of intense gunfire from nearby. Guess now's not the time for daydreaming, Eren muttered. With a flash of his figure, he exited the now empty room. Stepping out, Eren immediately spotted Cross stumbling out of the study, bloodied and pale, with Sloane close behind. Cross's body was riddled with wounds, fresh blood soaking through his clothes, highlighting his precarious state. Sloane, however, didn't look much better. Though he pursued Cross with a dark expression, he bore bullet wounds in his abdomen and right arm. At the moment Eren offered the Loom of Fate to the scales, Sloane had experienced a chilling dread deep within his soul. Sensing his hesitation, Cross seized the moment, suppressing his pain to unload the entirety of a handgun's magazine at Sloane. Though Sloane managed to evade most of the lethal shots, he couldn't avoid 2 bullets that tore into his flesh. To his frustration, Cross used the distraction to leap through a factory window, shattering it as he fled. The ritual Sloane had been preparing to please the demon was ruined. You want to die? I'll gladly oblige, Sloane growled, grabbing a thick leather-bound book from the study. From within, he drew a pitch-black handgun and sprinted after Cross. Having never imagined Sloane would become this terrifying, Cross burst through the window just in time to see Eren emerging from the room that housed the loom. Thinking quickly, Cross yelled, "Do something! I can't hold him off much longer." Trailing behind, Sloane also noticed Eren's masked figure. "Oh, you brought a friend? Good. I'll kill you both," Sloane sneered, raising his weapon and firing. Eren froze. Having successfully obtained both the Loom of Fate and the formula for the restorative wax, Eren had been ready to leave, his mission completed flawlessly. Now, thanks to Cross's diversionary tactics, he found himself caught in the crossfire. Damn it! Before Eren could explain himself, Sloane's bullet was already flying toward him. Left with no choice, Eren swiftly dodged behind a brick column, using it to block the incoming shot. Meanwhile, Cross took advantage of Sloane's momentary distraction. With a quick maneuver, he dodged the bullets and leapt down to the first floor of the factory. Realizing this, Sloane shifted his focus entirely onto Eren, who remained concealed behind the column. "You think that column will protect you?" Sloane sneered, preparing to fire again. But before he could act, a barrage of 7 or 8 high-explosive grenades rained down toward him, as if scattered like flower petals. F***K. The sight of so many grenades descending upon him caused Sloane's expression to twist in fear. Even with the powers granted by the demon, Sloane was not immortal. He remained vulnerable to bullets, and such a dense cluster of grenades would reduce him to nothing but ash. With a forceful kick off the wall behind him, Sloane propelled himself toward the staircase leading to the first floor. Perfect timing, Cross muttered, seizing the moment as Sloane hung mid-air. He raised his gun and fired 3 bullets in quick succession, each aimed at vital points: the head, the heart, and the torso. Damn it! Sloane's instinct screamed danger as he caught sight of Cross, but suspended in mid-air, he had no way to maneuver. Bang! Bang! He managed to shoot down 2 bullets, but the third pierced his abdomen, tearing through his kidney. F***K. Before he could curse further, the deafening explosion of the grenades rocked the entire factory. Caught in midair, Sloane was blasted away by the devastating shockwave created by the grenades. The explosions shook the factory to its core, collapsing part of its aged walls. Ugh! Sloane was hurled back over a dozen meters by the shockwave, coughing up dark red blood. His condition was pitiful. Not only had the blast ravaged his internal organs, but his unlucky landing had caused him to impale his leg on a butcher's blade. The sharp steel sliced through most of his thigh, leaving his leg barely functional. Even so, Sloane's fate was better than Cross's. The assassin had been engulfed in the flames and crushed beneath the rubble caused by the collapsing walls. At the same time, the chaos in the factory had triggered a flood of emergency calls to the NYPD. Terrified residents, shocked by the deafening explosions and relentless gunfire, berated police operators with furious exclamations. Is this still New York? Or have we suddenly moved to a war zone in the Middle East? What the hell are you doing? Protecting taxpayers, my ass. You're wasting our money. At NYPD headquarters, the police chief's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. This incident was a massive failure, and he knew his position was at risk if he couldn't contain it. Determined to save his career, the chief mobilized every available officer from dozens of precincts. All units, listen up. There is an intense conflict at the Brooklyn textile factory. Mobilize immediately and secure the area. Among the responding officers was George, who had received an early warning from Gwen. Leading a convoy of police cars, George floored the gas pedal, racing toward the scene. As engines roared, George's mind raced with worry. Gwen, please be safe. In the factory, Eren observed Sloane through the wall using his enhanced vision. Sloane's aura was no longer the blindingly powerful force it had been when Eren had first glimpsed him in the study. It had dimmed significantly, though it still lingered. His injured leg, however, was clear evidence that Sloane's mobility was severely compromised. Still alive, huh? Eren mused. But with that leg, he's just a sitting duck. Eren began retrieving every grenade he had hidden on his person. These grenades, sourced from Mr. X's private armory, had already proven invaluable. But after this encounter, his once-abundant stockpile was nearly depleted. Damn, they're almost all gone, Eren muttered. High-explosive grenades were quickly becoming his most used resource, proving effective against both humanoid and monstrous threats. Recalling how these grenades had taken down the human-faced spider and other adversaries, Eren resolved to restock as soon as this ordeal was over. Using his enhanced sight, Eren confirmed Sloane's position. With both hands moving in a blur, he lobbed nearly 10 grenades towards Sloane's hiding spot, each grenade arcing through the air like a perfectly choreographed performance. For added insurance, Eren simultaneously drew his handgun and fired relentlessly, raining bullets towards Sloane's position. Bang! 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 Hearing the grenades whistling through the air, Sloane instinctively ducked further into cover, forced to abandon any plans of counterattack. Seething with rage, his face twisted in a mask of murderous intent as he growled through clenched teeth, "You bastard! I'll tear you apart piece by piece." But before Sloane could act, the air was filled with a deafening roar. At that moment, the first grenade Eren had thrown landed directly above Sloane's head, its round shape catching his eye immediately. Again, the instant he saw the high-explosive grenade, Sloane's face twitched involuntarily. At this point, Sloane utterly loathed these infernal grenades. However, faced with the threat to his life, Sloane had no choice but to force his body upright, scrambling and rolling towards the other side of the cover with all his might. Yet, as Sloane continued rolling away, one grenade after another kept appearing in his line of sight as if summoned out of nowhere. Seeing the grenades seemingly about to drown him, Sloane's eyes filled with despair. No! As fiery explosions erupted one after another, thick smoke from the grenades engulfed Sloane's figure. And with the final, deafening explosion, Sloane's body was obliterated, torn into countless bloody fragments that rained across the area. Huh. I was about to leave, but you just had to insist on keeping me here. Now look what happened. Lost your life for it. Behind the clown mask, Eren grinned maliciously as he watched the last traces of Sloane's presence disappear from his spiritual vision. Next, Eren deliberately took another round through the textile factory. Using his threads of malice, he devoured anyone still clinging to life, ensuring that there were no survivors left in the blood-soaked factory. Only after confirming the place was devoid of any life did Eren leave the factory, now echoing with the faint wail of approaching sirens. A glass container in hand, he quickly disappeared into the night. Outside the textile factory, after realizing Eren had vanished, Gwen was consumed by anxiety and worry. Under the weight of those emotions, she even managed to break through Eren's implanted mental suggestion, cautiously approaching the factory entrance. Just as she was about to step through the main gate, a slender yet surprisingly strong arm suddenly grabbed Gwen, pulling her away at a full sprint. Startled, Gwen almost screamed, but Eren quickly covered her mouth with his other hand. Nearly dragging Gwen for dozens of meters, Eren pulled her back to their previous hiding spot before releasing her and whispering harshly, "Are you out of your mind? Why were you heading in there? Didn't I tell you to stay put and not come out?" Seeing it was Eren who had grabbed her, Gwen, who had nearly been scared to death, snapped back irritably, "I was worried about you. You vanished out of nowhere. If I weren't worried, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near that place." Eren rolled his eyes. "Thanks, I guess." Having barely escaped through the partially collapsed underground tunnel, which he had sealed with pre-planted explosives, Eren had returned to find Gwen creeping toward the factory entrance, breaking through the mental suggestion he had left on her earlier. Did she think the horrors inside the textile factory were something she could handle? Setting down the container he carried, Eren wasted no time rushing forward to grab Gwen and haul her back. "Don't change the subject. Where did you go? I almost thought you," Gwen began to question him, but Eren cut her off, pointing to the glass container on the ground. "When you were on the phone earlier, I noticed someone running out of the factory, carrying several containers like this." He looked terrified, probably spooked by the gunfire. One of the containers fell, but he didn't even stop to pick it up, just bolted. "I went back to grab it," Eren said nonchalantly. Gwen frowned at the grimy container. "You're crazy. What if it's dangerous?" Eren shrugged. "I don't know if it's dangerous. What I do know is that you'd regret it if I didn't take it. My intuition told me that whatever's in this container is exactly what Helen needs." "What are you saying this is?" Gwen stared at the filthy container in disbelief. "Of course. Why else would I bring it back? Oh, and one more thing. You cannot tell your dad about this. If you do, they'll definitely confiscate it. And if they do, Helen's scars will." Before Eren could finish, Gwen caught his meaning and nodded firmly. At the textile factory, unsurprisingly, the first officers to arrive were from the 13th Precinct, led by George himself, who had rushed over immediately after getting his daughter's call. Seeing Gwen and Eren unharmed brought visible relief to George. But after calming down, George scolded his daughter harshly before assigning a female officer to escort both Gwen and Eren away from the scene. The deafening explosions earlier had even shocked George as he drove over, and he had no intention of letting his daughter be anywhere near such a dangerous place. Outside the textile factory, the officers who arrived stared at the battered textile factory, which looked like it had been through a small war. Drawing their weapons in unison, they remained on high alert. "George, the SWAT team's here," said Vinny, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, as an NYPD armored vehicle pulled up. George nodded and addressed the officers around him. "The criminals we're dealing with here are extremely dangerous. Proceed with utmost caution. Yes, sir. Under the SWAT team's lead, a dozen officers advanced toward the factory, shields raised. But despite their tense approach, no attacks came. Instead, the scene that greeted them inside was far worse than expected. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, human and rodent alike, blood pooling so heavily it formed streams across the floor. The overwhelming stench of blood hit them like a wave, leaving even the most seasoned officers nauseated. Several inexperienced officers couldn't help but gag as they saw the blood pooling on the ground, almost forming a small stream. The scene inside the textile factory had everyone's nerves stretched taut. It only took a single glance. They immediately realized the kind of ruthless criminals they were dealing with this time. Taking a deep breath, George, who was commanding the operation, spoke in a steady voice. Special Ops, take point. Understood. Vinny, take your team to the left. I'll take mine to the right. Got it. After signaling with hand gestures, George cautiously advanced to the right. The Special Ops team leader and Vinny, another detective from the 13th Precinct, each led their teams in their respective directions. However, whether it was George, Vinny, or the Special Ops team brought in from the NYPD headquarters, all they encountered were corpses, no other sign of life. The textile factory was eerily quiet. A short while later, the three teams regrouped in the largest workshop of the factory. Any survivors? George asked. None, replied both Vinny and the Special Ops team leader. Hearing the same answer from both, George's expression grew grave. The three shared a glance before ordering their teams to reform their initial formation and advance toward the last unexplored section of the factory. 10 minutes later, apart from the countless corpses and the wreckage of various textile machines, the officers found no survivors or immediate threats. Soon after, more officers flooded the scene. Not a single survivor. Even someone as experienced as George fell silent as he looked at the carnage within the factory. It was clear. They were too late. The group of criminals who had turned the factory into a battlefield had likely fled before the police arrived. The thought made George's face darken. Dozens of dead bodies and no suspects in custody. How was the police department supposed to explain this to the public? If the media caught wind of this failure, George could already imagine the firestorm of criticism awaiting the NYPD. At that moment, Vinny suddenly ran over, clutching a black plastic bag. George, I think you need to see this. This operation at the textile factory had been one of the most thoroughly prepared actions Eren had undertaken since arriving in this world. Although he couldn't understand why Sloane had suddenly gained such formidable abilities, the factory massacre had already been foreseen in Eren's divination. No one knew how many times a diviner would repeat their readings to ensure safety, or rather, to guarantee success when given ample time. Naturally, Eren had more than one plan in place. He had even thought about how to make George's cleanup of the aftermath easier. The contents of the bag Vinny brought over were the result of this planning. A list of assassinations conducted by Mr. X over the years, targeting political and corporate elites, along with irrefutable evidence of their crimes. Besides the evidence Eren had prepared in advance, he also added documents he found while cleaning up the battlefield. Evidence of crimes tied to the textile factory and Sloane's collusion with certain New York City Council members. These items, regardless of whether Eren ended up confronting Sloane or the Cross, were always meant to end up in George's hands through some means. Consider it a reward of sorts. After all, if Eren successfully escaped with the Fate Loom and the unique wax formula, someone still needed to clean up the chaos in the factory, and George was the best candidate. Without such rewards, George might end up as a scapegoat sacrificed by the NYPD. Besides, Eren had no use for the criminal evidence. Rather than keep such incriminating items, it was better to hand them to George, ensuring he wouldn't be ousted from the department. What's this? George took the bag from Vinny and asked casually. You'll understand once you look inside, Vinny replied with a wry smile. So mysterious? George shot Vinny a look before opening the bag. The first thing that caught his eye was a playing card, the Joker. After staring at the card for a second, George shifted his attention to the stack of booklets inside the bag. He pulled out what looked like a ledger and flipped it open. Well, damn. George's expression changed the moment he read the first page. 10 minutes later, George walked back to where Gwen and Eren were waiting. Dad! Seeing George approaching from afar, Gwen's worries visibly eased, and she rushed to embrace him. When she had seen George leading his team into the dangerous textile factory earlier, her heart had nearly leapt out of her chest. Now, she finally understood why Helen always got so upset whenever George took on missions despite his promotion. Of course, when George became deputy precinct chief, Helen had thought he wouldn't be on the front lines anymore. But clearly, George hadn't changed his ways and still insisted on risking himself. How could Helen not worry or be angry? I'm fine, Gwen. After hugging his daughter briefly, George released her and addressed both Gwen and Eren. There might be people coming to take your statements soon. They'll need you to describe what you saw at the scene. Eren nodded. Of course. George acknowledged him with a nod, then turned to Gwen, his expression growing stern. Gwen, I expect you to give me a satisfactory explanation tonight about why you were in such a dangerous place. Gwen stuck out her tongue mischievously. There was no way she could tell George the real reason, how she and Eren had come to the factory searching for a way to remove Helen's scars. If she did, George would definitely report everything to Helen, and Gwen would undoubtedly face an unprecedented grounding. After a few more instructions, George turned and left. While the textile factory incident was over for Eren, for George, the headache-inducing troubles were just beginning. The aftermath of the textile factory massacre presented more than just the logistical nightmare of handling the sea of blood and corpses. It also included a black bag filled with ledgers and incriminating evidence recovered from a macabre room containing 6 mummified bodies. While the evidence documenting various assassination targets, dates, and locations offered hope for solving numerous cold cases, the ledgers presented a far more delicate challenge for George. One name stood out in the most recent transaction, a high-ranking official within the NYPD, someone even outranking George. It wasn't surprising. A covert assassin ring, like the textile factories, wouldn't have operated so brazenly in New York for years without protection from high-level insiders. Beyond the NYPD, the ledger also listed several New York City Council members whose names George recognized all too well. If the contents of this bag went public, it would send shockwaves through New York's political and law enforcement landscapes. However, if handled strategically, this information could elevate George and everyone involved in the operation. Promotions for all were on the table, which was precisely why Vinny handed the bag directly to George. Among them, only George had the connections and savvy to manage such a volatile situation. Sitting in a police car, George immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chief, George, I've arranged everything. Mr. Robert will meet us at the Secret Garden Club in Queens. I'll head over first and see you there. Understood, Chief. Hanging up, George glanced at the bag on the passenger seat. Revving the engine, he headed for the Secret Garden Club. As the deputy chief of the 13th Precinct, George's position was not just a result of merit. It also stemmed from his sharp political instincts. Robert De Niro, a leading candidate in the upcoming mayoral race, had strong ties to George's superior, Chief Damon Jones. Over the years, Robert had donated generously to the NYPD, particularly to the 13th Precinct, whose patrol cars bore his name. The incriminating evidence George carried included damaging information about Robert's primary rival in the election. His intentions were clear. This meeting was about securing his future. This move wasn't just about ambition. George's career had been marked by frustration at having his cases stripped away due to insufficient rank and authority. The Spider Murders case was a bitter reminder. Despite being a first-hand investigator, George had been sidelined when the FBI claimed jurisdiction. That failure to control the investigation left his family vulnerable, culminating in Helen's kidnapping by shadowy forces. Even after the kidnapping, when George sought help from Joaquin, the FBI's lead agent on the case, he was rebuffed. The man who had once smiled as he took George's case refused to share even a scrap of information. Had Eren not intervened to rescue Helen, George might have lost his wife forever. From that day forward, George swore vengeance against Joaquin and the FBI. But he knew a deputy chief had no real power to challenge the federal agency. He needed greater authority and influence, not out of ambition, but to protect his family and ensure such tragedies never happened again. Meanwhile, as photos of the textile factory's carnage leaked online, social media across New York erupted. Within hours, news spread that the factory had been a front for a clandestine assassin organization. Sensing a story, journalists descended on the factory like ravenous wolves. Bribes to officers, covert photography, and even drones circumventing police barricades became commonplace as media outlets vied to expose the factory's secrets. The public uproar left the NYPD with no choice but to hold a press conference. The NYPD commissioner personally addressed the media, declaring that the department had meticulously planned and executed an operation to dismantle the assassin network, taking minimal losses. He also took the opportunity to highlight George's heroism, portraying him as the mastermind and leader of the operation. No sooner had the NYPD's press conference concluded than the FBI joined the fray, announcing that evidence from the factory had led to the arrest of several suspects, including corrupt city council members and the NYPD's internal affairs chief. One explosive revelation followed another, leaving the public enthralled by the scandal. At an old house in Chinatown, Eren emerged from the basement, glancing at the live news coverage on the TV. A sly smile crept across his face. Georgia played his hand masterfully. Rather than exposing all the names in the ledger outright, George had allied with Councilman Robert, leveraging the evidence to secure allies, purge enemies, and even eliminate a few NYPD parasites to pave the way for his own promotion. With this maneuver, George was poised to rise from deputy chief of the 13th Precinct to an even higher position. However, no matter how substantial George's gains were this time, they clearly couldn't compare to what Eren had achieved. This operation, although it cost Eren an untold amount of time and effort, yielded equally massive rewards for him. Aside from the 10,000 fate points and the exchange function unlocked in the fate scale after sacrificing the fate weaver, Eren obtained several other treasures. Among them was the formula for the factory's unique wax-based restorative potion, along with a complete sample. Unlike the Assassin Brotherhood, which treated it merely as a life-saving medical remedy, Eren immediately recognized its immense commercial potential upon learning its detailed properties from the alchemist. If he could replicate this wax-based restorative potion, he could easily secure a new avenue for wealth and prosperity. Beyond this, Eren discovered numerous valuable items while looting the factory. The Assassin Brotherhood, though a killer organization, had amassed some extraordinary treasures over their 1,000-year history. Priceless jewels and relics with unique supernatural properties that ordinary people couldn't utilize. Among Sloane's possessions, Eren found several of these items. The most surprising discovery came after Sloane's death. In the place where Sloane fell, Eren found a translucent, gel-like object interwoven with vein-like patterns. Although Eren had never seen such a thing before, he immediately recognized it, a remnant extraordinary trait from the mysterious world of Beyonders. These traits were formed when an extraordinary individual perished in that world. While Eren didn't know why Sloane's death left behind this trait, there was no mistaking its authenticity. To determine which pathway and sequence this trait belonged to, Eren took it to the fate space for appraisal. Abyss Pathway, Sequence 7, Serial Killer. The result didn't surprise Eren much. The sequence matched Sloane's identity in this world perfectly. But what use do I have for a Beyonders extraordinary trait? In the world of Beyonders, such traits could be sold for money. For Eren, however, after pondering silently for a few seconds, Eren realized it could still serve several purposes. He could use the exchange function of the fate scale to trade it for something he wanted or utilize it to craft items imbued with extraordinary powers. After tallying his spoils, Eren, satisfied, summoned the Fate panel to review his current attributes. Fate panel. Name, Eren. Fate compass. 100 fate points to spin once. Fate manifestation. Materialize anything that has existed within the river of fate. Exchange. Place sufficient weight on one side of the fate scale to exchange for anything desired. Innate talent. Fickle fate. Skills. Driving beginner. English 12th grade. History 12th grade. Mathematics 12th grade. Chemistry 12th grade. Antiquities appraisal. Novice. Programming advanced. Divination intermediate. Marksmanship master. Gaze of despair beginner. Combat system. Sequence 8. Clown. Cosmic brain meditation. Uninitiated power assessment. A clown growing increasingly inhuman. Fate points 11,000. Fate essence 2. Compared to when the Fate panel first appeared, its features and Eren's skills had expanded significantly. Even his power assessment had grown from weakling to a clown growing increasingly inhuman. The most satisfying aspect, however, was the 11,000 fate points displayed in the final section. Of these, 10,000 points came from sacrificing the Fate Weaver, while the remaining 1,000 points were earned by killing Sloane and eliminating the remaining assassins in the factory. Apparently, Sloane, having become extraordinary and mutated, had turned into a Fate singularity. By resolving Sloane and the factory's disruptions, the Fate scale smoothed out the disturbances in the river of fate, bringing significant benefits. Eren's fate points increased by 1,000 as a result. With 11,000 fate points, Eren had never felt so wealthy. He knew that materializing a Sequence 7 Magician Potion only required 3,000 points. Even after setting aside 3,000 points for that, he still had 8,000 points to spare. With 8,000 points, he could afford to spin the Fate Compass 8 times for tenfold draws. Even with bad luck, these draws were bound to yield some valuable rewards. Despite advancing to Sequence 8, Clown, Eren still lacked a sense of security in this dangerous Marvel universe. He believed that the stronger he became, the easier it would be to earn Fate points in the future. For instance, during the containment of the Morning Star Bar's forbidden item, Eren had needed to act as a diviner and persuade Coulson to help him complete the task. But now, with his current strength, Eren could have handled the containment alone. Proper investments weren't wasteful. They promised better returns. If Eren hadn't drawn the clown potion earlier and advanced before the final battle at the factory, could he have defeated Sloane and earned those 11,000 points so easily? It's like playing a game. Without upgrading your gear first, how can you expect to beat higher-level enemies and level up efficiently? Deciding it was time to test his luck, Eren summoned the Fate Scales projection and initiated a tenfold draw. In the next instant, the massive shadow of the Fate Compass began spinning rapidly. Moments later, as the shadow dissipated, 10 glowing orbs materialized before Eren. 1 blue, 2 green, and 7 white. No purples? Though Eren knew his previous tenfold draw had been sheer dumb luck, netting him a purple item, he couldn't help but hope. Alas, reality crushed his expectations. Not only were there no purple orbs this time, but there was only 1 blue orb. The results were even worse than his threefold draw last time. Damn it, bad luck. With a sigh, Eren reached for the lone blue orb, determined to see what it held. Even in failure, he wanted to know what he had gained. The moment Eren's hand touched the blue orb and received the item's information, his expression underwent a dramatic change. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sequence Potion Magician. Eren stared at the Magician Potion before him, which would have cost 3,000 fate points to manifest, now drawn in a single tenfold draw. Ignoring the other 9 items from a draw, this one potion alone made Eren feel like he had hit the jackpot. But, looking at the potion before him, Eren's expression darkened instead of brightening with joy. If the first time was a coincidence and the second time a fluke, could the third time still be called chance? After becoming a diviner, his first tenfold draw had landed him the clown potion, worth 2,000 fate points, and the purple-rated cosmic brain meditation method. At the time, he had marveled at his luck. After all, pulling a follow-up potion for his path from the countless prizes on the Fate Compass was an extraordinary stroke of luck. He had attributed it to sheer good fortune. But now, after becoming a clown, his first tenfold draw had miraculously granted him the magician potion, the next step on his sequence path. Was this really a coincidence? At this moment, even his first draw, which had granted him the diviner potion, now felt suspicious. The gifts of fate. Eren's mind replayed the message he had first seen when the fate scale had gifted him 100 fate points. Every gift of fate comes with a price secretly marked. Murmuring this phrase to himself, Eren felt as though a massive shadow loomed over his destiny, an invisible hand manipulating the threads of his fate. The sense of powerlessness and unease extinguished the pride he had felt after planning and executing the downfall of the assassin factory. A pitiful soul whose very destiny might lie in the hands of another. What right did he have to feel proud? Of course, all this was merely Eren's speculation. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Who's to say that his stroke of luck wasn't simply a boon from the fate scale? Taking a deep breath, Eren calmed himself, clutching the magician potion emitting its strange glow. He then proceeded to open the remaining 2 green and 7 white orbs from the tenfold draw. The 2 green orbs revealed: Strong Healing Potion, Fortification Stone. Strong Healing Potion rapidly heals all injuries below fatal wounds upon consumption. The description was simple, but the effect was immensely powerful, a life-saving item. The Fortification Stone, on the other hand, left Eren speechless. Fortification Stone, crafted by Kaylee of the Celestial Realm, it guarantees 1 weapon enhancement. Trait: contains unique enhancement rules but does not guarantee success. Failure might instantly destroy the item being enhanced. Use with caution. Note: enhancement is risky. Proceed with caution, young one. Are you ready to take a chance? Ignoring the painful memories stirred by the Fortification Stone, Eren turned his attention to the 7 white orbs, which yielded: Eggshell Grenade ×1, Pterodol ×1, Smith & Wesson M500 Pistol ×1, The Complete Guide to Dark Cuisine ×1, Stink Bomb ×1, Strong Hallucinogen ×1, Lollipop ×1. Apart from the filler items like the Lollipop and the Complete Guide to Dark Cuisine, the Eggshell Grenade, Smith & Wesson M500, Stink Bomb, and Strong Hallucinogen were all valuable items. As for the Pterodol, it seemed terrifying in appearance, but had no discernible abilities. After tallying the rewards, Eren shifted his gaze to the massive shadow of the fate scale hanging over the River of Fate. With the magician potion in hand, Eren suddenly decided to try a different way of spending his remaining 10,000 fate points. Rather than continuing with another draw, Eren approached the fate scale projection with Sloane's serial killer extraordinary trait in hand. Eren wasn't skilled at crafting, nor could he forge this trait into an extraordinary item. It made more sense to trade it for something more useful. Exchange. The moment the words left his lips, a smaller projection of the fate scale appeared before him. Eren quickly grasped how to use it. After stating what he wanted, he placed the serial killer extraordinary trait onto one side of the scale. For a brief moment, Eren felt a faint sense of disdain, as though the scale found his offering akin to picking up discarded trash. However, the sensation was fleeting, and Eren dismissed it as his imagination. Soon, several projections began to form on the other side of the scale, presenting his options. Flesh Tai Sui, a unique biological entity from another world. When provided with sufficient water and nutrients, it can rapidly produce large quantities of edible flesh. Note: overconsumption may lead to unforeseen transformations. Endless Flesh, a mysterious chunk of meat from an unknown entity, possesses endless vitality and can regenerate infinitely, no matter how much is consumed or destroyed. Note: though inexhaustible, it doesn't look particularly appetizing. Meat Synthesizer, a high-tech creation from a futuristic world, capable of producing synthetic meat in a variety of flavors using specified formulas and materials. Note: comes preloaded with over 1,000 premium recipes. Based on the value of the serial killer extraordinary trait, Eren could choose one of these items to exchange. Eren wasn't exchanging these items for himself. They were meant for Oddball. Oddball had a unique ability to devour and decompose the flesh and souls of living beings, transforming them into a foundation to strengthen its home. As long as Oddball consumed enough flesh and souls, it could gradually upgrade Eren's house, eventually turning it into an unassailable fortress. While gathering large quantities of souls was difficult, acquiring flesh was much easier. Supermarkets were filled with meat that could be purchased directly. However, buying large amounts of meat without a good excuse would inevitably attract attention, so Eren had refrained from doing so. But after drawing the magician potion, Eren changed his mind. Even if it came at cost, Eren wanted to build Oddball into an impenetrable fortress as quickly as possible. Perhaps that was the only way to bring him a semblance of security in this dangerous world. Flesh ties sway. Endless flesh. Meat synthesizer. According to the fate scale, all three items were of equal value to Sloane's extraordinary trait and could meet Oddball's need for flesh. The meat synthesizer, a product of advanced technology, was the safest option. It could synthesize thousands of different types of artificial meat using basic materials. However, the synthesized meat had the lowest quality and effectiveness. The endless flesh, on the other hand, was of the highest quality. This mysterious chunk of meat from an unknown being contained incredible vitality and could regenerate infinitely. However, Eren had no idea how long Oddball could take to fully digest it. As for the flesh tie sway, it carried unknown risks. Overconsumption could potentially lead to unpredictable changes in Oddball, whether beneficial or harmful. After a moment of thought, Eren ultimately chose to exchange for the endless flesh solely for its superior quality. As Eren confirmed his choice, a blood-soaked chunk of meat materialized on the other side of the fate scale's projection. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of the meat filled Eren with a sudden, intense craving. This blood-soaked chunk of meat looked so delicious. If not for the fact that his presence in the fate scale was merely a projection, Eren might have lunged forward to take a bite. Damn it, why am I craving raw meat? I don't even know what creature this came from. Shaking off the unsettling thought, Eren exited the fate scale space. A momentary sense of weightlessness followed, and Eren found himself back in the real world, holding the blood-soaked chunk of meat in his hand. Oddball. At Eren's call, Oddball appeared instantly, like a husky materializing at his feet. The moment it arrived, Oddball's gaze locked onto the meat in Eren's hand. Instinct told it that consuming this meat would bring immense benefits. However, after a brief moment of temptation, Oddball's attention shifted back to Eren. It wagged its body excitedly, sticking out its unusually clean, oversized tongue to lick Eren's hand affectionately. All right, stop licking. You'll wear my skin off. After pacifying Oddball's excitement, Eren patted its head and said, "Open wide." Without hesitation, Oddball opened its mouth, revealing a gaping maw wide enough to fit a large round table. Good job. Praising it, Eren tossed the endless flesh into Oddball's enormous mouth. As soon as the meat was inside, Eren instinctively licked the blood on his hand. The next moment, an indescribable wave of nausea surged through him, forcing him to retch violently. Rushing to the sink, Eren scrubbed his tongue with water and cleaned his hand thoroughly. Only after washing several times did the nauseating sensation subside. Now Eren fully understood what the endless flesh description meant by not very appetizing. Not very appetizing? It felt as awful as eating rotten fish. What about Oddball? Curious, Eren placed his hand on Oddball's head. Sorry, Oddball. I prioritize quality, but forgot about taste. Is it edible? Oddball's response was surprising. It found the meat delicious, filled with energy, and incredibly beneficial for its growth. Since the endless flesh contained inexhaustible vitality, each portion Oddball digested would regenerate almost instantly, providing a constant source of nourishment. Oddball didn't care about the taste. It was thrilled to consume the meat. The faster it grew, the stronger it could become to protect its master. Just as Eren finished sorting his thoughts, a sudden ringing broke the silence. Ring, 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 ring. Huh? Surprised, Eren dried his hands and walked to the sofa, picking up his phone. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Who could be calling me at this hour? Puzzled, he answered the call. Hello, who's this? To Eren's surprise, the voice on the other end was unfamiliar, a clear, cold child's voice. I'm Yuan Nan. You can also call me Métis. If I've dialed correctly, you should be Eren. Yuan Nan? Métis? Eren froze for a moment before remembering that Yuan Nan was Uncle Yuan's daughter, affectionately called Nan Nan. Why is Nan Nan calling me? Did Aunt Fong need something from me? With this thought, Eren asked, Yes, this is Eren. What's going on? No, it's not my mom who's looking for you. It's me. Eren paused, confused. Not Aunt Fong, but Nan Nan. What's going on? As if sensing his confusion, Yuan Nan continued calmly. Something has happened to my mom. I called you because I need your help to save her. Hearing this, Eren's expression turned serious. He straightened up and asked in a deep voice, What happened? Aunt Fong and Nan Nan were Uncle Yuan's only family left in this world. Yuan had helped Eren greatly when he first crossed over, even sacrificing his life in the process. Now that Aunt Fong was in trouble, there was no way Eren could stand idly by. I made an agreement with my mom. No matter how busy she was, she'd always be home by 10 p.m. It's already past 10, and I've called her multiple times, but no one is answering. She was supposed to be home by 6 p.m. today for dinner with me. In just a few words, Yuan then conveyed key details. Eren knew Aunt Fong well enough to be certain. Even if an emergency at work required her to stay late, she wouldn't leave Nan Nan waiting alone without at least making a call. Do you know where she works? Eren asked immediately. My mom didn't tell me directly, but I know where it is. Come to the apartment to pick me up, and I'll take you there. Eren frowned. That's a waste of time. Just tell me her workplace address, and I'll go straight there. The sooner we find her, the safer she'll be. Eren didn't want to bring Nan Nan along. If Aunt Fong was really in trouble, having a child in tow would only complicate matters. However, Yuan Nan was unexpectedly adamant. No, I have to go. Why? Because no one else can find where she is. And besides, I don't trust you. My mom is my only family. I need to save her myself. If you still have any respect for my late father, come to the apartment and pick me up. Before Eren could respond, Yuan Nan hung up. We tried calling back. Her phone was already off. That kid, Eren groaned, rubbing his temples. Despite his frustration, he decided to head to Aunt Feng's apartment. He was worried that if he didn't pick up Nan Nan, she might try to search for her mother alone. If Eren found Aunt Fong only to lose Nan Nan in the process, it would be a disaster. Eren grabbed the eggshell grenade and stink bomb from his earlier draw, stuffing them into his pockets. He also picked up the oversized M500 revolver before heading out. At the Chinatown intersection, he flagged down a cab and instructed the driver to head to Aunt Feng's apartment. When they arrived, Eren handed the driver $100 to ensure he waited. As Eren stepped out, a petite girl in a white dress approached him briskly. Her delicate features bore a faint resemblance to Aunt Fong, making her identity unmistakable. Nan Nan, the girl nodded, then said curtly, Let's go. She opened the cab door and climbed into the back seat. Eren sighed and followed. After Nan Nan gave the driver an address, the cab started moving again. Turning to Nan Nan, Eren asked, Do you really know where Aunt Fong is? On the way, Eren had attempted to divine Aunt Feng's location. Since becoming a clown, his divination skills had significantly improved. Even without personal belongings, he could usually pinpoint someone's general whereabouts. But when he tried to divine Aunt Fong, his efforts failed. A mysterious force seemed to interfere, preventing him from finding her. The failed divination made Eren realize the situation was far from simple. What puzzled him even more was how Yuan Nan appeared so certain of her mother's location. Don't call me Nan Nan. I'm not a little kid. You can call me Métis. That's the name my mom gave me. After correcting him, she explained, My mom never told me her workplace, but I've seen the addresses on the receipts from her taxi rides home. Coupled with things she's mentioned on calls and the new work uniform she's been wearing lately, it wasn't hard to piece together. Eren's expression grew strange. Yuan Nan's explanation sounded straightforward, but who paid such close attention to these details, especially a 7- or 8-year-old girl? Her sharp observations were far from ordinary. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a massive building, Aunt Fong, dressed in a silk robe, lay on a luxurious bed. Her eyes fluttered as if in a half-dreaming, half-conscious state. Her bare, smooth legs rubbed against the layered blankets, her delicate hands grasping at the air as if trying to hold onto something. She struggled to open her eyes, but couldn't. Her thoughts grew hazy, and her body felt unnaturally warm. In her dreamlike state, Aunt Fong seemed to see a starry night sky filled with dazzling constellations. Countless stars connected, forming a strange and intricate pattern. At the bedside of Feng Qingwu, a refined man in a white linen priest's robe held a black book, his strikingly handsome features exuding an air of calm. As Feng Qingwu dreamed of a starry night sky with constellations forming peculiar patterns, the man seemed to sense something. He looked up slightly, then retrieved a silver pocket watch from his robes. After checking the time, a regretful expression appeared on his face. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Even with the secret medicine, it took her over 3 hours to perceive it. Her aptitude is worse than I anticipated, exceeding the standard by 17 minutes. What a pity. It seems you're unqualified to join us after all. He closed the black book in his hands, removed the starry pendant from Feng Qingwu's neck, and rose to leave without a backward glance. To him, Feng Qingwu, despite her talents far surpassing those of ordinary people, was now unworthy of his attention. As the refined man stepped out of the room, a sound like a bubble popping broke the silence. The bedroom, previously isolated, suddenly reconnected with the real world. A cacophony of chaotic and frenzied sounds from outside rushed into the room, accompanied by crazed cries. Outside the room, in various chambers of the grand building, elegantly dressed elites and high-ranking individuals indulged in their basest desires, their eyes bloodshot with unbridled lust. A haze of mixed scents filled the villa, painting a grotesque tableau of decadence. In the mansion's central hall, wisps of pale, pink smoke rose from an ancient bronze censer. As the smoke spread, the red hue in people's eyes deepened, further fueling their frenzied actions. Had the refined man not isolated Feng Qingwu's room, she might have been swept into this depraved scene as well. After leaving the bedroom, the man strode to the hall's center, where the censer sat emitting its mysterious pink smoke. Examining the censer, he nodded slightly. Interesting. It can stimulate the desires of those within a certain range. Such a rare ability. I wonder which existence left their mark on this artifact. The man extended his hand, intending to take the extraordinary item for further study. But just then, a sharp voice rang out. "Stop! You have no right to be here." The mansion's owner, organizer of this debauched gathering, suddenly shoved aside the young woman beside him and stormed toward the refined man. In a desperate attempt to assert his authority, the middle-aged host, dressed in a black robe with graying temples, grabbed a vicious-looking shotgun from the corner of the room and aimed it at the refined man. Ants should know their place. Why insist on courting death? The refined man, still facing away, glanced back with a hint of gloom in his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from the censor's side. Before the black-robed man could react, the refined man reappeared behind him. Raising the black book in his hand, the refined man brought it down hard on the man's shiny bald head. Smack! The black-robed man's skull caved under the force of the blow. Blood spattered across the refined man's white robe and the black book. Unfazed, the refined man continued his assault. Once, twice, thrice. Not until the man's head was thoroughly obliterated did the refined man finally stop. He then gracefully wiped the black book clean with his sleeve. Meanwhile, the young woman the host had pushed away, along with the heavily paid bodyguards, lay lifeless in pools of blood. As for the guests scattered throughout the villa, consumed by the pink smoke, they continued to indulge in their desires, oblivious to the carnage around them. Even if they were aware, they might not care. The refined man sneered at the debauchery around him. Lifting the heavy censer with both hands, he carried it out of the mansion and placed it in the back seat of a black car. Driving away, he left the villa behind, deeming the so-called celestial faction worthless without the censer. Not even Feng Qingwu, who had briefly piqued his interest, held any value now. As he drove away from the mansion, he noticed a yellow taxi speeding toward him, its headlights cutting through the night. At first, he paid little attention to the approaching vehicle. But then, sensing something, he instinctively looked up. Inside the taxi, Eren, seated by the window, happened to glance up at the same time. Their gazes met. "Interesting. I hope you don't die too easily later," the refined man muttered to himself, his lips curling into a faint smile as the yellow taxi disappeared in his rearview mirror. He seemed to have found a new, intriguing toy. In the taxi, Eren couldn't help but glance back at the black sedan speeding away in the opposite direction. The moment their eyes met through the car windows, Eren felt his intuition flare violently. A diviner's warning, a premonition of something ominous. What's going on? Why did that guy give me such an unsettling feeling? It was as if their paths were destined to cross again, not as acquaintances, but as adversaries. Eren immediately attempted to divine the identity of the man in the sedan. But just like his earlier attempt to locate Aunt Feng, his efforts were blocked by some unknown interference. Failed again. The failure only confirmed his suspicions. The man in the black sedan was no ordinary individual. His very existence disrupted divination. Could Aunt Feng's disappearance be connected to him? Eren considered asking the driver to turn around and follow the sedan, but was interrupted by Yuan Nan's calm voice. "We're here." Eren looked up and saw a grand monastery-like building in front of them. Its gates bore a large sign, Celestial Faction. The Celestial Faction? Here of all places? The familiarity of the name gave Eren pause. The Latino driver, upon seeing the Celestial Faction sign, cast Eren and Yuan Nan a peculiar look. His expression grew even stranger when Yuan Nan confirmed Eren's question. "Does Aunt Feng work here?" Unperturbed, Yuan Nan explained, "It's not that surprising. My mom doesn't have a high level of education, and she's Asian. Jobs that are respectable, well-paying, and have good environments are hard to come by for someone like her. She got this job as a financial accountant here after pulling a few strings and proving her skills. Her looks probably helped too." Her bluntness left both Eren and the driver silent. Indeed, in a country that supposedly championed freedom and equality, true equality was an illusion. The driver's initial wariness disappeared, replaced by a mix of sympathy and respect for Yuan Nan's mother. Eren, on the other hand, was lost in thought. What Aunt Feng needs isn't a fleeting monetary fix. It's a stable, high-paying job. Breaking the silence, Eren handed his phone to Yuan Nan. If Aunt Feng really disappeared here, then this place is obviously dangerous. Wait in the car while I go inside. The first number on my phone is George Stacy, captain of the NYPD's 13th Precinct. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, call him. He'll send help. Pausing for a moment, Eren swiped to another number. If Captain Stacy can't handle it, call this number. It's Tony Stark's personal line. Yuan Nan's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Tony Stark, but she quickly composed herself, nodding as she took the phone. Eren then turned to the Latino driver. Fixing the man with a sharp gaze, he said, "Stay here and protect her. If anything feels off, leave immediately." "Yes," the driver replied, his tone unusually firm. Unknown to Yuan Nan, Eren had subtly hypnotized the driver using his mental abilities, ensuring the man would prioritize Yuan Nan's safety. As Eren stepped out of the car, Yuan Nan's eyes reflected a mix of surprise and intrigue. George Stacy and Tony Stark. This guy is more connected than I thought. Her astonishment deepened when she noticed how effortlessly Eren had hypnotized the driver. Though Eren caught Yuan Nan's reaction, he dismissed it as a simple surprise at his connections. After instructing Yuan Nan and the driver, Eren's figure blurred and vanished from sight. Instead of charging directly into the Celestial Faction's estate, Eren circled the building cautiously, identifying several escape routes. Once satisfied, he retrieved his crystal ball and prepared to divine the situation within the compound. But this time, Eren's attempt to divine Aunt Fang's location went off without a hitch. As the crystal ball glowed, an image of a large villa appeared. The perspective zoomed in rapidly, making the building and its details increasingly clear. Soon, Eren saw Aunt Fang lying on a luxurious bed in a room with a balcony. She was dressed in a silk robe, seemingly unconscious. Just as Eren was about to end the divination, his instincts flared and the image plunged downward. The perspective shifted swiftly, showing glimpses of entwined bodies in various rooms and corpses sprawled on the first floor. The descent continued, transitioning from room to room. In each fleeting glance, Eren spotted glowing red devices scattered throughout the villa. Finally, the image froze on a timer. 5:37. 5:36. Eren's eyes widened as he realized the true nature of these devices, countdown bombs. With just over 5 minutes left before detonation, Eren sprang into action. Without hesitation, Eren dashed toward the room he had seen in the divination. Reaching the correct spot, he vaulted onto a balcony, using an exposed pipe for leverage. The sliding door was slightly ajar, allowing him to enter easily. Inside, Aunt Fang lay on the bed, her face flushed. The silk robe she wore revealed enticing glimpses of pale skin and black lace trim. Despite the fleeting distraction of the scene, Eren quickly snapped out of it. There was no time to waste. Scooping up Aunt Fang, he leaped from the balcony with her in his arms, landing lightly on the ground below. No sooner had Eren landed than Yuan Nan appeared from around the corner. "What are you doing here?" Eren snapped, frustration evident in his voice. Without giving her a chance to respond, he hoisted Aunt Fang on his back and grabbed Yuan Nan by the collar. "We're leaving." Dodging the villa's security cameras, Eren carried Aunt Fang and dragged Yuan Nan back toward the taxi. At the car, the anxious driver paced, scanning the area. His face lit up when he spotted Yuan Nan with Eren. "Everyone's safe," he muttered in relief, visibly calming down. "Get in and start the engine," Eren ordered as they approached. The driver complied without hesitation, sliding into the front seat and starting the car. Eren tossed Yuan Nan and Aunt Fang in the back seat before climbing in himself. "Drive. Get us to the nearest hotel. Fast." The driver floored the gas pedal, and the taxi surged forward like a beast unleashed. The powerful acceleration pinned Yuan Nan and the unconscious Aunt Fang against their seats. Only Eren, aided by the enhanced balance granted by the clown potion, remained steady. As the taxi sped away, Eren felt something brush against his side. Without looking, he swatted the small hand away and caught the item that fell from it. It was a stun gun. Eren turned to Yuan Nan with a cold glare. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded. Yuan Nan's expression was equally frosty. "That's a self-defense stun gun. What else? Should I just watch as you take my mom to a hotel without doing anything?" "What?" Eren froze, stunned by her words. Then, glancing at Aunt Fang's disheveled state, realization dawned on him, and anger surged. "You, what's going on in that brain of yours?" he growled, veins throbbing. Yuan Nan sneered. "You're rushing her to a hotel like your life depends on it. What am I supposed to think?" "Idiot," Eren snapped, his voice dripping with exasperation. He explained quickly, "That villa is rigged with bombs, and they're set to go off in a few minutes. I saw at least a dozen corpses inside already. Taking you to the hotel isn't about comfort. It's to establish an alibi. Or do you want us to stick around, get caught in the explosion, and have the police suspect us because we conveniently left the scene right before it blew up?" Yuan Nan's icy demeanor faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. "Bombs? Corpses? Yes. And if we don't have a solid alibi, the cops will look at us first. Now sit back and let me think," Eren barked, pocketing the stun gun for good measure. Though her sharp wit didn't fail her often, Yuan Nan felt a wave of embarrassment. She crossed her arms and stared out the window, but not before casting a glance at Eren. Her thoughts churned. Bombs, the NYPD captain's number, and Tony Stark's personal line? This guy isn't ordinary. Even more puzzling, Yuan had caught glimpses of Eren's abilities earlier. Abilities far beyond what she expected from someone who seemed, at first glance, to be a typical rogue. She didn't say anything, but her expression betrayed her shifting thoughts. Eren noticed the change in her demeanor, but dismissed it as disbelief in his explanation. As they sped toward the hotel, Eren's mind raced to piece together the events. The bombs, the corpses, and the mysterious man in the black sedan. Something larger was at play, and he intended to find out what. Corpses, bombs, police, alibis. The series of words Eren uttered left Nanen's previously cold expression frozen stiff. After escaping the supervision of the driver Eren had left behind, Nanen hadn't even managed to enter the villa when Eren appeared, carrying Aunt Fong and leaping down from the second-floor balcony. As a result, Nanen had no idea what had transpired inside the villa. It wasn't until Eren explained everything that she realized just how much had happened in that celestial villa. No wonder Eren had rushed to leave as soon as he rescued her mother. Of course, if there were bombs inside, who in their right mind would stick around and wait for them to go off, turning themselves to ashes? Realizing she had misunderstood Eren, a faint trace of embarrassment flickered across Nanen's face. She shook her head lightly and solemnly apologized to Eren. I'm sorry. Earlier, I thought you were trying to what? Did I make a move on Aunt Fong or something? Before she could finish, Eren interrupted irritably. Yes. Nanen nodded seriously, showing no hesitation in admitting it. After admitting it, she tilted her head in confusion and asked, but even so, once we were out of range of the bomb, wouldn't it make sense to call the police? We're the victims here. My mom's current state is clearly tied to that astronomical sect. Astronomical sect is better because celestial kind of make one assume that has to be with the celestials, which is not. Eren shook his head and replied, True, we are victims. But to some people, wouldn't it seem reasonable for the victims to plant a bomb as revenge against the astronomical sect? Oh, and by the way, while rescuing your mom, I came across several so-called important figures in that villa. If those big shots were all blown to pieces under the pressure of various parties, what do you think the NYPD would do to us, who have clear motives and suspicions? Forget the NYPD's response for a moment. Just think about the families of those big shots. Once they find out we knew about the bomb, but didn't notify their loved ones or save them from the explosion, how do you think they'll react? Wouldn't they resent us for standing by and use their influence to retaliate against us? They wouldn't care how dangerous the bomb was. All they know is their loved ones died in the blast while we survived. Oh, and if you're wondering why I didn't save those big shots or at least warn them, maybe you should first guess what those so-called important figures were doing when I arrived and why Mom ended up in this state. As he spoke, Eren gestured toward Aunt Fong, who was still unconscious, her face flushed unnaturally. Mom! Piecing together Eren's words and noticing her mom's peculiar condition, the precocious Nanen's expression darkened. She quickly grasped the subtext of Eren's words, and a flash of anger crossed her face. Those bastards! Seeing that Nanen understood his meaning, Eren nodded inwardly. The moment she shook off the driver's supervision and appeared outside the villa, Eren realized he had underestimated this doll-like, delicate girl. Her attempt to sneak attack him with a taser further confirmed her intelligence and resourcefulness. Otherwise, Eren wouldn't have bothered explaining so much to a child. That's why, instead of dealing with the chaos calling the cops would bring, it's better for us to create an alibi before the bomb goes off. That way, we'll avoid a lot of trouble later. Since I carried Aunt Fong out without lingering too long outside the villa, and there aren't many surveillance cameras along the way, as long as we speed up, we can establish an alibi to avoid any potential issues. So, of course, Eren had confidence in this plan mainly because it was part of his foresight. In his divination, this method was the safest and most feasible option. After leaving the villa and noticing how few cameras were around the astronomical sect's estate, Eren felt even more assured. It wasn't surprising, really. The astronomical sect primarily catered to elite socialites and influential figures. If the area were filled with cameras, how would these individuals enjoy themselves without concern? In fact, before every gathering, the sect would bribe the police to shut down nearby surveillance under the guise of maintenance or other excuses to ensure secrecy for their high-profile guests. But little did they know, their usual precautions would be exploited by Eren and that refined man tonight. The Latino driver was skilled, bringing the cab to a halt at the entrance of a decent-looking hotel after 2 minutes of high-speed driving. Noting the barely visible cameras in the hotel lobby, Eren nodded slightly. Using hypnosis, he erased part of the driver's memory about the event involving him and implanted false ones. Only then did Eren and Nan help Aunt Fong, now draped in Eren's coat, into the hotel lobby. It was fortunate that the cold weather prompted Eren to wear a mid-length coat. Without it, he wouldn't have had anything to cover Aunt Fang's barely concealed, disheveled appearance. Once inside the hotel, Eren made sure to appear on the cameras before heading to the front desk to request a suite. He had prepared several explanations for Aunt Fang's condition in case the hotel staff asked. But surprisingly, as soon as Eren handed over the money, the receptionist quickly issued a room key without a single question. It seemed they were well acquainted with handling such situations. This level of service, truly thoughtful. The moment Eren received the room key, the countdown for all the bombs in the astronomical sect's villa hit 0. Then, 6 bombs arranged in a hexagram pattern detonated simultaneously. The massive explosion reverberated across a radius of several miles. Under the starry sky, the blinding flames roared like a lit torch. Eren stayed at the hotel until dawn. Seeing no sign of the police coming for them, he escorted the now conscious Aunt Fong and Nan back to their apartment. After receiving countless heartfelt thanks from Aunt Fong, Eren finally left the building. By the time Eren returned home, it was almost noon. As he entered, his mind involuntarily drifted back to the man they had encountered the previous night. After entering the hotel, Eren was almost certain that the reason his divination failed on Aunt Fong was closely linked to that man. He also suspected that the bodies on the first floor of the astronomical sect's villa and the timed bombs in the basement were the work of the same individual. A spiritual warning. A destined adversary, perhaps? This world seems to be getting more interesting, but I need to grow stronger as soon as possible, Eren murmured to himself. After preparing himself a nutritious lunch, Eren once again entered the balance space. Though little oddball's sudden phone call had interrupted him before, Eren hadn't forgotten the 10,000 fate points he still hadn't used. Standing once more in the balance space, Eren gazed at the fate balance, which stood on the edge of the silvery river of destiny, supported by a misty white glow. With a thought, he called out silently, "Manifest Gemini." Ding. Would you like to spend 10,000 fate points to manifest the special talent? Gemini? Yes. Ding. Manifestation successful. Transformation initiated. In the next moment, a silver-white beam shot out from the fate balance and entered Eren's body. In that instant, the fate balance vanished into the endless river of destiny, extracting a unique soul talent from its depths and imprinting it onto Eren's soul. The Gemini talent, which cost Eren a full 10,000 fate points, was far from ordinary. Talent, Gemini. Ability 1, Twin Body. Split half of your soul to permanently create a doppelganger with all the abilities of the original. Ability 2, Twin Life. As long as one of you survives, neither will truly die. By paying a price, resurrection is possible beside the surviving counterpart. Ability 3, Gemini Fusion. When the split Gemini reunites, it unleashes unimaginable power. Ability 4. The extensive list of abilities highlighted just how powerful this talent was. Particularly noteworthy were the Twin Body, allowing the permanent creation of a doppelganger with the same abilities, and Twin Life, ensuring the survival of either the original or the clone. This talent drastically increased Eren's survivability. Even if Thanos' snap were to happen in the future, Eren's odds of survival would be double those of others thanks to twin life. Moreover, with two bodies, Eren could accelerate his mastery of potion digestion through his acting method, effectively doubling his efficiency. Of course, Eren didn't manifest this ability purely for self-preservation or efficiency. It was also a way to probe the workings of fate itself. Later that day, a section of brick wall beside Eren's home began to writhe eerily. A second later, a figure wearing sunglasses and a hoodie was spat out of the wall. Fortunately, dusk was falling, and the narrow alley rarely saw any foot traffic. Otherwise, an ordinary person witnessing this would surely have been scared out of their wits. The figure, however, didn't seem to mind. Stretching lazily, Eren adjusted the oversized sunglasses on his face and patted the wall that had just expelled him. In response, the wall spat out a bulging backpack. Eren grabbed the black backpack, dusted it off, and slung it over his shoulder. Under the flickering streetlights, he strolled leisurely out of Chinatown. On the second floor of the house, another Eren stood by the window, his pale face watching the departing figure in silence. The Eren leaving Chinatown was none other than the doppelganger created by the Gemini talent. Or rather, it would be more accurate to call him another Eren. When Eren split his soul, if his original self embodied the orderly and virtuous aspects of his soul, the doppelganger carried the chaotic and unrestrained parts. This was why Eren let the doppelganger roam freely after creating him. Once out of Chinatown, the other Eren wandered the streets of New York. For a time, he had no destination in mind. Carrying the backpack, he drifted through the city's alleys and streets like a wandering spirit, turning corner after corner. By the time he fully regained his focus and grasped his own intentions, an hour had passed. Perhaps to minimize interference with the doppelganger, the original Eren had given him no specific instructions beyond a single goal: to grow stronger. This lack of guidance left the doppelganger feeling somewhat adrift. Since he had no destination, why not let divination decide? But first, he needed a divination tool. Glancing around, Eren's eyes landed on a vintage suit shop not far away. In the window display, mannequins wore meticulously tailored shirts, trousers, waistcoats, and ties. Even their feet were clad in polished leather shoes. But what caught Eren's attention wasn't the clothing. It was the cane some of the mannequins held. After assessing the shop, Eren's eyes glinted, and he walked inside. A few minutes later, Eren emerged dressed in a black suit, complete with a bow tie, top hat, and a heavy black cane inlaid with silver. Stepping outside, he swung the cane experimentally. Feeling its weight and hearing the sharp sound as it sliced through the air, Eren nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This cane would hurt if used to hit someone. Yes, it carried a touch of class. Of course, Eren hadn't bought the cane just for appearances. He intended to use it for divination. Cane divination was a simple yet practical method for finding direction. Since he had no goal, he would follow wherever the cane pointed. Standing at the intersection of a bustling street, Eren seemed to find himself at a crossroads in life. He planted the black cane firmly on the ground, its silver inlay gleaming faintly under the streetlights. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes deepened as he entered a semi-meditative state. As his spiritual intuition surged, the ever-present, mysterious world of spirituality unfolded before him. Mentally repeating the phrase, "Take me to a place where I can grow stronger," 7 times, Eren released his grip on the cane. In the next second, the black cane tipped forward, pointing straight ahead. Straight ahead, then. 2 hours later, following the guidance of his cane's divination, Eren passed through one intersection after another. Unknowingly, he found himself in one of New York's most chaotic areas, Hell's Kitchen. This place was infamous, not just in New York but throughout the country, as a cesspool of filth and depravity, a breeding ground for sin. The cracked, sunken roads were littered with discarded trash, exuding the pungent stench of rot that assaulted the senses. Flickering streetlights, barely functioning from neglect, cast eerie shadows over the cold streets. Graffiti-covered alleyways stretched into darkness, and beneath the vibrant murals, figures could be seen huddled in shadows, vagrants, addicts, or worse. Sometimes these individuals were mere beggars or unfortunates. Other times, they transformed into demons, attacking lone passersby for a scrap of food or a dose of powder. On one graffiti-covered wall, a bold slogan declared, "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen." Hell's Kitchen? Never thought the divination would bring me here, Eren muttered. He had been here once before, seeking revenge on the Water Ghost Gang's leader, Giant Ghost Onyx. It seemed fate had brought him back. But what opportunity for growth could possibly await him here? This place was rife with gangs, addicts, and petty criminals. Could it be that his growth lay in sacrificing these human scums with his cursed threads? While such sacrifices would boost the cursed thread's power, it wouldn't significantly enhance Eren's own strength. What he needed urgently was to elevate his abilities. For instance, he needed to quickly digest the Jester Potion and advance to Spiritual Sequence 7, Magician. Becoming a magician would mark a significant leap in power, granting him greater confidence in dealing with the world's emerging superheroes. Shaking his head, Eren dismissed the idea of sacrificing random criminals. Or is this a sign I should emulate that clown from Arkham and unify Hell's Kitchen's criminal underworld? That didn't seem like a bad idea either. New York's gangs were no pushovers. If Eren could consolidate their power under his control, they would at least serve as useful cannon fodder. After all, if the Joker of Gotham could unite his city's crime syndicates and become a symbol of chaos, why couldn't he? Though Eren wasn't as insane, they were both Jokers. What one could do, the other could too, right? Unconsciously, a grin spread across Eren's face. All right, from today onward, call me Joker, Joker Eren. Perfect to distinguish me from my original self. With this decision made, Joker Eren reached into his backpack and retrieved a clown mask he had acquired earlier. Placing the mask over his face, he admired his reflection in a nearby store window. Now, I really look the part. As he stared at the reflection, something intangible seemed to break free from the mask, flooding Joker Eren's mind. An overwhelming surge of terror, madness, and chaotic, incomprehensible energy crashed into his consciousness like a tidal wave. HSSS. Joker Eren drew a sharp breath as the onslaught of madness consumed him. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh echoed in his mind. Piercing and relentless, it reverberated as if the source of the laughter was laughing itself to exhaustion. The laugh carried a strange power, an infectious quality that attacked Joker Eren's spirit and soul, attempting to reshape them in its image. Under the influence of this laugh, Joker Eren's consciousness began to spiral into insanity. At the critical moment, a cosmic brain-like image emerged in his mind, a construct that seemed to contain endless galaxies and stars. This manifestation solidified his spiritual power into the shape of the cosmic brain, isolating the deranged laughter. Thankfully, even with only half his soul, Joker Eren's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Otherwise, forming the cosmic brain would have been impossible. What the hell is this thing? Freeing himself from the influence of the eerie laughter, Joker Eren quickly tore off the clown mask. He knew full well that the sinister laugh was undoubtedly linked to this mask. Damn it, this was supposed to be a mundane item. How the hell does it have abilities like that? Upon closer inspection, Joker Eren noticed something peculiar about the mask. Though it appeared unchanged, its texture and aura were now subtly different. Even a casual glance at the mask gave him a sense of dissonance and distortion, leaving an unsettling impression. He shuddered to think how this mask might affect others. Wearing it in battle would undoubtedly instill fear and chaos among his enemies, paralyzing them with psychological pressure. Flipping the mask over, Joker Eren's sharp eyes caught sight of a previously unseen inscription on the inside. To my dearest love, Jerome. Jerome? Holy crap. This mask had belonged to that lunatic Jerome, the original Joker. No wonder it carried such a twisted, eerie laugh. It was imbued with Jerome's essence. Realizing this, Joker Eren began to understand why this supposedly mundane mask possessed such bizarre powers. Well, it seemed only fitting for something tied to the Joker to be a little abnormal.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.